Boom! The first goblin gets smacked right in the face with a dumbbell and explodes into the ground. The others charge the building ready to take over, but suddenly the whole room starts glowing, and a dumbbell rain erupts, wiping them all out. Then a massive high-level monster tries to break in but gets cooked alive by boiling oil. The one behind this chaos? Our protagonist, locked away from the apocalyptic world inside his unbreakable barrier. He can't leave, but he's got everything he needs. Power, water, food, you name it. He can register any real-world item in his store and buy it later using cash earned from killing monsters. While the world outside is burning and people are screaming for help, he's just chillin', expanding his safe zone bit by bit. His goal? Reach the other side of the city and save his family. But to do that, he's got to level up like crazy. The best part? He can bring people inside his territory where they live like 9-to-5 workers. Safe home, good food, but they gotta grind for our boy so he can keep his comfy yet deadly empire growing. Oh, and don't even get me started on the rat girl begging for his help. Bro's out here trying to rizz up a furry. That's some next level madness I ain't touching. But before he awakened, his life was a mess. In an apartment building, a guy's munching on some chips, saying that, yeah, technically, the world didn't completely end. Because in theory, he's still living a normal life. Just a week ago, it was all normal, until a terrifying TV alert came on. In 2 months, the world would run out of food, and monsters, even hungrier than people, showed up to eat us. Still, God gave humans a chance to awaken powers. Even so, almost everyone died. I spent 3 months locked in my room after the world fell apart. But surviving alone sucks, because there's no signal at all. He takes a deep breath, but suddenly a loud noise echoes. He turns his head, and there's this thing flying straight toward him, slamming into the window. He falls backward in shock. The monster comes in for another hit, but then a message flashes across the glass. A creature without permission is trying to enter. The guy calms down, remembering that's the one reason he's even still alive. But he's losing it. He starts kicking the door in frustration, cursing out loud. It's been 3 days since the world supposedly ended, but he still can't leave the room. He's completely trapped inside. The system tells him that he, the super recluse, isn't allowed to go out. He yells at it, saying if this keeps up, he's gonna die. His biggest problem right now is food. The power's been out since yesterday. He's been eating whatever's left in the fridge, but that won't last long. Then, out of nowhere in the system pops up a message. He's hunted down a level 23 Calican and earned a huge amount of experience. He stares, confused. Did it mean that bird? He walks to the window and looks down, spotting the creature being devoured by a bunch of goblins. Damn, they even eat each other. The guy realizes it must have happened because the monster crashed right into his apartment. On top of that, he gets a new skill saying that the nearby loot has met certain requirements and begins calculating something. Then something weird happened. The ugly mouth monster turned into smoke, and the system said a reward was sent. 2 million cash into my wallet. I didn't even know what that wallet meant. But what shocked me more was the power coming back on. Electricity and water were working again. A miracle. I could finally shower. So was the internet back too? Nope, of course not. While cleaning up, I found a flash drive I didn't remember. I checked it. Old family pictures. My mom when I was born, me at 5 smiling, at 12 with long hair, at 15 happier than ever. I wish my parents were here. I didn't even know if they were alive, so I decided I'd find them and bring them here, no matter what. Then I went to the balcony and noticed something new, a system window. Level 1 shop. It looked suspicious, so I tested it. It said I had 2,000 or 3,000 cash, like some kind of store wallet. Then I tried opening the window to go outside, still trapped. I couldn't leave the building, but then I realized something. I could level up by hunting monsters. If I killed the things outside, I'd get stronger. Maybe if I leveled enough, I could finally get out. But those flying monsters were terrifying. No way I could beat them. Then again, one already died on my window by itself. Maybe I should target the goblins below. They looked much weaker, so I tested it. First I tossed a water bottle. Could it leave the building? Yes. Objects could go out, I just couldn't. That gave me an idea. I'd throw something heavy and kill goblins from up here. I got ready with a dumbbell, but the goblins started calling to each other and ran. Those little bastards weren't getting away. I had to test this, so I hurled the dumbbell as hard as I could and missed. My aim was terrible. I only had one left. Now what? No clue. Then I heard shouting. The goblins were screaming, grouping up and charging toward the building. It was creepy, like they were moving with one mind. When they rushed in together, I panicked, but maybe this helped. If they came closer, they'd be easier to hit. Then I got another idea and opened the shop. My points were still there. I asked for a list of items, and just like I guessed, the dumbbell had been analyzed. Now the system let me buy more, and the price matched what it cost online. So it was basically a virtual store. I ordered more dumbbells. They appeared right in front of me, and the cost came out of my account. This was insane. Maybe the people downstairs heard me yelling, but I threw another dumbbell with everything I had, and this time I got lucky. Direct hit on a goblin. The system confirmed the kill, gave me EXP, and added 3,345 cash to my account. The others freaked out, trying to figure out what just fell from the sky. Dumbbells don't exactly rain down every day. I kept throwing more, but now they were ready for it. I missed every shot, so I kept buying more dumbbells and trying again. After enough throws, I started landing hits. That meant more kills and more levels. It felt amazing. Then the system popped up. The ultimate shut-in unlocks storage level 1, a separate space for holding items. I tested it with a dumbbell. It vanished from my hand and showed up in storage. Perfect. Then I pulled it back out right into my hand. I could store anything and summon it any time, so I decided to get cruel. I packed storage with dozens of dumbbells, then released them outside all at once. Dumbbells rained from the sky. The goblins had nowhere to run. Every one of them got crushed. I couldn't believe my power could be used like this. Now I knew I could analyze other things too, even food, and buy them with shop money. But that brought a new problem. My cash was limited, and the electric bill kept eating into it. Worse, after I wiped out the goblins, no monsters came near my apartment. No monsters meant no money, and no EXP. If nothing got close, I was in trouble. I needed another way to kill them. While I was thinking, something appeared in the sky, and I remembered it at once. The same kind of thing that attacked me before. Bad news. It was a calican, a high-level monster. I ran to the kitchen, tied shiny spoons to a chair, and hung it outside to catch the light. It worked. The monster noticed and rushed at the building, ready to strike with that awful mouth. This time, though, I wasn't scared. The barrier was still there. It couldn't break in. If it kept attacking, maybe it'd kill itself like the last one, and I'd get more EXP. But this one was smarter. It figured out it couldn't enter and flew off, or so I thought. Instead, it landed on the roof. When I looked up, holy crap, I nearly lost it again. It kept pecking at one spot, but the barrier was absolute. Nothing came in without the Supreme Shut-In's permission. So I opened the shop and thought, if dumbbells kill goblins, what takes down something this big? Then I got it. I spent cash on bottles of oil. Perfect. I poured the oil into pots and heated it. If boiling oil could kill it, I was about to find out. Then I wrapped paper around a stick and dropped the boiling oil into storage. I lit the stick on fire. While the beast kept pecking at the barrier, I ordered the oil to fall from above. Storage opened over it, and boiling oil poured down. The monster screamed. Then I threw the burning stick, and the oil burst into flames. It worked. That beast was basically fried chicken now. It crashed to the ground, still burning. When it finally died, the system popped up. Calican defeated, EXP gained, and my cash shot up to 9,347,000. The Supreme Shut-In was richer than ever. Then something changed. I met a requirement and my territory expanded. It wasn't just my apartment anymore. It was the whole building. I also got a new ability. At first it hurt. My vision glitched. Then I could see the entire building, including the people below. A family sitting together, sad and hungry. What the hell? My eyes felt strange. Who were they? A few seconds later, my sight went back to normal. But the system now showed their information. A man, age 30, a woman, age 30, and 2 daughters, 3 and 6. All of them could become citizens of my territory. The system warned that non-citizens would be expelled. If I did nothing, they'd be thrown out and monsters would kill them. So I made them citizens. Then I checked the new skill. Just like I thought. Supreme Eyes level 1. I could see everything in my territory. Nothing could hide from me, and the population list appeared. 4 citizens. Out of 600 total slots. 600? No way they could all fit in my apartment, or even this building. Then I found something even better. Citizens shared their strength and EXP. If they fought and leveled up, I got a share. Perfect. That would make me stronger, faster. Then missions unlocked too, with time limits and punishments for failure. The first one, kill a goblin in 168 hours. Failing meant my manhood falls off, which is basically just death. The system asked if I'd accept, and I hesitated. Then the view shifted to the family. The little girl asked her dad what they were going to do. There was no food, and the kids were starving. He felt awful watching his daughters go hungry. But outside was pure hell. Leaving could mean never coming back. Still, he had to try. He told his wife he was going out to find food, and both of them knew what that meant. If he stayed, they'd die. If he left, they still might. But at least there was a chance. He got ready and said goodbye like it might be the last time. The kids cried, begging him not to go. Just as he reached for the door, the handle turned on its own. Everyone froze. The door slowly opened and light poured in. The father grabbed a weapon ready to fight, but it wasn't a monster. He begged for mercy, then saw me. I told them I was there to help. I brought water and food. They stared at me in shock. In a world like this, help didn't just show up. But the father couldn't turn it down. This was the only way to save his daughters, so he let me in. Inside, Choi Hyungjun's 2 kids hid behind their dad, watching Choi Hyung with suspicious eyes. Hyungjun, his wife, and the girls sat at the table while he peeled oranges, trying to ease the tension. Looking around, he noticed the room was empty. No food, no water, no light. The curtains stayed shut so monsters wouldn't notice them. That only confirmed he made the right choice. Wanting to help more, the protagonist looked at the ceiling light. His eyes glowed blue, and with one blink, the light turned on. Hyungjun was stunned. Before he could say anything, Jaehyun slid over a bottle of water and told him to give it to the kids first. The children drank like they'd crossed a desert. MC watched with a small smile. The younger girl, Seohyun, nearly choked from drinking too fast. Seeing that, Jaehyun quickly offered her more. Seohyun hesitates, then takes the orange. The smell alone makes her mouth water, and she hands it to her mom. Her mother gently feeds it to her. The second Seohyun takes a bite. Her eyes light up. It's sweet and full of juice, and her happiness shows right away. Watching that, Na-hyun asks for some too. Hyungjun's wife gives him a piece, and soon the room fills with the kids' laughter. While Jaehyun watches them enjoy it, the system says the family's trust in him has gone up a lot. Jaehyun's trust hits 57, enough to make her a vessel. That completely catches him off guard. He still doesn't know exactly what a vessel is, but one thing is clear. He doesn't want a 3-year-old to become his vessel. Instead, he starts thinking about how to raise Hyungjun's trust to 50, since it's only at 31 right now. As Jaehyun is thinking, Hyungjun suddenly speaks up. He thanks the protagonist with all his heart and asks how he can repay him. MC calmly says they should talk outside. Then the scene shifts. Now Jaehyun and Hyungjun are in the hallway. He asks if he got a system message about citizenship. Hyungjun says yes. The protagonist presses further, and Hyungjun mentions that everyone froze for a moment. That makes MC realize something important. If he hadn't made them citizens in time, the whole family would have been kicked out of the building. His face turns serious. Then Jaehyun tells Hyungjun that if he helps him, he'll give them food, water, shelter, and protection. Hyungjun is stunned and asks how he can promise that. The protagonist doesn't explain. He just says that if Hyungjun wants safety and food, he has to trust him completely, and promises he won't ask him to do anything deadly. Hyungjun shuts his eyes and follows his gut. Even now he feels Jaehyun isn't a bad person, so he asks what he wants back because nothing comes free. MC says he doesn't want money or stuff, just one small favor. That makes Hyungjun relax. He even starts calling him brother. The protagonist answers with a small smile. Then he asks how much that golf club cost. After thinking it would be too pricey for his shop, he says they can leave the club talk for later. Next, Jaehyun asks when the apocalypse started. Hyungjun recalls that it happened on a weekend when a swarm of goblins attacked. MC connects the dots and realizes the people who stayed home avoided that first wave. Thinking about the goblins, he decides his citizenship power will be key to staying alive, so he gives Hyungjun a direct order. Find survivors and bring them here. After that, the scene changes. Jaehyun lies on the sofa, staring at a system message. Hyungjun's trust is climbing little by little. It's reached 40, but he wants it at 50 fast. At the same time, he wonders when he'll be able to leave the barrier and look for his family. Maybe giving more people citizenship will help him get back to them. Then a loud cry breaks the silence. Jaehyun knows right away it's a zombie and a person. He rushes to the window and sees 6 or 7 people battling a group of goblins. They're too far from his building, so he figures he can't save them with his summoning skill. He starts to panic, but then one teenager hurls a baseball with insane force and kills a goblin on the spot. Another teen in a purple tracksuit fires 2 arrows at once and drops 2 more. Then a third teen with a bat crushes a goblin's head like it's nothing. The rest of the goblins run off. Then something surprises the girl in the purple tracksuit. She spots a pack of ramen on the ground and wonders where it came from. When she looks up, she notices a dark figure on top of the building. It's Jaehyun, trying to call her inside. As he keeps watching the group, someone knocks on his door. It's Hyungjun. Jaehyun tells him to come in, but the system stops him. A message pops up saying Hyungjun can't enter. The protagonist is surprised. It proves nobody can get into his room, even with his permission. He briefly wonders if a vessel could enter, but puts that aside. Instead, Jaehyun steps out and tells Hyungjun to gather any cheap household items that could work as weapons. Then, after checking, MC opens the Supreme Recluse shop and buys 5 ramen packs and 5 bottles of water. They appear in front of Hyungjun in seconds, leaving him stunned as he sees Jaehyun's power for the first time. He packs them into a box, hands it over, and gives him a new mission. Take it outside the building. Hyungjun looks worried and reminds him there are goblins out there. The protagonist says he already killed the ones nearby. Hyungjun still hesitates, but he chooses to trust him. MC adds that food is priceless now and explains his bigger plan. Give the hunters food so they start treating him like their king. He grins, thinking he's copying Lilith's slavery method. By that logic, anyone who gets food and water will end up tied to him. Trusting him fully, Hyungjun agrees. Jaehyun creates a mission for him in the system, and Hyungjun accepts right away, excited to earn EXP. He heads downstairs with the box in his arms. He's scared, but he grips the golf club tight and keeps trusting Jaehyun. The moment Hyungjun steps outside, fear slams into him. He only wants to drop the box and run. As he bends down to set it there, he hears footsteps coming closer and freezes. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches a dark shape. Panic takes over, and he pictures a goblin coming for him. He tries to rush back inside, slips, and drops the box. Too scared to move, he stays on the ground, breathing hard. The footsteps get closer, and Hyungjun starts begging for mercy. When he finally works up the nerve to open his eyes, there are no goblins. It's a group of students, all staring at him in confusion. Then the system tells Jaehyun that the people from outside are trying to come in, and he instantly uses the Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes. Through that skill, he watches the teens by the entrance. The girl in the purple tracksuit says this is the same apartment where some weird guy threw ramen. One boy with a bat says anyone tossing food around like that must have a huge supply. Jaehyun turns the skill off and tries to make them citizens, but the system warns him they can refuse the offer. That immediately worries him, because he needs them to say yes. At that moment, Jaehyun gets a call from Hyungjun through the camera system. He suddenly gets a great idea, tells Hyungjin to wait, and changes the mission. Serve food to the 6 guests. Hyungjin accepts at once. He walks up to the group outside the barrier and tells them that if they accept Jaehyun's offer, everything will be free. That makes them agree right away. The protagonist opens the barrier and lets them in. The system says his citizen count has gone up by 10, and the EXP and money his citizens earn will also increase by 10. That bonus matters a lot. Jaehyung checks the teenagers' profiles. The highest level is Dong Hyuk, the one who threw the baseball. His D-rank skill, baseball throw, lets him throw things with 10 times the normal force. Jaehyung realizes how dangerous that is and decides they're all meta-humans. He sets their EXP share to 70, so they keep 70% and he gets 30. Satisfied, he realizes that if he keeps recruiting citizens, they'll become his built-in hunting team, making him stronger and richer without doing much. The thought makes Jaehyung feel like he's playing Age of Empires, and now he knows he needs to win these new citizens' trust. Oddly enough, their trust is already going up. Si doesn't get it, but he keeps watching. The focus shifts to Hyungjin, who brings the teenagers to his apartment. His wife is confused, but Hyungjin apologizes and explains they need food. She agrees to help. Jaehyung watches it all happen through his omniscient eyes, pleased with how things are going. After a while, Dongjin asks Hyungjin what kind of person he is. Hyungjin says he doesn't know much, just that the protagonist is a strange but kind neighbor who gave them electricity, water, and food. That makes Dongjin uneasy. His eyes drift to the ramen Jaehyung gave them. He starts thinking MC must be a very powerful and dangerous meta-human. Silently, he decides to impress him no matter what. Dongjin's trust shoots up, mostly because he thinks it's smarter not to get on his bad side. Meanwhile, Hyungjin asks the 2 girls in Dongjin's group if they want to bathe while the food is cooking. The word bath makes their eyes light up right away. Even Dongjin is surprised and realizes the shower must be working. The chubby guy confirms the shower works and it even has hot water thanks to Jaehyung's power. Right now, the protagonist is basically an electrician, a plumber, and the water company all at once. One girl jokes that he's like the god of every utility job. While they talk, a boy with glasses asks Dongjin if he thinks he's stronger than MC. Dongjin says no way, not after seeing what MC can do. Then Donghyuk grabs Dongjin's shoulder and says they should jump Jaehyun together. His logic is simple, beat him, take all his food. That sets Dongjin off. He calls Donghyuk crazy and warns him not to try anything dumb. In the end, they all decide the smartest move is to get on the protagonist's good side. The focus shifts again. One of the boys is Byung-ho, a shy kid. Dongjin walks over and says he's sorry. If he hadn't asked Byung-ju to come to the party before the apocalypse, maybe he could have stayed with his family. Byung-ju says that wasn't Dongjin's fault. Still, Dongjin promises that after they eat, they'll figure out how to save Byung-ju's grandma. But Byung-ju still looks shaken. He feels like it's already too late, that the goblins may have eaten her. Then everyone goes quiet when they hear someone coming. For a second, they think it might be a monster, and in a way, it is. That monster is Jaehyun. He walks in carrying 2 black bags. At that moment, Dongjin realizes MC is their only real chance to fix this mess. Jaehyun steps in with a hard look on his face and tells them straight out he's going to help. Once everyone sat down, the room stayed tense. Hyungjun's wife apologizes for how cramped the place is. Dongjin tries to ease her mind, saying they're the ones who showed up without warning. Then the chubby guy brings out the hot food and starts serving it. The teens are stunned. It's been a long time since they've seen food like this. Real clean, hot food. Hyungjun's wife gets more nervous, wondering if they'll like the meal. Rice, fried egg, kimchi, and warm water. The table is packed with food. One of the girls takes a tiny bite of egg, and the second she tastes it, she freezes. Then she blurts out how good it is. She absolutely loves it. That finally lets Hyungjun's wife relax. Smiling, she says, the real credit goes to him for providing the ingredients. Without him, she couldn't have made any of this. The room falls quiet as everyone wonders what kind of person he really is. Right then, the protagonist gets a system notice. Hyungjun's wife has reached 50 trust. That makes him happy, especially since her trust rose even faster than the chubby guy's. After that, everyone digs in together. Their faces brighten like they haven't had a meal this good in forever. One girl says the egg rolls are so good they belong in a restaurant. In times like this, food like that feels heavenly. Another girl asks if they're the same kind served in Japanese restaurants. Seeing them enjoy it so much makes Hyungjun's wife happy too, and she tells them to keep eating. Just then, the younger daughter comes up looking sad and says she wants some egg rolls too. Her mother touches her forehead and promises to make more after the guests leave, but the little girl still looks ready to cry. One of the girls calls her over and offers to share her egg roll. The child lights up at once and runs over to sit beside her. Moved by Seohyun's cuteness, the girl uses her chopsticks to feed her. One bite in, Seohyun is thrilled. As the meal goes on, Jaehyun notices the chubby guy and his wife standing off to the side, smiling as they watch. He tells them to stop hovering and come eat too. They're surprised at first, but soon they sit down and join everyone else at the table. Watching them all eat together, Jaehyun feels a little sad. It's been so long since he felt this kind of warmth. He thinks about his parents and hopes they're safe. Eventually, dinner ends. Afterwards, Seohyun goes to her mom and says she's sleepy. Her mother carries her to bed, and the older daughter heads off to sleep too. Now the real conversation begins. Taeyohyun says they should get back to the issue at hand. He asks Donggon why he still can't reach his grandma's place when it's so close. Nervous, Donggon says it's because of the goblins. That instantly makes MC serious. Dongjian explains that the apartment's underground parking lot makes a perfect hiding place, so the goblins turned it into their base. He guesses there are at least several thousand of them down there, and unless they clear them out, they can't get to his grandma. That makes Jaehyun think fast. His Supreme Recluse skill only covers up to the 30th floor, so the basement isn't protected. That's why he never saw any goblins. They were all underground. Dongjian keeps going, adding that every apartment entrance connects to that parking lot so no one dares leave. The room grows even heavier. After thinking it over, he says there should be side paths and smaller access routes that lead to the parking lot. Dongjian nods. That was their first escape plan, but something even scarier than the goblins blocked the way. Hearing that, the protagonist feels a chill. With a grim look, Dongjian tells him the creature looked like some mix of a wolf and a bear. Huge like a bear, savage like a starving wolf. He remembers seeing it tear through a whole group of goblins. The only reason they got away was because it was too busy slaughtering goblins and even eating them. That leaves Jaehyun steeply uneasy. Donghyun says they still don't know what it was, maybe a shadow beast since it was too dark to see clearly. MC says they can't avoid this forever. Still shaken, Donghyun says they've hit their limit. If they hadn't, they would have fought the goblins already. He asks what exactly is holding them back. A girl nearby answers that their weapons are almost done for. They've been relying on bows and thrown baseballs, and sooner or later they'll run out of ammo. To Jaehyun, that's the easiest problem here. He tells them he can handle it, then asks to see the bows and baseballs. After checking them, he adds the baseballs to his system inventory. But when he tries to register the bow, the system pops up a message saying it costs 1,530,000 won to list the high-quality compound bow. Jaehyun pays right away and adds it to the system. With endless arrows and baseballs now available in his store, he asks if everyone knows how to shoot. The room goes quiet. Before anyone answers, the protagonist quickly buys 5 bow and arrow sets. A moment later, the weapons appear on the table. In a calm voice, he tells them that even if they don't know how yet, they can start learning now. He hands out the bows and tells them to practice. Right after that, the system shows that several trust levels have gone up. Seeing that leaves him both surprised and pleased. At the same time, hope starts spreading through the group. With Jae-yuan's help, saving Byung-ho's grandma finally feels possible. Their trust in him keeps rising. Dong-ho is thrilled, knowing these weapons will make hunting much easier. Someone else points out they won't have to risk their lives getting arrows back anymore. The whole group starts looking more hopeful. Then MC turns serious again. Before anything else, they need to thin out the goblins. Dongjin matches his tone and asks when the hunt starts. Jae-hyun says tomorrow. He promises they'll save Byung-ho's grandma the very next day. He says it to fire them up and it works. Byung-ho's face brightens at once. Dongjin asks how they're going to pull it off. He smiles and says they'll use bait. Then he lays out the plan. But after hearing it, everyone looks uneasy. They can't tell if this bait strategy will work or blow up in their faces. Even so, they cling to the hope that it'll succeed. Then a system window pops up in front of Jae-hyun. The chubby guy has completed his mission and earned 30,000 won. The notice catches the protagonist off guard, especially when he sees the reward come out of his own balance. That helps him realize something. As long as he has money, he can keep powering up his citizens. So unless he really has to, he decides not to spend recklessly. Before he can think further, another system message appears. Byung-ho's trust has increased. It's now at 50 and loyalty has unlocked. That means all the conditions are met for him to become a vassal. Jae-hyun is stunned by the sudden update. Then Byung-ho's body starts acting strangely. Confused, Byung-ho has no idea what's happening or why his body suddenly feels so weird. A new window pops up. Vassal registration is complete. As a reward, Jae-hyun gets summoned vassal, which lets him call a vassal to his home after a 2-hour cooldown. From that moment, Byung-ho becomes MC's first vassal and earns the title First Servant. MC also gains strength like a gorilla. The chubby guy gets that same boost too. Another notice explains that any EXP and gold the chubby guy earns while hunting will be doubled. He can also use Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes to summon his vassal within 5 meters of home. The flood of info leaves the protagonist stunned. Then he spots a plus sign on the system window and taps it. A message asks if he wants to spend 1 million won to raise his vassal's level. That price makes Jae-hyun freeze. He grabs his head and thinks, is this some kind of gacha game? Seeing his reaction, the chubby guy's wife asks if something is wrong, but MC brushes it off. Then he decides to call the chubby guy by his real name and asks Byung-ho how he feels. Byung-ho excitedly says power is surging through him. He feels like he could punch a hole in the wall. Then he hesitates and asks if he changed his body somehow. The protagonist admits it. Byung-ho says he feels 10 years younger, like some strange energy is filling him up. Hearing that, Jae-hyun smiles in satisfaction. He hands Byung-ho a bow and tells him he's joining the mission. Byung-ho takes it, but his shaking hands show how scared he still is, while MC thinks to himself that citizens get 10% extra EXP, but vassals get double. That means the chubby guy is about to grow even faster. Then he tells Byung-ho to kill as many monsters as possible. Even though Byung-ho looks ready to cry, he still agrees. He is pleased with that answer and tells him he'll be counting on him. The mission finally starts as the group searches the apartment's first floor. Moving carefully, Deoksu tells Donggon that checking the first floor may be pointless since the place is wrecked and the windows are smashed. He doubts anyone survived, but Donggon says they still have to look. He reminds them of Jae-hyun's orders. They came as a rescue team and need to save whoever is left. Their job is to find survivors in the building and bring them safely to the 30th floor. After pausing, Donggon explains the heart of the plan. They need to gather as many survivors as they can so they can lure a big group of goblins into the building and wipe them out. He asks if everyone understands and the team answers with confidence, lifting Donggon's spirits. Beside him, Deoksu grips his iron club ready for a fight. Donggon tells them to begin with room 101 and stay sharp. Goblins could appear at any time. They enter units 101 and 102 and the smell hits them right away. Blood is spread all over the place and the marks suggest someone was dragged before being killed. What they find inside is horrifying. Corpses everywhere, blood on the walls and signs of brutal slaughter. Some bodies were cut apart and the women in the group are so shaken they throw up. Even though Dongjin is hit hard by it too, he pushes everyone to keep moving. After finishing the search of the first floor, they find no survivors, which drags everyone's mood down. Dongjin leads them up to the second floor, but it isn't any better. It's just as full of death and wreckage, leaving the group even more disturbed. Still, they choose to keep going and head for the third floor. Once they get there, Dongjin bangs on a door and calls out, asking if anyone is alive. The team, still holding on to hope, starts knocking door after door, but no one answers. With every second, Dongjin's confidence slips a little more, yet he presses on and takes them to the fourth basement floor. The group moves to the fourth floor, and Dongjin knocks again, asking if anybody is there. He is almost ready to give up, begging for even one survivor to be left. Then, to their surprise, someone answers. A man cracks the door open and carefully asks if they're really a rescue team. Seeing a living person, Dongjian lights up and quickly tells him yes, they came to save survivors. The man, worn out but still wary, asks for water. They hand him a bottle and he stares in shock. He admits he thought they were raiders there to hurt him or steal what little he had. Dongjian calmly explains they're residents from the same apartment and came to help, then asks him to come with them. Still unsure, the man slowly opens the door wider, showing two more people inside. After apologizing for being so suspicious, he introduces himself as Hong and agrees to go with them. Donggon happily shakes Hong's hand and introduces himself too. Then he tells two teammates to escort Hong to the 30th floor and return so they can keep going with the mission. But when Hong hears about the 30th floor, he gets uneasy and says they're not planning to leave the apartment, right? Before anyone else speaks, Hong's youngest son cuts in and says someone will come save them. Weirdly calm, the boy guesses there's probably a helicopter on the 30th floor, like something out of a zombie movie. Sora explains it's not exactly like that, but if they come along, they'll get hot food and a bath. The second Hong hears bath, his daughter gets excited. She urges her dad to stop worrying and go with the team. After hesitating, Hong finally agrees. Then more survivors start joining them one after another, adding to the rescue group. As they continue, Jae-hyun gets a system alert saying his citizen count has reached 40, and the EXP and gold they earn have gone up by 90. Back with the protagonist, he decides to let the children and elderly stay for now in the chubby guy's apartment, while everyone else remains in the halls. Donghyuk walks over and tells MC they've only saved 40 people so far. MC asks if that's really all who are left in the whole building. Donghyuk sadly says anyone who came out of their rooms was slaughtered. They searched all the way to the 29th floor, and it seems a lot of people never even stepped outside. He is still satisfied with what they managed to do, though he knows the chubby guy's place is nearly full. Even so, he decides this should be enough for now. Using Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes, the protagonist checks on everyone. He first sees Byung-ho lifting a chair. Then he spots the chubby guy and the others carrying a huge water jug, working together with the women. Lastly, he sees Donghyuk busy with his part. They were nearly done with all the prep Jae-hyun had assigned. With a faint smile, MC tells Donghyuk they're ready to begin the second stage of the goblin hunt. Donghyuk gathers everyone and lays out the plan. They're going to draw out the goblins hiding underground. They'll begin with basement level 1. The group will split into 2 teams, lure out the goblins on B1, and kill them. After that, they'll move on and clear B2. A guy with glasses nervously asks what happens if there are more goblins than expected. What if they get cut off on the first floor? And what if something goes wrong while they're moving the goblin bodies? Before Donghyuk can reply, Sora raises her bow and confidently says she'll take care of the goblins before that happens. She tells the glasses guy that as his Nuna, she'll make sure everyone stays safe. Donghyuk backs her up, reminding them that unlike before, they now have plenty of arrows. That confidence helps the worried man accept the plan. Then a sudden sound makes everyone tense up, and they spin around to find 3 goblins right in front of them. Without hesitating, Sora fires at once, dropping 2 goblins with her arrows. Donghyuk rushes in and crushes the last one's head with his club. In seconds, all 3 are dead. After that, the glasses guy jokes, asking why Donghyuk even brought a bow if he was just going to use his club. Deoksu says the club simply feels right, though he admits he feels stronger than before. He has no idea it's because Jae-hyun upgraded it. Before he can say anything else, a woman points at the goblin corpses. To everyone's surprise, the bodies start disappearing. He is collecting the loot. Seeing that, Byung-ho stares in shock and wonders if this is another one of the protagonist's powers. Ignoring the distraction, Dong-hyuk orders everyone to move toward B1. They follow him, and Byung-ho's trust in MC keeps rising. More and more, he believes MC really can save his grandma. At the same time, he gets a system notice saying the group's trust in him has gone up. While drinking water, the protagonist reads the messages and realizes that even without meaning to, he started taking care of them like a guardian. He feels almost like a big brother. Then another alert appears saying Byung-ho has reached 50 trust and now meets every condition to become a vassal. Jae-hyun is caught off guard by how fast that trust grew. He realizes Byung-ho must truly believe he can save his grandmother. Seeing that progress, MC understands the more vassals he gains, the faster his whole group will grow. He checks Byung-ho's loyalty and freezes. It's 88, even higher than between a mother and child. After a moment, he settles down and takes it as good news. He confirms it, making Byung-ho his vassal. In his heart, Jae-hyun swears he'll do everything he can to save Byung-ho's grandma. The moment he accepts, Byung-ho starts glowing in the middle of the goblin fight. Byung-ho is totally lost and has no idea what's happening. The bright light startles everyone, even the goblins, who begin backing away. Shaken, Dong-hyun admits he doesn't know what's going on and tells everyone to retreat while the blinded goblins stumble around. The group quickly takes the chance and runs. As they fall back, Donghyun and Sora fire arrows at the goblins. Each shot lands cleanly in a goblin's forehead, dropping them on the spot. With a hard look, Sora unleashes her skill and fires several arrows at once, taking down a bunch of them. But the goblins keep coming, and their numbers start to crush the group. Seeing more rush in, Byung-ho panics and says even the goblins from B2 must have come up to B1. Nobody expected that. It looks like the goblins can warn each other somehow. As the group races for the exit, they reach the gate. Dong-hyuk tries to shut it, but a few goblins jam their hands through. Everyone rushes over to help, but it barely matters as even more goblins shove from the other side of the gate. There are just too many, and even with everyone pushing, it won't close. One goblin is forcing it open with pure strength, then more goblins pile on, making it even worse. Right then, the chubby guy uses his gorilla strength and forces the gate shut by himself. Gritting his teeth, he yells that he has to stop them here. No matter what, he can't let them through. Dong-hyuk quickly tells him the others are safe now and urges him to come back fast. The chubby guy turns to run after them, but the goblins burst through the gate and knock him to the floor. He begs Dong-hyuk to leave him behind, and Dong-hyuk freezes, not knowing what to do. Then Deok-soo charges in, smashes a goblin with his club, and tries to drag the chubby guy back to safety. But a goblin grabs the chubby guy's leg and won't let go. At that moment, a goblin in the middle of that mess, they manage to open a big enough gap for Deok-soo to get out safely. The group keeps retreating, doing everything they can not to get swallowed by the goblin swarm. Then deep in the basement, a terrifying beast starts tearing through goblins, ripping them apart and devouring them with ease. After wiping them out, it turns toward its only drive is to kill everyone inside, pushed by a hunger to eat more and evolve. At the same time, the chubby guy suddenly hits the ground. Certain he's about to die, he's confused when he realizes he isn't where he expected. Standing in front of him, Jae-hyun calmly asks how he's feeling. The chubby guy is stunned and worried, but the protagonist just smiles and helps him up. MC is glad he made the chubby guy his vassal, because that let him summon him here. But the man's leg is in bad shape, badly bruised and bleeding from a goblin scratch. Still trying to understand anything, he can only stare as Jae-hyun notices how deep the wound is. The chubby guy brushes it off, saying it's nothing and it'll heal by itself. He can tell that's not true. The guy can't even move his leg. He tells him to stay put and runs to his room. Once there, the protagonist grabs a first aid kit. He remembers the emergency treatment his mother taught him. Since he has endless antiseptic pills and medical supplies, he has almost everything he needs. Still, his Supreme Recluse inventory only has 40 slots, so he can't carry it all and has to be smart. After thinking it over, Jae-hyun gets an idea. He packs all the medicine into the first aid kit, then stores the kit in one inventory slot. That makes him wonder if he stores a whole room of medicine or a full box of supplies. Can he copy that too? The thought changes everything. Once he's ready, MC goes back to the chubby guy. He takes out the first aid kit and tells him to show his leg. The man reluctantly does, and blood is pouring from the wound. As he wipes the blood away, Jae-hyun warns him this is serious. If it gets infected, he says, the chubby guy could even lose the leg. While he treats the wound, the man winces from the pain. Then a system notice pops up saying the chubby guy's trust in the protagonist has jumped a lot. At last, Jae-hyun finishes the treatment. He tells the chubby guy to go to his room and rest. Hurt but thankful, he does as he's told. After that, MC closes his eyes and uses his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes. He sees Sora in the basement still cutting down goblins with her bow, while Deok-soo is smashing them apart with his club. They keep taking turns fighting and retreating upstairs. A little earlier, when the chubby guy vanished right in front of Deok-soo, he had bolted up the stairs in pure panic. Behind them, the group kept firing arrows like their lives depended on it. Then two goblins suddenly jump in front of Deok-soo, ready to rip him apart. Out of nowhere, Byung-ho snaps. He swings his club with crazy force and caves in both goblins' heads in one blow. And he doesn't stop. He leaps in front of Deok-soo and starts crushing goblins one after another, like insane power is running through his body. Everyone just stares. Was Byung-ho always this strong? No. Becoming Jae-hyun's vassal boosted him that much. Watching it all, he finally relaxes a little since everyone seems safe for now. He checks Byung-ho's status. Level 30, Trust 55, Loyalty 88. His awakened skill is Teleportation, an A-rank skill. He can jump anywhere he can see, and he can bring other people with him. The protagonist smiles, sure now that making Byung-ho his vassal was the right call. Meanwhile, Byung-ho keeps tearing through goblins left and right. Dae-soo, still shocked, turns to Sejun, the bespectacled guy who looks ready to pass out, and asks if he can keep going. Sejun says yes. The group gets ready for the next wave. Dae-soo asks Sora if the water tank is set, and she says it is. Just then, Byung-ho races up the stairs with a whole pack of goblins chasing him. The second he reaches the top, the group dumps the huge water tank onto them. The goblins are soaked, but that alone doesn't stop them. That's when Dongjen grabs an extension cord and plugs it into the outlet. Hidden wires along the stairs light up, and the water carries the shock through the horde. The lower-level goblins fry instantly, but the level 10 ones are still standing. A system notice tells Jaehyun he earned a huge chunk of EXP and 34 Val4 64-1, all sent straight to his supreme wallet. MC grins because he leveled up and his skills got even stronger. But then something feels wrong. Pain spreads through his body and his heart starts pounding hard. His whole body burns. A purple shield suddenly forms around him, then spreads through the building and into the basement. Every high-level goblin inside starts freezing, and the system warns him that a hostile presence has entered his shield. He smiles. Now it's his turn to show them who's in charge. With one command, the goblins trapped inside the shield burst apart, spraying blood everywhere. Hundreds of goblins die in an instant. On another floor, a separate group of goblins gathers, getting ready to enter the building. Then a fat goblin senses something behind him. When he turns, a massive beast is standing there. Before he can react, the beast bites into him, kills him instantly, and starts devouring the body. The other goblins watch in terror. Before they can run, the beast charges them, cutting through the crowd in seconds and tearing goblins apart with its claws. A few goblins try sneaking up from behind to attack, but even when they land some weak hits, the beast throws them away like garbage. Others climb onto it, biting and ripping at its flesh. The beast roars in rage as they tear at its face and body. Even in pain, it doesn't stop. With a violent roar, the beast grabs the goblins clinging to it and rips them to pieces, sending blood and body parts flying. Then it crushes the last bodies underfoot until every goblin is dead. But out of nowhere, a system notice appears saying the beast has been granted citizenship. At once, the beast starts shrinking, its huge blood-covered body losing strength and changing form. A few moments later, the beast is gone, and a beautiful woman stands in its place. Covered in blood and completely naked, she collapses unconscious. Watching through his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes, Jae-hyun is completely stunned. He mutters, "What was that?" Then another system window appears, revealing the girl's name. The system finally reveals her name, Oh Yeonju. Her skill is called Dress Up Bear. Another alert says Dress Up Bear lets her turn into a monster, pushing her strength and healing to the max. Jae-hyun is impressed. She's level 33 and has an A-rank skill. Then more notices pop up. Dongjun and Hyerin's trust has reached 50, which unlocks loyalty. At the same time, Kang Dae-soo's loyalty passes 30, meeting the condition to become a vassal. The protagonist smiles and tells the system to register. Kang Dae-soo, just like that, he joins as another vassal. Dae-soo gains Iron Knight, a B-rank skill that lets him summon a halberd and a full set of iron armor. Jae-hyun realizes something important. The higher a vassal's level, the stronger their awakened skill seems to be. He starts comparing them. The chubby guy with gorilla-like strength has a C-rank skill and is level 20. Kang Dae-soo with Iron Knight has a B-rank skill and is level 25. Moon Byung-ho has an A-rank teleport skill and is already level 30. Thinking it over, MC figures their levels may be set by the rank of the skill they awaken with once they become his vassals. Still, one question keeps bugging him. Are those skill ranks random? If Moon Byung-ho got an A-rank skill from his loyalty, then why did the chubby guy, who was even more loyal, only get a C-rank 1? Especially when Kang Dae-soo got a B-rank skill with just 31 loyalty. The more he thinks about it, the more he wants to know what decides a higher rank skill. That matters a lot because he can only have 10 vassals. If possible, he'd rather choose people who can awaken better abilities. Jae-hyun mutters that not knowing what happens if he registers a metahuman as a vassal could be a real problem. Then a system alert cuts him off. The metahuman can now move freely through stairs, elevators, and hallways. After a moment, he heads for the elevator and uses his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes to check on the girl. She's still passed out on the floor. Then Jae-hyun calls for the chubby guy who rushes over as soon as the elevator opens. The protagonist gives him an order. There's a girl on basement level 2 and he wants her brought upstairs right away. At the same time, the others are tying up the beaten goblins with rope, still trying to make sense of what just happened. All they know is the goblins look terrified and were running from something. Donggain is especially stunned because he now understands just how overwhelming that power really was. He can't get over how Jae-hyun wiped out all those goblins with a single snap. Donggain starts remembering things the chubby guy said before about MC's godlike powers, even stuff like hot water. Putting it all together, he realizes that must be part of Jaehyun's power too. He also remembers the chubby guy's wife saying he supplied all their food ingredients. Lost in thought, Donggaeon concludes it's all connected to the protagonist's abilities. What he can't understand is why someone this strong, someone who may not need anyone at all, still chooses to help people in this ruined world. His trust in MC rises even more. Then he thinks about Byung-ho. He used to be quiet and withdrawn, but after meeting him, he even acted like a crazed killer for a moment. As Donggaeon gathers the wires, one thought stays in his head. The protagonist is terrifyingly powerful, and that power is something people should fear. On the other hand, the chubby guy is already running to basement level 2 to bring back the woman. While Donggaeon keeps thinking, he realizes how lucky they are that Jaehyun chose their side. Meanwhile, MC watches everything with his supreme recluse's omniscient eye, staying alert and planning his next move. Then the story shifts into a flashback. A little boy is happily playing with a toy car. He turns to his mom with a bright smile and asks her to play with him. That woman is the same one who turned from a beast back into a human. She plays with her son gently, and he waves at her, laughing. But the happy moment doesn't last. Her face suddenly goes pale when she sees something awful. She screams in horror. Her son keeps smiling, not noticing the 3 goblins behind him, drooling and ready to eat him alive. Driven to protect him, she runs toward him as fast as she can, but it's too late. The goblins don't let their prey get away. In seconds, they tear the child apart and devour him right in front of her. Watching her son die shatters her completely. The nightmare jolts her awake. Oh Yeonju bolts up in bed, soaked in sweat and screaming. Jaehyun is nearby and greets her calmly. After looking her over, he asks how she's feeling. Still shaken, Oh Yeonju grabs her head and tries to figure out where she is. He offers his hand and introduces himself, saying he's glad to meet her. But she stays guarded and asks one thing. Was he the one who did that earlier? Jaehyun looks confused, unsure what she means. She presses him, asking if he was the one who made the goblins' heads burst like balloons. It was the protagonist's domain that killed them while she was unconscious. He tries to offer his hand again, but Oh Yeonju pulls back, voice shaking. Now she's sure he was the one who killed the goblins. That only makes her more tense and suspicious. His power is terrifying. He can erase a whole group of goblins in an instant, like crushing ants under his foot. Yeonju's thoughts turn bitter. She wonders if her son might have lived if she'd been as strong as Jaehyun. The grief hits all over again. Trembling, she breaks down and curses her own power for awakening too late. If it had come sooner, maybe her son would still be alive. Through tears, she calls out to MC, completely shattered, and he watches in stunned silence. In a desperate voice, Oh Yeonju asks if he can save her son. Deep down, she knows he is gone, but she still begs him to avenge him by killing every goblin in the world. And just like that, another goblin slayer is born. Oh Yeonju sits on the bed, shaking as she cries. Jaehyun stands there quiet, thinking about what she's been through. As a recluse, he's terrible at comforting people and has no idea what to say. While she cries, the system tells the protagonist that Yeonju's trust in him has gone up a lot. She keeps sobbing, saying how much she misses her son. MC wants to help, but he doesn't know how. He understands the goblins already ate her child. Still, he wonders if there's anything he can do. Then an idea hits him. What if he gave Yeonju a mission with a reward to bring her son back? It sounds impossible, but he tries anyway. Jaehyun creates a mission saying that if she kills 1,000 goblins, her son will be revived as the reward. Doing nothing feels worse, so he decides to test it. He even prays the mission will work. He knows bringing back the dead shouldn't be possible, but in this broken world, anything might be. But the moment he assigns the mission to Oh In-ju, the system hits him with bad news. He doesn't have enough funds for a resurrection reward. That shocks him. If he can gather enough funds, then maybe he really can revive the dead. His whole body starts shaking. This changes everything. Jaehyun suddenly sees the true scale of his role. He isn't just using the system. He is the system. With enough money, he could become like a god in this world. The problem is the system doesn't say how much money resurrection needs. Even so, the protagonist doesn't give up. Oh Yeonju is still crying when MC calls to her. He tells her there may be a way to bring her son back. The words hit her like a bullet. She freezes, overwhelmed by shock and grief. At the same time, she thinks he might be mocking her. If this is some cruel joke, she warns, she'll never forgive him. Jaehyun calmly says he means it. There is a way, but it won't be easy. Hearing that, Oh Yeonju grows desperate. She says she'll do anything for him, even warm his bed or become his slave. He cuts her off and says none of that is needed. She only has to do one thing, and he'll explain it later. After that, the scene shifts. Jaehyun then introduces Oh Yeonju to Ha Donggang. Donggang greets her warmly and shakes her hand. She introduces herself too, though she still looks serious. Then she asks him one question. Was he the one killing goblins with a baseball bat? And was Rin the girl using a bow? The detail is so exact that Dongdran and Rin are both stunned. They have no idea who this woman is or how she knows that. Rin asks if they've met before. Trying to be playful, Oh Yeonju makes her hand into a bear paw and acts cute, asking if they really don't remember her. Dongdran, Rin, and Kang Deoksu just stare at her, totally confused. With a confident smile, Oh Yeonju decides to show them and activates her beast form. Fur starts spreading across her body. A heavy, dangerous aura rises as the transformation covers her completely. As soon as it's done, Rin recognizes her and nearly screams. Now almost 3 meters tall, Oh Yeonju stands there like a deadly beast, and everyone finally realizes she's the same monster from the basement that slaughtered goblins non-stop. Seeing their faces, Oh Yeonju laughs and covers her mouth. Then she jokes that to be exact, she's a bear, not some random monster. She quickly tells them she's not their enemy. If anything, she's been helping them the whole time by killing goblins in the basement. They just mistook her for another threat. At last, Kang Deok-soo and Ha Dong-gyeon understand. She never tried to hurt them, she was taking out the goblins that would have killed them. Dong-gyeon happily says their meeting in the basement wasn't an accident, and Oh Yeonju agrees. She declares goblins are her sworn enemy, and promises to wipe them all out. Anyone against goblins is on her side. Another goblin hunter has joined them. As they keep talking, Jaehyun walks up from behind, glad everyone has finally met. Then his face hardens. He has something important to say. He tells them there's no time left. By tomorrow morning, they have to begin the plan to save Byung-ho's grandma. Now that the goblin numbers have dropped so much, this is their best chance to move. Jaehyun also says he can't fight with them because of his serious injury. Instead, Oh Yeonju will join Kang Deok-soo and Ha Dong-gyeon's team to hunt goblins. Hearing that role makes her openly excited. With that settled, the protagonist gives one last order. Everyone needs to rest. The mission starts first thing tomorrow morning. As the group heads off to their rooms, MC pulls Kang Deok-soo and Byung-ho aside. Then the scene shifts. He brings them into a small room. Once inside, he asks if they know why he called them there. Both of them just stare at him, confused. Still serious, Jaehyun repeats the question and waits for an answer. Kang Deok-soo has no clue, but Byung-ho takes a guess. He asks if this is about abilities. He gives a sly smile and says he's right. He reveals that both of them have awakened powers now. The news leaves them stunned. Then he tells Byung-ho his ability is teleportation. The moment he hears that, Byung-ho breaks into a huge grin. Next, Jaehyun says Kang Deok-soo's power is called Iron Knight. Deok-soo is baffled. Does that mean he can summon some kind of knight? The protagonist decides to train them first, since they need control over these powers before the real mission. So he opens the system and makes a new task for both of them. The mission is simple. Figure out their awakened abilities and use them for the first time. They get 1 hour. The reward is more strength, and the punishment is sleeping outside. MC is just about to assign the mission, when Deok-soo, too excited to stay quiet, blurts out a question. If his ability is really awakened, can he use powers like the others? Jaehyun says yes. That makes Deok-soo even more pumped. He starts bouncing around like a kid, yelling that Iron Knight sounds awesome. He then explains the skill lets him summon iron armor and a hell halberd. While Deok-soo listens and gets ready to ask something else, Byung-ho suddenly vanishes right in front of him. Deok-soo freezes in shock. For a moment, he and the protagonist just stand there in silence. Then Byung-ho pops back into view a short distance away. He looks stunned and thrilled. He can't believe he actually moved. The instant he thought about going farther, he teleported. Clenching his fists, he says this power means he really can save his grandma. At the same time, Deok-soo notices that Byung-ho's trust in Jaehyun has shot way up. Byung-ho bows deeply and thanks MC from the bottom of his heart. From now on, he'll believe him and do whatever MC asks, because this gives him a real chance to save his grandma. But he warns him not to get excited too early. Reaching his grandma's house isn't going to be easy yet. Byung-ho thought teleportation meant he could jump there right away, so the warning hits hard. Jaehyun explains there's no proof he can control the skill well enough. Right now, Byung-ho doesn't even know his range, or how many times he can use it before hitting his limit. He has to master it first, otherwise he could collapse on the way or end up helpless in front of goblins. Byung-ho is disappointed, but he knows the protagonist is making sense, so he'll have to wait a little longer. While they talk, a powerful flash bursts behind them. Both MC and Byung-ho jump in alarm, and when they turn around, they see a massive iron weapon in someone's hand. It's Deok-soo. He has activated Iron Knight, covering himself in thick iron armor. He's also gripping a giant iron axe. Seeing how powerful it looks makes Deok-soo trust Jaehyun even more. The system confirms it. Deok-soo's trust and loyalty have risen sharply. Deok-soo starts dancing around in pure excitement, but he quickly gives Byung-ho another test: teleport to the next building. This will show whether he can really use the skill properly. Byung-ho stares at the building beside them, stays still for a moment, and steels himself. At the same time, Jaehyun creates a fresh mission for him, giving him 3 minutes to teleport there. The reward is higher teleportation proficiency. Byung-ho focuses while Deok-soo cheers him on from behind. With a serious look, Byung-ho locks onto the next building, and in an instant he disappears. A second later, he appears in the building next door. From the window, he waves at Jaehyun. The protagonist is relieved to see he managed a much longer jump than before. Byung-ho keeps waving happily from across the way. Then his vision suddenly goes dark, and he collapses unconscious inside the building. Jaehyun and Deok-soo panic. What just happened to Byung-ho? MC doesn't waste a second. He uses his summoning ability to pull Byung-ho back, then lays him down to rest. After that, he quickly checks Byung-ho's system status and sees his health is fine. He's only asleep, so Jaehyun guesses he ran out of mana or hit his range limit. He explains to Deok-soo that teleporting too far likely drained all Byung-ho's energy and knocked him out. Still, he's safe, and some rest should wake him back up. Then the protagonist suddenly turns to Deok-soo and asks if he likes working out. Deok-soo has no idea where this is going, and the next second MC gives him a brutal new mission: 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-meter run in 10 minutes. Reward: more strength. Punishment: sleep outside. And he has to do it all while wearing the armor. Deok-soo doesn't hesitate and jumps straight into the push-ups, then the squats, and finally the run. Even with the armor on, he powers through the push-ups and squats fast. Still, by the end he's breathing hard. Watching him, Jae-hyun thinks Deok-soo handled it too easily. Maybe it's because he's already athletic and used to physical training. As he thinks that over, the system suddenly says an evaluation has started. He is confused. He's never seen an evaluation notice before. While he's still thinking about it, Deok-soo asks if there are any more missions or quick tasks to do. Jae-hyun says no, that's enough for today. Deok-soo can head out. Deok-soo thanks him and gets ready to leave, just as the system announces that the evaluation is complete. Since Deok-soo gained strength from finishing the task, the protagonist's strength will rise a little too. That shocks MC, because he can feel his body getting stronger right away. For him, this changes everything. It means whenever his vassals grow stronger, he does too. Then the scene cuts to night. Byung-ho and the others are running, with a pack of goblins chasing them. Deok-soo quickly activates Iron Knight, and like a real frontline fighter, plants himself between the goblins and his team. He starts cutting them down one after another, but he's only one person. He can't block them all alone. A few goblins slip past him on both sides and rush at Byung-ho. But behind him, Byung-ho is ready with bow and arrow. He shoots down the ones that got through and prepares to take out the rest. After seeing what Byung-ho and Deok-soo can do, the surviving goblins panic and start backing away. Then a huge shadow appears behind them and stops them cold. The moment they notice that giant figure, the goblins are so terrified their eyes fill with tears. That giant shadow was their huge bear mummy. Before the goblins could react, the bear mummy split them in half. At the same time, Byung-ho and his group kept picking off the rest. His teammates told him they'd hold the goblins here so Byung-ho could hurry off and save his grandma. Trusting them to handle the fight, Byung-ho ran for his grandma. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was at home eating ramen when the system popped up. His citizens had finished a mission, and because of that he earned 132, sat in 966-1. That caught him off guard since it was the first time his citizens had made money from a mission. He realized something. When Deok-soo cleared a mission, he got stronger, but when the other citizens finished theirs, he got money. So the reward from a citizen's mission had to be random. Then more alerts started coming in, saying other citizens had also finished the mission. Byung-ho had cleared his too, and now the system was judging all the rewards. After a little while, once everything was counted, the system told Jae-hyun he had hit the jackpot. The moment he saw the reward, he nearly choked on his ramen. He just froze in shock. This was a brand new feature. Skill points the protagonist could only stare. Now he was earning skill points too. At this rate, nothing the system did could shock him anymore. Then the scene shifts. Bai Hung-ho finally teleported near his home. He looked tense and deadly serious, his eyes locked on the house. As he moved to the door, he kept praying his grandma was still alive. Then he gathered himself and ran straight inside, yelling for his grandma as he rushed to her room. Even then, he still took off his shoes. The second he got there, his eyes went wide. His grandma was alive, but she had collapsed on the floor and looked terribly weak. Bai Hung-ho rushed to her in panic. Luckily, when she heard his voice, she slowly opened her eyes. Her hand touched his, and in a weak, shaky voice, she recognized Byung-ho right away. That moment hit him hard. Tears poured down his face, and he cried as much as he could. She was the only family he had, and as he held her close, he kept crying, overwhelmed with relief and happiness. For a long time, he thanked MC in his heart again and again. To Byung-ho, MC had become nothing less than a god in this apocalypse. Elsewhere, he checked a system message saying Byung-ho's trust had reached 100. Now Byung-ho would do anything the protagonist asked. That unlocked another regeneration vassal slot. MC now had 11 vassal slots plus a new system function. He could level up vassals directly like game characters. That changed everything, and Jae-hyun was stunned. He tried leveling up Byung-ho right away, but the system flatly said he didn't have enough money. He needed 100 million won, around $70,000. He was speechless at that insane price. He slammed his hand down and yelled at the system for being completely ridiculous. Right then, the protagonist heard a strange sound. It was the elevator. He quickly used his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes and sensed two people. One was a chubby guy, the other a young girl, and both were standing by that guy's door looking suspicious. Just so it's clear, once Jae-hyun's domain expanded, people inside it could move around freely. Back to the story. When the chubby guy's wife, Haiwan, heard the bell and opened the door, she was surprised. The woman greeted her politely and introduced herself as Daebin, with her brother Mincho beside her. They said they lived in apartment 1701. Still wary, Haiwan carefully asked why they had come. Daebin nervously admitted they needed a favor. In a shaky voice, she explained that she just wanted to take a bath. Haiwan was completely thrown off. Still confused, she let them in and said it wasn't a big request. As soon as they entered, Mincho asked where to put the big box he was carrying. Then Daebin explained it was packed with canned food and supplies. She said she couldn't ask for help during times like this without giving something back. While Minho set the box down, Haiwon tried to tell them they didn't need to do all that, but Debin wouldn't take it back. To her, asking a stranger for a free bath without offering anything would feel wrong. Then Debin noticed the weapons lying around. Startled, she asked if they belonged to Haiwon. Was she a hunter? That made Haiwon nervous. She awkwardly said it was complicated, and that the weapons belonged to someone else, kind of like their boss. While Haiwon explained, Jaehyun finished watching them. From what he could tell, the siblings didn't seem dangerous for now. He decided to meet them himself before choosing what to do. Then suddenly the system told MC a red tiger was being hunted. He got a huge amount of experience points and another 4 million won, bringing the total to 39 million. His stats jumped fast, and he even unlocked a new ability. The flood of alerts hit him all at once, and Jaehyun realized he'd messed up. He'd been too focused on the siblings. Outside, everything had turned into chaos. Everyone was exhausted and hurt after barely bringing down a giant tiger. Sehun was lying unconscious on the ground, covered in blood. It was a total disaster. Then Jaehyun's domain spread even farther, and a sharp pain stabbed his heart. Seeing how bad things were, he urgently made everyone citizens first and decided he'd judge them later. The system then informed him that once the citizen count passed a certain point, all citizens unlocked the power of trust. He had no time to feel good about that. He was focused on the injuries. He never expected them to face a giant tiger out there. Somewhere else, Byung-ho was teleporting back as fast as he could with his grandma on his back, while the others ran behind him. Deok-soo carried the unconscious Sehyeon. The whole situation was a mess. Jae-haewon couldn't believe how badly Sehyeon was hurt. And on top of that, the goblins were still chasing them. Just when things looked hopeless, the power of Gyeong's arrow suddenly rose and everyone felt stronger, faster, and lighter. That was the power of trust. It boosted a citizen's stats based on how much trust they had in Jae-haewon. The protagonists quickly figured their average trust was over 50, meaning their combat power had gone up by 50%. Bai Yong-ho, who already saw MC as a god, got the biggest boost and shouted MC's name in thanks for the powerful buff. Because of that, Rin and her friend's loyalty passed the 30 mark, making them able to register as vassals. He immediately turned them into vassals. But Ga-young's trust level landed exactly at 69. After awakening, both girls gained powerful new skills, piercing arrow for Ga-young and poison mist for Rin. Ga-young fired her bow, shocked to see the arrow move like it was alive. It pierced through the goblins with ease and killed them instantly. Jae-haewon then made a mission just for Ga-young, telling her to kill 10 goblins with her new skill, with a rank increase as the reward. Rin's power, though, was especially dangerous. Poison Mist was a deadly B-rank skill that could hurt allies too if she lost control. So Jae-haewon chose to study Rin's skill first, keep a close eye on her 69 trust level, and then give her a special mission. But the biggest problem was So-young. The protagonist instantly used his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes and desperately searched the entire building for some kind of help. After scanning everywhere in a panic, he found a young girl unconscious in her room. For some reason, Jaehyun ran to her at once. The real reason was simple. She was a healer, exactly what his group was missing. He stopped outside room 2902 and tried the door, but it was locked from the inside with a thick iron chain. Even though MC was strong, he still couldn't break the door down. Then he remembered the new skill he had gotten, Invisible Hand. He could summon it and control it freely. Jaehyun decided this was the perfect time to test it. Without wasting another second, he focused. Closing his eyes, he pictured cutting the chain, and a sharp mana blade formed. With careful control, he sliced through the iron chain like it was nothing. The door opened, and he rushed inside toward the unconscious girl. When he finally reached her, Jaehyun's eyes widened in shock. She was in terrible shape. Her lips were dried up, her body was badly dehydrated, and she was close to death. He shouted, shook her, and tried to wake her, but nothing worked. Her pale skin and sunken eyes made it obvious this was severe dehydration. He had come for a healer, but now she needed saving first. Jaehyun panicked, unsure what to do. Then he noticed something strange. There was a water bottle right beside her, but she hadn't touched it. No time to figure out why. Right now, the protagonist just had to save her, and his brain kicked into gear. He made a mission for her. Take one breath, get fully healed. It cost him around 10 million won. Crazy enough, it worked. She drew a weak breath and the dehydration vanished on the spot. That skill was seriously broken. A little later, the girl slowly woke up. Through blurry eyes, she saw MC leaning over her. Still weak and confused, she softly asked who he was and how he got into her room. Jaehyun introduced himself and said he lived upstairs. She still looked lost and asked again. If that was true, why was he here? Keeping his tone calm, he said he saw how bad her condition was and came to help. At first, she thought she had to be seeing things. Then it sank in. Someone had actually come for her. The moment that hit her, she broke down crying. After days without food or water, she couldn't believe anyone had really saved her. Even though he hated bringing it up right then, Jaehyun still called her name and quietly apologized. I know this is a terrible time, but I really need your help. While she cried, the protagonist explained that one of his teammates was badly hurt and needed treatment. But the more she listened, the more confused she got. What was this guy even talking about? She had almost died a minute ago. How was she supposed to save anyone else when she couldn't even save herself? And now this stranger wanted her to treat his teammate. That made her wonder how he even knew she was a nurse. She didn't think Jaehyun seemed dangerous, but in this ruined world, she trusted no one. So she decided to play along for now and carefully watch him, asking where she needed to go and what she had to do. MC told her to wait a moment. He was making another mission. This one was for her to heal the injured Jaehyun-ju within an hour, and the reward was a higher healing skill level. Once he finished, he gave her some dried oranges, told her to eat and rest, and said he'd bring his injured teammate to her room. Then he turned and left, leaving her stunned. She just stared at the dried oranges and the strange system message floating in front of her. In a panic, she shouted Jaehyun's name, asking what that weird notification was and who he really was. The protagonist only gave a calm smile and said he'd explain later, then walked off and left her there in shock, reminding her she was still too weak and needed rest. Alone again, she grabbed the oranges and hurriedly started peeling them with shaking hands. Her thoughts were all over the place. Was she dreaming? That guy had really made a mission. Meanwhile, as soon as Jaehyun got back to his room, a system alert told him Da-jung's trust had gone up. That confirmed what he'd already guessed. She still didn't fully trust him, which made total sense. After all, what normal person would trust a stranger who broke into her room in the middle of the apocalypse? Jaehyun wanted payback. Everyone was already fighting for their lives, full of fear and despair. Seeing that, his chest tightened. This wasn't just bad, it was a disaster. The red tiger looked ready to rip them all apart. Then MC realized something worse. There was another red tiger. The group was in no shape for one more fight. They were barely hanging on as they ran. Then Rin slipped, fell hard, and badly hurt her leg. Jaehyun and Donggae panicked right away. Sure, this was the end. Rin tried to stand, but her injured leg gave out. Jaehyun was crushed. Rin was like a little sister to her, and now all she could do was watch her struggle. Rin couldn't get away, and the red tiger opened its jaws, ready to swallow her whole. In that moment, Rin sadly accepted she was about to die. But just as the tiger lunged for her, Rin suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint purple glow. The red tiger froze, completely thrown off by what had happened. Rin, terrified and barely breathing, found herself sitting right in front of Jaehyun, hurt badly but still alive. It had been insanely close. If she hadn't been one of his vassals, she would have become tiger food. At least that sudden teleport gave the others a little time to get away from the raging beast. Right then, Byung-ho teleported in front of Jaehyun with his grandma on his back and told him a new citizen could be registered. He quickly accepted and made his grandma a citizen, but the danger still wasn't over. The Red Widow tiger was already catching up again, even angrier than before. The protagonist suddenly had an idea. This was the perfect time to test how far his invisible hand could go. As the Red Widow tiger charged in to kill them all, Dongjin realized someone had to stay behind if anyone was going to live. Without hesitating, he stopped running, used his baseball throw skill, and hurled a mana-charged baseball straight at the tiger at full speed. It didn't matter. The tiger dodged easily, leaped up, and came down ready to tear Donggan apart. Jaehyun screamed in panic, but Donggan had already accepted it. He knew he couldn't outrun that monster for long, so he kept running with everything he had, pulling the tiger's full attention onto himself. Just as expected, the beast quickly caught him. Its fangs were only seconds from sinking into him when something unbelievable happened. A giant aura scissor suddenly locked around the tiger's neck, stunning Donggan and everyone else. Then an aura hand clamped down on the tiger's throat, choking it and lifting it into the air. The Red Widow tiger thrashed wildly, but it couldn't break free. Donggaeon just stood there with wide eyes. He had been sure he was dead, and somehow he was still alive. Gaeyoung and the others rushed closer, but that moment Gaeyoung got a sudden system notification that scared her even more. From above, Jaeyeon watched the whole thing calmly. He muttered that with this new power, there was no reason to hunt monsters himself, and if Gaeyoung got the kill, he'd get 4 times the loot. With the new mission in front of her, Gaeyoung raised her bow, fully focused. While the tiger struggled to breathe, she aimed and hit the weak point in one shot, killing it instantly. Right away, the system told Jaeyeon that killing the level 28 Red Widow tiger gave him a huge reward, 63 million won, along with a ton of XPs, and everyone's trust and loyalty rose a lot. Because of that boost, Donggaeon's loyalty finally passed the mark, and MC gladly made him one of his vassals. After that, Daeyoung started healing Yeonju. Even though Jaeyeon saw it himself, Yeonju's injuries vanished like magic, and it still left him surprised. He then asked Donggaeon what had happened and how they ended up running into those red tigers. With a heavy look, Donggaeon explained they found them at Byung-ho's grandma's place, where the tigers seemed to rule the area. Donggaeon sadly insisted those monsters were probably mutated house cats, turned into red tigers. Anyway, back to the point, Jaeyeon started putting things together. No wonder that area had felt off before. There were no goblins there because of those tigers. If goblins had taken over, Byung-ho's grandma would have died long ago. So were the tigers actually protecting her? Could they have been her old pet cats? Putting that aside, he spent 73,000 won to give Gaeyoung her mission reward. At the same time, Daeyoung finished healing Yeongtrao completely. After healing the grandma, Daeyoung was about to speak when the chubby guy stepped up and awkwardly cut in, asking Jaeyeon if this really was the best place for all of them. He had a point. They couldn't keep cramming into this tiny room forever. The protagonist calmly told everyone he'd already thought about that. He had a plan. Room 2901 was empty, and he'd provide power and the other basics there. Anyone who wanted to move in could use it. Then Jaehyun turned to Dabin and explained that rooms 2101 and 2102 were empty too. He'd supply electricity there as well, so she could tell the other survivors they were free to use the showers and bathrooms. For some reason, the two of them suddenly looked a little sad. MC caught on right away. With a sly grin, he said that if they wanted, the two of them could even get a private room for themselves, while everyone else used the others. There was one catch. The second they heard that, both of them froze. Keeping that cold, scary tone, he laid out the rule. They just had to spread a message. And it was a simple offer, but a very tempting one. Whoever killed 100 goblins first would win a whole empty room. It would come with power, water, food, and everything needed to live in peace. Just 100 goblins? Sounds easy, right? Jaehyun went on in a flat voice. Their real job was to gather survivors and register them as his citizens. And the way to make that happen was simple. Kill 100 goblins. Right then, the protagonist was basically following Lloyd's style and pulling everyone's strings. The mission was set, kill 100 goblins and earn endless supplies. Then the story cut away. A man in a red jacket was sprinting from goblins, fighting to get away. They were just about to catch him when somehow he slipped free at the last second and dove for an open door. He slid inside and barely survived. The goblins rushed after him, but the doorway was too tight, so they got jammed up there. His teammates were already waiting behind it, ready to strike. The truth was ugly. The guy in red was just bait. Thanks to that trick, the group wiped the goblins out fast. What followed was a brutal one-sided slaughter, and leading this whole rotten team was the jerk I called Dumbass Number 1. He hurled his spear and finished off the last goblin, showing off in front of everyone. But the guy in red was fed up. He was always the one risking his neck while the others got easy kills, so he finally snapped and called it unfair. That set Dumbass off immediately. He coldly called the red jacket guy a useless loser, and said that without him he'd die like a stray dog. Then he told him to act like an obedient dog, or end up as goblin food. Things got tense fast, and the red jacket guy had no choice but to back down. Then the scene changed again. Feeling sure he'd hit 100 kills, Dumbass went to claim the reward. But Dabin told him another team had already gotten it. And the funny part, the first one to reach 100 was Dabin's own brother. So the promised room went to an elderly couple instead. Dumbass did not like that at all. Furious, he started yelling about how unfair it was. Dabin's brother calmly said Kim Jae-yoon had prepared something special for Dumbass's team. They just needed to head to the 30th floor. Even though he was boiling inside, Dumbass couldn't refuse. So he grudgingly went up to the 30th floor. On the way, he smirked and mocked Dabin for respecting MC so much. To him, it was ridiculous. Did she really think he was some kind of god? He sneered and called him a cult leader. But the man in the red jacket, Sung-min, quietly pushed back. Since Jae-hyun was helping and protecting people, he said they shouldn't badmouth him. Besides, everyone knew it was smart to stay on the protagonist's good side. Dumbass didn't like hearing that. He stared at Sung-min with a cold look that made one thing clear. They weren't done talking. When the elevator opened on the 30th floor, Dumbass muttered to Sung-min that they'd settle this later. But the second they stepped out, MC walked up to them. One hand sat in his pocket, and his eyes were locked on the whole group. The team went dead silent, shaken by how intense he felt. Dumbass hurried to pull himself together and politely introduced himself, trying to ease the tension. Jaehyun just shook his hand and calmly praised their smart use of barriers and hunting tactics. That left Dumbass stunned, and he nervously asked how he knew any of that. The protagonist ignored the question and got straight to it. Apartments 1301 and 1502 would now have electricity, water, and gas. Still suspicious, Dumbass asked how that was even possible. Jae-hyun simply said they had earned it by killing 100 goblins. Then a creepy smile slowly spread across his face, and in a cold voice, he brought up Dumbass's little joke from earlier. He was talking about the cult leader comment. MC said he had zero interest in being treated like some god or playing that kind of role. The whole group froze in fear and confusion. How had he heard what was said in the elevator? Still wearing that crazy smile, he casually changed topics and said he had a small favor to ask. Then the story cut again to show what that favor was. Dumbass and his team were now running for their lives, chased by giant orcs. Every step those monsters took shook the ground. Dumbass was scared out of his mind. The group turned into a narrow alley just like they planned. At the corner stood Donggawan, gripping his spear. Because the alley was so tight, the orcs got stuck for a moment, and Donggawan's throwing skill had already reached rank B, so he could throw bigger weapons with 5 times more damage. He launched the spear with everything he had, slamming the first orc and dropping it. The second one charged in rage, lifting its club to strike, but before it could hit Donggawan, an arrow pierced its forehead and killed it on the spot. That shot came from Ga-young. The last orc barely had time to move before Donggai ended it with another spear throw. With that, the group finished the 100 orc mission, and Jae-hyun instantly got 3.2 million won. Close by, a family of 3 stood frozen, terrified by what they had just seen. Donggai gave them a gentle smile and guided them back to the protagonist's base. As they got close, MC received a system alert. An unknown object was trying to enter. A second notice said someone qualified for citizenship had arrived. The system asked if he wanted to grant citizenship to those 3 newcomers, and after a brief thought, he said yes. That brought his total citizens to 200 and unlocked a new skill: tax collection. It let Jaehyun take 10% of a citizen's money, without lowering what they actually had, though it could only be used once every 30 days. He quickly saw how useful that was. It meant he could slowly recover the money he'd already handed out. Even so, getting all of it back would take around 10 months. Since saving his parents couldn't wait, he decided Dongjan's team needed to head straight to the Nambuman neighborhood. To move faster, he chose to hand out 30% of the funds early and treated it like an investment. Then another alert popped up. His house declaration skill had hit level 10 and gave him 3 more skill points. Right after that, pain ripped through him again. His liver, kidneys, and heart all hurt badly as his domain spread out fast, nearly doubling and covering most of the nearby buildings. The system confirmed that Jaehyun had declared the entire building his home. Then another message appeared saying 1 billion won in subsidies had been added and a construction feature was now unlocked. The protagonist checked the options. A solar generator cost 133 million, a store cost 219 million, and a gym cost 300 million. Even with the full 1 billion won subsidy, the generator would only make 30 million a year. That meant it would take over 5 years just to pay for itself, which left Jaehyun staring in disbelief. What kind of terrible deal was that? Figuring it was smarter not to burn all that money on sketchy buildings, MC decided he should level up his vassals instead. But then he noticed something huge. When he tried to use the new subsidy money, the 1 billion won to level up Donggeral, the system refused right away. That was when Jaehyun realized the funds he'd just gotten were completely different from the money in his wallet. That changed everything. This was basically free money, but only for construction. So without wasting time, he chose the solar generator. A 24-hour timer started, and his subsidy balance dropped to 867 million won. For a second, he thought about adding a second generator, but the system warned that each apartment building could only have one. Annoyed but accepting it, Jaehyun moved on to the store. The system said it worked with his Supreme Recluse skill, letting citizens buy items straight from his inventory. He instantly saw how much easier that would make supply sharing. So he installed the store in apartment 101 and got a 48-hour timer until it was ready. Next, he checked the gym, which would boost citizens' strength and training gains by 200%. Seeing how useful that would be, Jaehyun gave the whole second floor to the gym. A 72-hour countdown appeared. The system then reminded him he still had 3 skill points. The protagonist smiled, realizing he had basically unlocked an infinite money and XP trick. People would hunt monsters to buy supplies, and he'd gain XP and money without lifting a finger. Now that's real passive income. At the same time, Deoksu, wearing his armor, cut an orc in half. Dongjin asked what would happen if he threw Deoksu's spear. Confused, Deoksu handed it over. Then Dongjin hurled it with insane power. Panicking, they had Deoksu cancel the armor and summon it again. The spear instantly came back to his hand, and both of them were stunned. Donggon had found an infinite throw trick, and Deoksu couldn't stop praising him for it. Meanwhile, Gayoung was about to fire her last arrow, when out of nowhere, more arrows appeared right in front of her. She was stunned. The system revealed a new skill called Omnifocus, which let Jaehyun use other skills inside his domain. With that new supply of arrows, Gayoung dropped another orc. The kill was registered, and MC received 2,100,388 won. The mission cleared, and Gayoung leveled up. That made Jaehyun realize he could boost his vassals' stats. For the first time, he felt real hope about saving his parents. Their home was 10 kilometers away, so he headed to the roof with no time to waste. His first goal was to strengthen Dongjin's team. He checked Jaehyun's status, level 22, with Crow Familiar for scouting. Next, he looked over Nayeon's profile, level 33 with Warrior Bear. Then came Dajiang, level 30 with Healing Blessing and Magic Armor. Jaehyun weighed the team options. Nayeon and Daehyung both made sense, but Nayeon's low loyalty gave him pause. Then he thought about bringing back Nayeon's son. He tried to revive him, but the system said he lacked the money. So he made a group quest to kill a level 40 or higher monster within 24 hours, with Nayeon's son's revival as the reward. Fail and death was the price. He confirmed it, and the quest went through. Then someone knocked at the door. It was Nayeon, out of breath, because she ran over the second she saw the quest. Jaehyun told her it could be done, but they didn't have much time. Nayeon dropped to the floor in tears, thanking him again and again. The system showed her loyalty had gone past 30, meaning she now qualified to become a vassal. Later, Jaehyun stood by the sink, watching the faucet turn on by itself. He was starting to get used to moving things with his mind. Seriously, he was turning into Magneto a little more every day. Now he could control electricity, water, and gas. The store added 320,981 won to his wallet for the day. He grinned, knowing sales had passed 1.5 million won. Jaehyun checked on the people inside the store, feeling like everything was under control. Elsewhere, a boy asked his friend how much money they had saved. The answer wasn't good. The bao cost 150,000 won. They only had 10,000, and it'd take 2 weeks. The boy laughed and reminded him they still had to buy food. His friend got annoyed, and the protagonist realized how much the store had changed things. Now even loose change pushed people to go hunt. The system showed the current population 789 out of 11,000. Jaehyun figured that number would start rising much faster. Then another message came in. A level 18 orc had been killed, earning him 1.2 million won. Somewhere else, Nayeon in her warrior bear form was tearing through goblins and orcs. Gaeyeon and Daeyoung checked on her and Nayeon apologized for taking most of the kills. Gaeyeon just smiled and said it was fine. Jaeyoung felt pairing those two with her had been the right call. He pulled up Nayeon's new status, level 40, with the title 9th Belle. Her trust and loyalty had climbed to 66. The wildest part was her S-rank skill, Berserk. Once she saw blood, her power jumped by 300%. While Jaeyoung was thinking about that, a cracking noise rang out. The three women turned and saw a massive orc step out from the dark. Nayeon transformed at once, becoming that fierce mother bear again, and charged. The fight started with both sides looking evenly matched. Gaeyoung fired an arrow, but the orc knocked it away with its axe. That only made Nayeon madder, and the angrier she got, the stronger she became, until she doubled in size and lunged. The orc lord was done for, with no time to react before Nayeon slammed into him. Then the system announced her win. She had killed a level 28 orc lord and earned a huge reward, 73 million. Another notice popped up. She had unlocked an outpost. It needed a night station there for 7 days, and it cost 1,300,000,000. Jaehyun thought it was way too expensive and 7 days was too long, so he passed on building it. He knew an outpost could help his family, but moving his grandparents wouldn't be simple. All he could do was hope they were still alive. With that in mind, Jaehyun decided that the next day he'd send Donggaeon's group straight to the main house. Back in the subway, Jaehyun watched the fight in shock as Nayeon ripped the orcs apart. Even their pleas for mercy didn't stop her, and Jaehyun couldn't figure out how MC had recruited someone that strong. He noticed Nayeon was focused on the goblins when a new mission appeared. Return within 1 hour. Jaehyun knew even easy jobs could still turn bad. Dongjeon's group showed up and he told Jihoon it was time to head back. Jihoon summoned his familiar Kami and sent it ahead. Using the crow's vision, he confirmed the path was clear. Then the group moved out. Jihoon spotted a rat, but it vanished. He brushed it off, though something still felt wrong. As they climbed the stairs, he glanced back and saw 2 small red lights in the dark. Then that same rat burst toward the group, warning that danger was coming. The scene shifted to Jihoon bowing to Dongjeon's group and asking for their help. Dongjeon asked if his family was even still alive in that building. The protagonist admitted he didn't know, he just needed help finding out what happened. Bao Ho stepped up first, saying he'd do anything as God. Jeonyeon asked. The others also thanked MC and promised to help him. He thanked them and laid out the new plan. Go to Seomyeon Station, then rest first. But Nayeon asked if Jaehyun couldn't just teleport his family with his powers. He went quiet. He had already tried that more than once, and it never worked because he could only teleport people inside his domain. Jaehyun admitted he couldn't do everything, but he still promised he'd keep the promise he made to her. Right then, the system said Nayeon's trust had gone up again. She smiled and thanked him. He smiled back and told everyone to get some rest. One after another, they left. Once things finally settled, another alert appeared. An unauthorized entity was trying to enter. Jaehyun gave her citizenship, and Haeri's profile appeared, level 31, with 0 trust. Her skill was Rat Queen. The protagonist just stared. Had they really gained someone who could turn into a rat? Then the story jumped back to when Haeri found Dongjeon's group in the subway fighting orcs. She chose to follow them and ended up at Jaehyun's complex. It was full of life, with kids playing and people moving around. In rat form, Haeri was stunned. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She rushed to the apartment, then stopped behind a blue shield. A system window asked if she wanted to become a citizen. The rat squeaked, but nothing changed. She started to panic. Then the screen updated and accepted her as a citizen. The rat darted into the building and chaos broke out. People screamed when they saw it and tried to smash it. Haeri ran and accidentally slipped into the training room, where people were lifting weights. She was baffled. What kind of muscle worship cult had she wandered into? Then Haeri dropped out of rat form with a splitting headache. She laughed in relief, happy she had found a survivor camp. But that joy didn't last. She remembered the monster guarding the station she had to cross to bring people here. Then the scene changed again. Jaehyun had killed the rat, cutting off his link to Haeri. A new window explained, Rat Queen, A rank. Every rat follows her like part of her own body. MC's expression hardened. He realized the rat was being controlled by an A rank awakened. He used the Supreme Recluse's eyes to search for her, but found nothing. Then Jaehyun got an idea. He made a basic quest. The Rat Queen had to come to the apartment within 48 hours. The reward was a Coke and a Choco Bar. After looking over the quest, he remembered one key detail. He couldn't bring his parents because they were outside the domain, and Haeri was outside too. But she was already a citizen, so he decided to test something. Citizens were under his control. He changed the quest. 10-second limit, and the penalty was forced summoning. The system approved it, meaning if she failed, she'd be dragged there. Jaehyun stared at the screen in shock. His heart was pounding. If this worked, everything could change. He just hoped it wouldn't cost over 1 billion won. The countdown started, and when it ended, the system announced, Haeri failed the quest. Cost only 31 million won. Jaehyun let out a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, a startled Haeri suddenly appeared inside the apartment. She had no idea what just happened. The protagonist called her by name. making it clear he already knew who she was. Haeri demanded to know who he was and how he knew her. Calmly, Jaehyun said he was the one who gave her citizenship and brought her here. He introduced himself and tried to put her at ease, even offering a Coke and a choco bar. Haeri took them, still trying to process it all. She asked if MC had done all this himself, and he said yes. That left her completely stunned. Was this guy some kind of god? Then she begged him to save the 35 people, depending on her, but Jae-hyun said no because he couldn't. Hearing that, she broke down and begged him to at least help her family. That made him realize something huge. Haeri had never met him in person, yet he still made her a citizen. That meant the rat was an extension of her. Maybe that link could help him bring over her family too. Just then, the system showed Haeri's stats. Level 31-37, trust with Rat Queen. Jae-hyun noticed her trust had already gone up, so he asked if she'd do anything to protect her family. Without hesitation, she said yes. The protagonist agreed but told her there was only one way to save them, and it required total trust in him. She said she trusted him completely, and the system answered right away. Her trust rose to 50 and loyalty to 33. That met the requirements to become a vassal, so Jae-hyun started the registration. A blue aura wrapped around Haeri, and she watched in shock. When it ended, her stats had changed a lot. She now had the titles 10th Seed Knight and Tamer, with trust at 52 and loyalty still 33. The new data said tamed creatures grow stronger based on loyalty and trust. MC also saw that Haeri's evolution class was A, meaning her rats could keep getting stronger. Then Jae-hyun asked if any of her rats were near her family. She hesitated, but he pressed her to send one. Haeri obeyed. At the same time, he activated the Supreme Recluse's eyes and shared the rat's view with her as it ran toward her family. The moment it arrived, food and drinks appeared in front of them, and Jae-hyun got another notification. Seo-yeon's trust went up again. The protagonist realized her rat skill worked perfectly with his eyes. He had basically gained the best scouting tool possible. Seon asked if he meant the Nambuman area, and Jae-hyun said yes. She lit up right away. She knew that neighborhood and could send a rat to check it safely. With the rats, MC could find out if his family was still alive without putting the team in danger. Seon promised she'd handle it. The system showed her trust and loyalty rising again. Jae-hyun told her to head out at once and suggested taking the subway tracks, but Seo-yeon freaked out and shouted that it was suicide. A terrifying monster was hiding in Seo-yeon's station, and Jae-hyun immediately asked her to explain. Seo-yeon said it was a brutal, monstrous creature. Wanting to know more, Jae-hyun told her to send a rat to check the monster. She agreed. The rat rushed toward the subway, scared out of its mind. Then a weird sound rang out, and it spotted a giant snake-like monster chewing on an orc lord's head. In one bite, the snake swallowed the whole orc. The rat peed itself in fear. Then the snake noticed it and lunged. Somehow the rat dodged and ran for its life. Jae-hyun saw everything. Right away, he knew the snake was far stronger than he expected, probably over level 40. He could only think of Naruto's giant summon snake. Watching his reaction, Seo-yeon agreed Samian Station was too dangerous. She said they should skip that station and take another route. It was longer but much safer. Seo-yeon also told Jae-hyun his team was strong enough to manage. He thanked her. Without that warning, they could have walked into disaster. He told Seo-yeon she could stay in apartment 2701, as long as she cleaned it. She thanked him and left. Once she was gone, the protagonist smiled. Before this, he would have had to avoid that monster. Now with Seo-yeon's power, that was about to change. Jae-hyun came up with a nasty little plan and ordered the system to install a solar generator. As the panels were set up, he realized they still wouldn't be enough for nearly 800 citizens. To make life better, he'd need more money and more workers. So he planned a 3-shift system to keep the place running and gather resources. In the end, Jae-hyun decided the answer was simple: hunt more aggressively. Elsewhere, Donggun's team was being chased by bat-like monsters. Ga-young and the others fired arrows, bringing them down easily. Afterwards, she checked if anyone was hurt, then let out a relieved sigh when everyone was safe. But her sister brought up the snake monster at Seo-yeon's station. Ga-young calmed her down, saying Jae-hyun could summon them back if needed. Feeling better, the group kept moving on, until they found a wrecked train surrounded by the mangled bodies of orc leaders. Everyone stopped in horror, and the youngest member threw up. Then a chilling sound came closer, and they saw a massive snake monster. Deoksu cried out in despair. But the next second, Donggang grabbed Ga-young and yelled for everyone to duck. The snake roared, sending out a shockwave that blasted them back. The pain was so intense it felt like their heads would split, even with the men trying to shield the women. Just then the system gave a clear command telling them to, which she obeyed, running into the snake's body. That was the real start of Jae-yeon's cruel plan. With a grin, he opened his inventory and threw the rat inside the monster, released poison gas. Then he poured gasoline into its stomach and set it off. In an instant, the snake burst into flames and was wrecked from the inside out. The blast was so fierce it even shook Seo-yeon. Tae-yeon quickly checked on her and she said she was okay. He praised her bravery and went back to the fight. Then he chose not to finish the snake himself. Instead, he wanted his knights, Dongyeon and Nayeon, to land the final hit, so he'd get 6 times the EXP and rewards. Back in the fight, Dongyeon and the others realized the shockwave hadn't come from the snake's roar, it came from the explosion Jae-myung caused inside it. Seeing his chance, Dongyan hurled his spear with all his strength and killed the snake in one strike. The system instantly gave MC a huge chunk of EXP and 1.8 billion won. Since Seoyeon Station's boss was dead, he could now build an outpost there. Dongyan and Naomi's abilities improved, and the domain reached level 15. On top of that, Jaehyun got 3 bonus skill points. Another message popped up: more people nearby qualified for citizenship. There were around 200 of them, and he accepted them right away. The system updated again. The total citizen count had hit 1,000. That unlocked a new skill, Baseline, letting the protagonist receive 100% shared EXP and money from all citizens. MC just stared at it. This felt completely broken. Right then, Seoyeon came over and asked if Jaehyun could bring her family into his domain. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said yes. Overjoyed, Seoyeon thanked him. Jaehyun asked if she could still control the rats. Seoyeon said she could. The view shifted to one of her rats, which ran to a new spot and found Dongyan's group. The place looked like a slaughterhouse. Hundreds of orcs lay dead, many half-eaten. Seoyeon's rat rushed ahead, trying to lead the group after it. Deoksu was shocked, wondering if this was another one of Jaehyun's powers. Curious, the group followed the rat. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned off the Supreme Recluse's eyes and went back to his room. Now it was time to grow stronger himself. He had 3 skill points left. Since his territory was getting bigger, he decided to boost the Omniscient Eyes. This would pair even better with Seoyeon's rat control and make their scouting much stronger. The second he upgraded it, a sharp pain shot through Jaehyun's head. Elsewhere, Dongyan's group ran into a horde of goblins. Now MC could read their exact levels and stats. They were level 8, moved in teams, fought with spears and clubs, were quick, and could see well in the dark tunnels. Seeing that, Jaehyun understood just how useful this vision was for scouting and staying alive. He also started thinking about hunting goblins to get that trait, while still trying to lower resurrection costs. To do that, he decided to hand out more quests so others could fight, grow, and save resources. Then he turned to another skill, dignity maintenance. With more people joining, trust and loyalty mattered more than ever, so he spent a point to upgrade dignity maintenance. Right after that, a loud gunshot shattered the silence. Jaehyun looked toward the sound, his expression turning serious. He quickly realized it didn't come from the building, it came from underground. Then the scene shifted, showing something absurd. Goblins casually carrying guns and wearing jackets and pants. What the hell? As the goblins opened fire, Dongyan signaled for everyone to duck. Bullets flew past them, and it was obvious they couldn't win in a straight shootout. Dongyan couldn't understand how goblins had guns, but there was no time to think. Byung-ho teleported behind the goblins, and with deadly accuracy, drove into their chests while dodging bullets and cutting them down. Another goblin raised its pistol, but an arrow struck its hand. At the same time, Ga-young and Deok-su charged into the fight, and Na-young transformed into her beast form. Together, they wiped out every goblin. At the same time, the system told Jo-young a new item had been added to his shop. Guns with unlimited ammo. That changed everything, but he immediately saw the problem. He couldn't just put guns up for sale. If regular people saw that, their urge to hunt monsters would shoot up, and not everyone could be trusted. Up to now, he let everyone become citizens because he thought he could deal with troublemakers. But guns were different. They gave deadly power right away, and in the wrong hands, that could cause chaos. Envy, resentment, jealousy, normal feelings could become real danger. So Jaehyun decided only loyal, trustworthy people would be allowed to carry guns. He already knew who should get the first one. Meanwhile, Dongyan's group finished off the goblins. Then to Byung-ho's surprise, a gun inside a strange box appeared in front of him. With deep respect, Byung-ho took it in silence, thanking his god Jaehyun. At this point, his devotion had gone completely overboard. After that, Dongyan's group kept moving, with Seoyeon's rat leading the way. They came to a door. Dongyan opened it and found a group of terrified survivors inside. Elsewhere, Jaehyun was outside with Seoyeon, enjoying a brief moment of peace when a new alert warned him that an unknown being was trying to enter. A second notice appeared soon after, saying someone nearby qualified for citizenship and asking if he wanted to approve it. Branyar accepted without hesitation. Her sister Dabin teased her, saying she smelled nice and asking if she'd taken a shower. Seoyeon laughed and said she had hot water now. From a short distance away, the protagonist watched their happy reunion. After a bit, he called out and told Seoyeon apartment 2701 was hers, but it would get cramped if she tried to fit over 30 people in it. When he saw her worry, Jaehyun said he'd give her 3 more rooms because she'd earned it. Seoyeon thanked him and promised to work even harder. Then another notice appeared. Seoyeon's trust and loyalty had risen again, and so had Dabin's, Seojun's, and Hyungjun's. Looking over the interface, Janyar remembered he'd leveled up earlier and never checked the reward. He found a new feature, the Guardian Beast Management System. The moment he opened it, he nearly passed out. Unlocking it would cost 1 million. While he was still staring at that price, a soft voice asked if he had time to talk. Janyar invited her in. It was Hairi, the youngest member of Donggan's group, and she looked nervous. She said she needed to talk about something important. MC told her to sit. Hairi apologized, her voice shaking, and asked to leave the group. She felt useless, like no one would even notice if she was gone. Janyar urged her to keep talking, and she burst into tears, admitting the monsters terrified her, and she felt worthless because she couldn't use her poison mist around her teammates. Dranyark had expected this. He knew poison mist was risky if used the wrong way. So he reassured her and said the timing was actually perfect. He needed someone he could trust to help him. Dabin, who took care of the Dabin, worn out from caring for the injured, had asked for help. He told her he needed someone kind, honest, and caring, and she was the best fit. He reminded her that no one is useless if they keep trying. Her poison mist was rare, he said, and someday it would be a huge strength. Even if she couldn't fight outside, she could still help inside. Then Dranyar bowed deeply. Hyarin was stunned and moved, then smiled. The system showed her loyalty jumped to 100. She wiped away her tears and promised to give it everything she had. Dranyar smiled and said he'd keep counting on her. A little later, he thought about unlocking the new feature. The interface popped up again. It needed 1,000,000,1. He decided it was worth the cost and pressed yes. A golden magic circle appeared and a golden crystal egg in the middle started to crack. The light was so bright he had to shut his eyes. When it finally faded, a tiny black bird was sitting there. Jaeyun used the Supreme Recluse's eyes and learned it was a level 1, three-legged divine raven. It carried the sun's energy, but it was still a baby and needed sunlight and protection to grow. The protagonist decided to name it Little Blackie. The bird flapped around excitedly for a bit, and Jaeyun soon realized it was hungry, so he handed it a bag of chips, and it ate happily. After that, Blackie curled up and slept like a lazy cat. Right then, Dranyar got an alert. Blackie's level rose and the solar generator's efficiency increased by 100. He remembered each generator made around 80,000 to 100,001 a day. With Blackie's boost, the yearly profit climbed to 90,000,001. He chose to place solar generators in all 10 new buildings. The 24-hour timer started. Satisfied, Jaehyun headed to apartment 3001. The moment Fatty opened the door, MC greeted him and said he wanted to trust him with managing his money. Fatty went still. Jaehyun thought back to his tax collection skill. If someone else held the money, it could grow by 10% a month. So he picked Fatty for his high trust and loyalty. Back in the present, Fatty was stunned. Jaehyun had 89 trust and 98 loyalty. His power was gorilla strength and he felt sure about the decision. Without another word, he sent 100,000,001 to Fatty's wallet. The system confirmed it. The quest needed 100,000,000 and 30,000,001 with the 10% fee, but the protagonist thought it was worth it. Fatty's trust rose, his loyalty hit 100, and since he was already a vassal, the protagonist's vassal limit increased too. Fatty asked if he should just hold the money and leave it alone. Seeing that perfect loyalty, Jaehyun told him not to worry. He could spend a little if he had to. Fatty thanked him, clearly thrilled. Soon after, Dabin came over and asked if she could choose anyone she wanted for her new team. MC said yes, and added that she could bring Yu Hairin too. Since Dabin would lead the team, he decided she'd get double pay, which made her light up. Her loyalty rose right away. After thanking him, she left to find Yu Hairin. Once everyone was gone, Jaehyun took a deep breath. Now it was time for a hard but serious talk. Determined, he went to apartment 2109, where Ha Dong-gyun's group was staying. Once there, he gathered everyone and explained the danger waiting at Samyeon Station. A monster that strong was waiting for them. Still, the area nearby was strangely safe. No monsters on the roads or subway tracks around Samyeon Station. Between Byum-Nigol and Byum-il stations, monster numbers were low, and Jaehyun knew they had to use that chance. While talking, he remembered Yu Hyarin's breakdown. It stayed with him because these people were risking their lives for him, and that weight was heavy. Thanks to Yejin, they found out about Samyeon Station early. If they'd learned about it later, many could have died. Finding it now gave them an edge. Jaehyun knew how cruel this world was. Anyone could die. More than anything, he wanted to protect the people he cared about. So he told the group they would head to Jigulchi Station the next morning. Later in his room, the system screen appeared. The solar generator had gained another 100 in power, and Blackie leveled up again, unlocking the power of the sun and elemental magic. As Blackie's owner, he gained that power too. Elemental magic? That was huge. Curious, he lifted a finger and a tiny flame appeared. It felt strange but also familiar. Later in a private spot, he pictured a massive blaze. He reached out and focused hard, but only a little flame showed up. Jaehyun was let down for a second, but his curiosity quickly took over. Then he remembered the special gas from his ability. If he combined that gas with flame, the result could be deadly. It was only a tiny spark for now, but one day it could turn into a terrifying fire. Real monster-level power. Excited by the idea, Jaehyun ended the test and went back home. While eating, another alert appeared. 2 solar generators had been completed. The protagonist smiled, thinking about Blackie leveling up 3 times. Thanks to her boost, the generators were now 8 times stronger. The extra power turned into money. More power, more freedom. Things were getting really good. As he ate, Yejin came in and thanked him for letting her rest. Jaehyun told her she had earned it because her skills were top-notch. Then he said he'd need her help again soon. Dong MC's group was waiting at Seiyumyeon Station, and he wanted her to guide them. Yejin agreed and said her rats were already scouting the tracks. She said they could reach Charyang Station safely, but he asked what came after that. Yejin turned serious. She warned him the real danger started at Busan Station. and said he should see it himself. She sat down at once and Jaehoon used his eyes of the absolute to link with the rat's vision. What he saw was horrifying, rubble blocked the way, the tracks were flooded, and moving forward looked impossible. Yejin explained one of her rats had gone farther and found complete ruin. Nothing was left standing. What could have done that? And were his parents still alive? While still connected, Jaehoon spotted something terrifying. His eyes widened. It was a giant footprint, big enough to crush buildings. Everything suddenly made sense. It wasn't an earthquake. Something enormous had walked through there. Was this some kind of colossal titan? Was Aaron nearby? Then a huge deafening sound rang out close by. The walls shook and each step hit harder than the last. Jaehoon started to wonder if the monster was coming closer. The shaking didn't stop, and he worried the whole building might come down. Another violent tremor hit, and he asked Yejin if she was okay. She said she was, but had no idea what was causing it. Then someone shouted for him from the elevator. Jaehoon and Yejin rushed out and found Fatty in a panic. The protagonist asked what was wrong, but Fatty only motioned for them to come. MC, Yejin, and the others followed him, and the sense of dread kept growing. In Fatty's room, they saw a 60-meter titan smashing buildings like it was nothing. It was a giant cyclops with one glowing red eye. Jaehoon muttered that his bad feelings were always right as he watched it tear through the city. Fatty and the others panicked, and even he felt real fear. Could he beat something that huge? Could he really protect everyone? He was almost breaking down when Yeonju stepped forward. Determined to fight and avenge her son, Jaehyun saw the focus in her eyes and trusted her resolve. Then the system gave a new quest: defeat the Cyclops within 24 hours. The reward was 1 day of resurrection for Yeonju's son. The teams were set. Team 1, Yeonju, Donghyun, Daejung, and Daeoksu. Team 2, Gayoung, Byungho, and Kim Jihyun. Team 3, Jaehyun and Yejin. He would hold the area while the others moved into position. Before they left, he told them he was counting on their strength and bravery. Everyone carried out the orders. Then Hyren reported that the residents with military experience had gathered at the gate while everyone else was moved to the basement. Jaehyun thanked her and told her to head down there too, but Hyren hesitated. She was scared yet still wanted to help. The protagonist could see both the fear and the courage in her. She admitted she was terrified but still wanted to do something useful. Hearing that, Jaehyun smiled and told her to go to the gate with Yejin. He noticed there weren't many people there. A lot had chosen hiding over fighting. As that thought crossed his mind, someone walked up. It was the guy in the red jacket, asking Jaehyun what they were supposed to do. MC asked where Baek Sung-yeob and the twin brothers were. The red jacket guy looked away and said nothing, which told him enough. He realized Baek Sung-yeob and the twins had run to the basement. Disappointment washed over him. Hundreds of people, including Baek Sung-yeob, had chosen their own safety over facing the danger. To Jaehyun, that meant comfort over courage. They dumped the burden on the brave. Even so, he wouldn't forget the 101 people who did answer the call. They weren't fools. They came because they understood the truth. If nobody fought, everyone would die. They stood up to protect their families and themselves. He remembered a line he'd once heard: "Courage isn't the lack of fear, it's moving anyway." In this brutal world, the people who acted through fear were the ones keeping everyone alive. And right there stood 101 brave people. Quietly thankful, Jaehyun opened the system and rewarded them. Guns and endless ammo dropped from the sky, leaving everyone stunned. At first they hesitated, but once they held the weapons and felt they were real, hope returned. Maybe they really could beat that monster. The giant Cyclops let out a roar that shook the buildings. Nearby, Dongjin stayed hidden with a spear in hand. He aimed for the Cyclops' leg and hurled the spear with all his strength. It sank deep into the monster's leg, and the Cyclops roared in pain. Enraged, it turned toward where the spear had come from, and Dongjin froze. The monster started limping toward him. Just then, the mother bear in beast form attacked from behind. Her claws tore into the same injured leg, making the wound even worse. The Cyclops bellowed and dropped to its knees, but Yejun's strike still wasn't enough. It got back up, stomped hard, and sent her flying. One hit sent her flying into a building like a rag doll. It looked like she was done for. The Cyclops lowered itself for the finishing blow. But before it could strike, a voice blasted through a megaphone. It was Deoksu, yelling that the Cyclops was so dumb its balls were in its eye. Somehow, the monster got the insult and snapped its gaze toward him. That huge eye caught the spear still stuck in its leg, and it realized Deoksu was the one who threw it. Instantly, the Cyclops lost it and started stomping toward Deoksu, dead set on crushing him. Deoksu was scared out of his mind. He knew the monster was coming for him, so he spun around and ran for his life. From a distance, Jaehyun saw the bait had worked. The Cyclops was heading straight for the trap, and he signaled everyone to get ready. Meanwhile, Deoksu sprinted toward the barrier with the Cyclops lumbering after him. He barely made it inside before collapsing, and the Cyclops reached the barrier's edge. Jaehyun gave the signal, and a black raven shot at the Cyclops, pecking at its eye. As it shut its eye from the pain, they took the chance. Jaehyun was already in place and fired an arrow. The Cyclops tried to block it, but the shot pierced its hand and sank into its closed eye. Its scream shook the area. In the middle of it all, Byung-ho teleported above the monster and tossed several rats into its open mouth. The whole setup was working. Then came the next step. Jaehyun filled the Cyclops with explosive gas and its body started to bloat. He lifted his hands and triggered Sunfire magic. A massive blast erupted inside the Cyclops, and black smoke spread everywhere. When it finally cleared, the Cyclops was still there, charred, motionless, and slumped against the barrier. Everyone froze. They thought they were finished, and now the monster looked beaten. But Jaehyun felt something was off. The Cyclops wasn't dead. The system hadn't confirmed the kill. He warned everyone to stay sharp. Everything had been going exactly to plan. Then Fatty called out to Jaehyun in a shaky voice, telling him to turn around. The protagonist slowly looked back, and to his horror, the Cyclops' red eye was staring right at him with pure killing intent. MC froze in panic, unable to believe it had survived. Before he could even process it, the Cyclops raised both arms and smashed them into the barrier. The barrier stopped the hit, but Jaehyun's nerves spiked. He wasn't sure it could take another one. He used Invisible Hand to shield the citizens. The Cyclops kept its eyes shut, and he, still stunned, watched it strike again. The barrier shook hard but held. The nearby buildings weren't as lucky, and the shockwaves started tearing them apart. A few more hits and the whole place would come down. That's when Dongging moved. He unleashed a barrage of spears, and Jaehyun joined in with the others, but it still wasn't enough. Every attack only made the monster angrier. Just when beating the beast seemed impossible, the system alerted Jaehyun. The solar generators were at 100%, and someone was asking to use the power. The request came from Blackie. Jaehyun was stunned. Was it really trying to help? Then he remembered Blackie's power ran on solar energy, and with no better choice, he approved it. A bright yellow sphere formed in the sky, like a tiny sun, pulling in all the energy from the solar panels. The heat was so intense it felt like the buildings might melt. Jaehyun realized, horrified, that one attack had burned through 300 million won. The power gathered in his room, and then a figure burst out in an explosion. Blackie had evolved. Now she had 3 eyes and huge feathers, like a majestic black phoenix. She opened her beak, gathered the solar energy, and fired a brutal beam into the Cyclops. It blasted a hole through its chest, but the monster still didn't die. Seeing that chance, Yeonju changed into her mother bear form, leaped up, and struck the final blow, bringing down the level 51 Cyclops. Right away, Jaehyun got a huge wave of EXP and 31 billion won. He leveled up, pain stabbed through his head, and his domain spread over more buildings. On top of that, he got another 10 billion won just for construction. The pain dropped him to his knees. Blackie flew over and rubbed her beak against his nose, like she wanted credit for saving the day. Jaehyun praised her, though he still couldn't get over that 300 million won price tag. Blackie had no answer, but the protagonist was still happy. He got 31 billion won, and everyone made it out alive. Watching Blackie help bring down that giant monster was unreal, and MC smiled as he petted her for being so brave. Then he and Blackie turned toward a sudden noise. It was Yeonju, the were-bear woman. At that moment, Jaehyun noticed the sound from the system window had changed. It was the sound Yeonju had waited a very long time to hear. A little earlier, inside an abandoned building, a man quietly used his ability to fill a small bottle with water. The people nearby were deeply grateful. Just having clean water to drink mattered now. But as he worked, he kept worrying because they had completely run out of food. People still lined up for the water he made, but their supplies were almost gone. He knew they'd reached their limit. A bad feeling settled in. Soon they might have to leave the place that had kept them safe. Then the whole building suddenly shook hard. Like anyone would, he asked if it was an earthquake. A man came running in, shouting for everyone to look outside, and the moment he said monster, the water user froze for a moment. Then he took off running, racing up the stairs to the roof. When he reached the top, what he saw stole his breath. The giant Cyclops was still standing, overflowing with rage and power. Beside him, a white-haired man trembled and asked what they should do. Jaehyun was already thinking ahead, telling him to hide everyone in the basement. Desperate, he ran a hand through his hair, trying to find a plan, but it was obvious they couldn't fight something like that. He tried to calm the other man, saying there was nothing they could do except pray. It didn't find them. At the same time, Blackie's attack was already building. Then the Cyclops was suddenly blown apart. They had no idea what kind of power had done it, but when Hyuk saw it, he understood right away. This was the work of an awakened person, but one far stronger than him. Hyuk called to the silver-haired man Hyun and told him to gather everyone. Still stunned, Hyun asked if he'd lost his mind. Was he really saying they should go there? But Hyuk was sure. Even if he didn't know who that awakened one was, he knew one thing. If they wanted to live in this brutal world, they had to stand with the person strong enough to kill a Cyclops. So they headed toward Jaehyun's place, hoping the person they were about to meet was kind because they had no other choice. At last, they reached the apartment complex and knew this had to be it. The buildings were still standing in a ruined world. Yan, leading the group, could only stare and ask how these buildings were still standing when everything else had fallen apart. Then he suddenly slammed into an invisible wall. A system message appeared in front of them. Entry prohibited. Another message immediately asked if they wanted to become citizens. They accepted, and the system granted it at once. Their first mission was to go to Jaehyun's apartment on the 30th floor. When they arrived, the protagonist was already waiting, and strangely, he already knew their names. He introduced himself with calm confidence. At that moment, Hyuk felt it. This was the man who had brought the giant Cyclops to its knees. Face to face with him, his instincts screamed even louder. Without hesitating, Hyuk reached out, shook Jaehyun's hand, and introduced himself. Then he sincerely asked Mame-tu to take care of them, knowing this was a chance he couldn't miss. Elsewhere, in a peaceful room, Yeonju the Were-bear was serving a warm meal. There was real happiness in her eyes as she warmly called for Siwoo. Her little boy ate happily, and when she asked if it tasted good, he answered with a big smile that it was delicious. Then he innocently asked whose birthday it was since they were having seaweed soup, the meal people usually eat on birthdays. She answered by hugging him tight while he said how much he loved the food. Just then the door opened. Jaehyun walked in and the boy excitedly called him Wizard Uncle. Jaehyun asked if things went well with the new residents and he said yes, he'd already given them food and a place to stay. Then the protagonist apologized and Jaehyun, confused, asked what for. He explained that the newcomers wouldn't be able to leave the house, something he hadn't expected to be a problem. But Jaehyun wasn't upset. She calmly said that being there with her son was already enough. Holding him closer, she said she was truly happy now. Then the system popped up saying her loyalty had risen sharply and she was now registered as a retainer. Still, Kim Jaehyun didn't need the message to know that. Her face, her voice, even the way she moved told him her heart was full. He could feel Oh Yoonju's feelings without any system notice at all. More time passed. Mother and son spent it together, watching TV and laughing side by side. In that quiet moment, Kim Jaehyun started thinking about his own family. It had been so long since he'd seen them. He wondered how they were doing, whether they had food, or if they were sick. Closing his eyes, he couldn't help imagining the worst in a world like this. Then Blackie suddenly showed up, making a little noise. The little creature played with the werbear and her son, and Jaehyun felt a calm thought settle in. He didn't need to rush. It could just be one peaceful day. He knew how much Oh Hyunju had endured to finally have a day like this. At the same time, he remembered that Yejin's rats were on their way to the main house. Once they arrived, he could send his family whatever they needed. So as he watched the mother and child smile, MC made up his mind. Today, he would only focus on them. This was the moment. Oh Iju's one wish had finally come true. After that, Kim Jaehyun told them to use the master bedroom. But with her son still in her arms, Oh Iju gently refused and said another room was fine. Even so, he insisted, saying the master bedroom was the warmest and most comfortable place for them. With a soft smile, he told her it was only right. She stroked her son's hair, and together they thanked Kim, the protagonist, for his kindness. A little later, they headed to the room, wished him good night, and the boy gave Jaehyun a sweet wave before going in. MC watched them leave with a small, satisfied smile. Soon the house grew dim and a soft lullaby drifted out from the bedroom. In the living room, he lay on the sofa and listened for a long time. Oh Anju sang so gently, and it had been a very long time since he'd heard something like that. Just hearing it made his whole body loosen up, and his eyes slowly closed like a child falling asleep in a mother's arms. Morning came quietly. Kim Jaehyun started the day with breakfast made by Oh Yeonju and her little boy. After that, they settled in the living room to watch his favorite cartoons, and the boy laughed like every scene was brand new. Before long, Siwoo started chasing Blackie, who had just been resting peacefully until he got bothered, and he clearly didn't like that. Later, after playing with all the new toys, the protagonist and the boy ended up lying on the floor for a short nap. Between drawings and laughter, the whole day was filled with real joy, but that happiness couldn't last. With Blackie on his shoulder, Jaehyun quietly cried, crushed by the fact that he could give Oh Anju's son only one more day. Not long after, Oh Anju knelt down and held her son tight as she said goodbye. She poured all her love into that embrace, while the boy, still too young to understand, innocently asked if she was crying. Tears already running down her face, she tried to stay calm and whispered that she wasn't, but his small hand touched her cheek, and he felt the tears. So Siwoo gently wiped them away, trying to comfort her. He softly asked her not to cry. Oh Kwon-ju hugged him again, and with a shaking voice finally admitted that she was scared. A world without him was too frightening to bear. Then the boy simply called out, "Mom," and promised he was right there with her. Those simple, honest words made Oh Kwon-ju break down even more. Her tears kept falling under the weight of her grief, while Siwoo still tried to calm her. Jaehyun stood there in tears too. Then the boy slowly pulled away from her arms, looking straight into her eyes. He promised he would always stay by her side. Overcome with sadness, she called his name through sobs, but he kept walking toward the sunset. Behind him, she shakily cried out that she still had so much left to do for him. Then he stopped. Slowly turning back, he gave her a warm, gentle smile. He told her he loved her just as his body began to fade into the light. Hearing that, she froze. Still on her knees, she started trembling, the pain too great for words. But like any mother, even in terrible pain, she smiled through her tears and whispered back, "I love you." With that, Siwoo said his final goodbye with a peaceful smile and vanished in an instant. Oh Yeonju's hand dropped weakly to the floor, while Kim Jaehyun stayed beside her, silent and heartbroken. Soon after, she tried to stand, but the pain was too heavy, and her body wouldn't move. Watching her, MC could only think that hope is a fragile flower that blooms in despair. He shut his eyes and realized something painful. Anyone who holds on to hope must also face deep sorrow, no matter how cruel it is. Then he reached out his hand and gently told Oh Aiju not to lose herself in grief, promising that this was not the end. At that, she lifted her head and looked at him, asking in a shaky voice if that was really true, if this wasn't the end. With complete certainty, Jaehyun said that if there was even the smallest chance, he would bring her son back again and again, no matter how many times it took. His words gave her hope and a little strength returned. At that moment, the system appeared. Oh Eonju's trust had reached 100, and she gained primordial vitality. The scene then shifted to the red-haired man, who was yelling in pure rage. The twins were frustrated too when they realized the standard spear, the orc spear, and all the money he'd saved were gone, leaving him lost and furious. Still angry, the red-haired man demanded to know about his brother's things. His brother said that when he woke up, all his stuff had vanished. The other twin added that plenty of other people had lost items too. There was a pattern. Everyone who lost their belongings hadn't been there during the summoning, for those who had finished military service. Then one twin muttered that they should have gone back there sooner. Without warning, the red-haired man grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward. Furious, he asked if the twin was blaming him. The twin hurried to say he'd meant something else. Even then, the red-haired man kept shouting that following Jaehoon orders had been stupid from the start. With the tension rising, his brother finally snapped and admitted his plan had been a bad idea all along. Only then did the red-haired man let go of his shirt. That was when it finally hit him. Maybe he had been thrown out because of his own actions. Nervous now, he remembered there had been one case like this before. A man had tried to mess with an underage girl, got expelled right away, and was later found dead in the street. Thinking it through, he realized that even with the giant and all the chaos, survivors were still gathering in empty apartments. That meant plenty of people would gladly make sure he was next to be kicked out. Hatred completely swallowed him. He pictured the man in the red jacket calling him a bastard, and imagined how happy that guy must have been after getting a weapon. Soon the red-haired man scratched his head in frustration, unable to understand how things had gone this wrong. Elsewhere, Kim Jae-hyun watched it all and told himself this was only the beginning of the punishment he had prepared. Then a system window suddenly appeared behind the red-haired man, catching him off guard. Startled, he quickly turned around to check it himself. The mission was simple: kill 20 goblins in 24 hours. Success would give a small amount of experience. Failure meant 1 minute of unbearable pain. Back to Oyeonju's newest reward, primordial vitality. It's a rare, highly wanted skill that Kim Jae-hyun also has, and it greatly speeds up healing based on how serious the injury is. The protagonist could hardly believe what he'd seen. He never expected Oyeonju to gain that exact skill after reaching 100 trust. Lost in thought, MC soon decided this skill wouldn't help much right now. He kept staring at the system window and thinking it through. He wasn't the one who'd be fighting, and even if he left the building, getting badly hurt was very unlikely. Still, a reward this strong for hitting 100 trust points mattered. Then he thought of Byung-ho, who was also close to 100, and started wondering what he might get. If Byung-ho gained a skill at 100 trust points and he copied it a power that let him instantly move anywhere he could see, then everything would change. He even pictured using that teleport skill with the absolute one's eye and an active advanced base. Just then, the system showed details about the advanced base, a safe zone that could be placed outside Haven. While active, it gave the city's authority and protection as long as a citizen of knight rank or above was inside. But if enemies stayed there for over a day, the base would destroy itself. With that in mind, Kim Jae-hyun realized that if his mental strength was high enough, he could jump straight to the advanced base. So he made up his mind. His top priority now was building mental fortitude, and his next missions would focus on that stat. Right then, someone called his name and asked for permission to leave, saying they were feeling better now. It was Oh Eonju. She said she would personally bring the protagonist's family back. Hearing that, Kim the 1100th remembered the mission should have begun the day before, and the delay was because of him. Oh Eonju thanked him for his time and understanding. She also promised she would repay his kindness somehow. Kim Jae-hyun kept a straight face, though it felt like she had seen right through him. He joked that he wasn't that impatient, then admitted her words still made him feel a little awkward. Oh Eonju answered softly that he didn't seem impatient at all. If she were in his place, she said she likely would have done the same. With a faint smile, she added that in the end, people care most about their own family, and she fully understood how precious that extra day had been for her and her son. She sincerely thanked him again for what he had done. Kim Jae-hyun smiled back and said he was glad she understood. Then he told her to head to Unit 2901, where people were already waiting, and said he'd join them soon. Oh Eonju bowed and quietly left for the room. Later, the reason he hadn't sent them straight to Samyeon Station was explained. The Cyclops attack had collapsed much of the track near the station. The station itself was also badly wrecked and nearly unusable, so the protagonist decided they needed a new route. For that, Seo Ye-jin had spent the last 24 hours sending out her rats to search. It looked like she had finally found another way in. Kim Jae-hyun activated his absolute one's eye to keep full watch over the situation. That was when something unexpected caught his eye. The system displayed a level 7 tame giant rat. At once, Kim the 1100th tensed up. He understood what it meant. Seo Ye-jin had evolved. Still stunned, Kim Jae-hyun wondered if this came from the new bond formed after Ye-jin was officially registered as his retainer. He also noticed something trailing the rat, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't tell what it was. Then he spotted something worse. A pack of zombies. Levels 9, 11, and 13, closing in right behind it. A chill ran through him as he watched it all through his skill. The rat shot forward, trying to outrun the zombies chasing it non-stop. But then in a sudden twist, the rat stopped. It turned on the zombies and bared its teeth, growling like it had no fear at all. The zombies boxed it in from every side, cutting off escape. Even so, the rat didn't back down. Watching from afar, Jaeon thought the rat was about to die for nothing. and considered triggering a gas explosion to wipe out the zombies with it. Even with the danger closing in, the rat only crouched lower and got more aggressive. Then it burst forward. Even surrounded, the rat slipped past every attack, weaving through the zombies with shocking speed. Jaehyun was genuinely impressed. Once it broke free, the rat jumped ahead and kept running. It got out without a single wound and sprinted for the exit. With only a little distance left, it made one last leap and shot outside, where something was already waiting. The creature stared at the rat, fangs exposed, and let out a low growl. It was ready to strike. The rat froze on the spot, crushed by fear under the predator's presence. Jaehyun was stunned. The level 23 land shark lunged in the next instant, opened its jaws and swallowed the rat in one bite. The protagonist could only stare, shaken by what he had just seen. He wondered what that monster was, but then something hit him even harder. He recognized the place, Nampo Station. It was only a few kilometers from his home. That meant monsters that deadly could be roaming near the place where his family lived, and his anxiety only grew. Forcing himself to stay calm, he admitted he had to move fast. He couldn't afford to waste time anymore. The focus shifted to Dobbin, crouched over a few boxes as she sorted them. She looked worn out, but also relieved to finally be done. Then someone called out to her, the one in charge of that work. She turned and saw Jaehyun, who thanked her for her help. Dobbin gave a small smile and said it didn't feel hard, especially since she was getting paid. Then she asked what the problem was this time. Memsi looked away, uneasy, trying to figure out how to explain the situation. The second she noticed his hesitation, Dabin grew worried and told him to just say it. Keeping his voice steady, Jaehyun said he wanted to borrow Yubi's help for a few days, and hoped Dabin could manage things while he was gone. Caught off guard, Dabin forced a smile and asked a little nervously if that meant she'd be handling everything by herself. He said it would only be for 2 days. Even so, she knew that meant a lot more work and pressure. Eyeing him suspiciously, she asked if she'd get extra pay for all the overtime she'd have to do as acting lead. Jaehyun smiled a little and promised to pay double for the overtime. The second she heard that, Dabin lit up. All her energy came rushing back. Elsewhere, a thick green mist from the system wrapped around Yo's body. Then the scene moved to the group gathered around a table, all focused on Jaehyun as he began the mission briefing. The protagonist explained that after the giant Cyclops attack, passing through Samyeon Station had become much harder. He said it would be a waste to give up on the subway line completely. Then Yujin explained that the section from Samyeon Station to Byeomnagol and on through Do-Koryong Station was still intact. She said there were no monsters on that stretch, so it was safe enough to cross. Then she placed a paper on the table showing the mission's first goal: secure the route to Byeomnagol Station. The man with glasses, looking uneasy, thought flying over the damaged area might be the best option. Then Duok-Soo suddenly cut in, not with anything useful, but just to praise Yejin's map drawing skills. Jaehyun quickly steered things back and repeated Yejin's point, then pointed to one spot on the map and warned them to be extra careful before reaching the station. He explained that around 500 orcs were active near a large supermarket complex. At that, Dongjin quickly asked if they'd have to fight the orcs head-on. Yejin made it clear that wasn't the plan. They only had to reach Byeomnagol Station and use the underground line. She said she'd found a path with no orcs, just a few weaker monsters they would need to clear. Quietly, Jaehyun thought back to how much he had invested before this mission, so that almost everyone in the group had reached at least level 30, except Fatty and Hee-Ren, who were still a little short. He figured that was plenty to deal with goblins. Jaehyun said reaching Goryeo Station shouldn't be too hard. The real problem was Busan Station. The second he brought up Busan, Deoksu freaked out and thought there might be another giant monster there. Yejin quickly said that wasn't it. The real issue was the rail line between Goryeo and Busan. She explained that stretch was packed with a massive group of zombies, and without a skill that could wipe monsters out in a cramped area, going through there would be extremely dangerous. That revelation left everyone shocked, especially Hee-Ren. Trying to steady herself, she finally spoke up. Hands shaking, Hee-Ren told Yejin that her ability might actually help. A little later, the system announced that her poisonous mist had hit its 100,000 weight limit. Seeing that, Hee-Ren felt frustrated that she'd already reached her cap. She opened the door to the room where Jaehyun and Yejin were waiting. Both of them praised her right away and told her she had done an amazing job. Imsi asked if she was all right. Hee-Ren said she was. At first, she felt totally spent, but some kind of strength had carried her through, and now she felt okay. What she didn't know was that the extra strength came from Jaehyun secretly raising his retainer management level. The upgrade had cost a lot, but he knew it was worth it since it brought him billions back. Still unsure, Hee-Ren asked if it was really okay for her not to go along. The protagonist assured her that staying put and producing poisonous mist was already enough for the mission. With everything ready, MC activated Supreme Recluse's eyes and gave the order to begin. Right away, his skills showed the huge zombie swarm exactly where they expected. Then something grabbed the zombies' attention. They all turned at once toward it. It was a level 3 rat sprinting straight at them. For a split second, the zombies froze when they noticed what was coming. Sticking to the plan, Jaehyun opened his inventory. A thick green poison mist poured out and spread fast over the undead horde. At the same time, the rat shot forward, slipping through the crowd and racing past the zombies. Hee-Ren's poison mist works by paralyzing muscles, including the diaphragm, until the target suffocates. But these enemies were zombies. They were already dead and didn't need to breathe. Jaehyun had expected that problem, so he prepared a backup plan. He had already told Yejin to step in when the time came. Among the zombies, several rats were waiting for her signal. The moment she gave the order, one rat leaped at a fallen zombie. In the reflection of the zombie's open eye, the system caught the exact second the rat bared its teeth and bit into it hard. Right then a system message appeared. A level 11 zombie had been killed. Along with the experience, 120,085 won was sent straight to the digital wallet. Then the flow broke when Yejin called out to Jaehyun in alarm. She said something was wrong with the rats. At the same time, the system showed a worrying alert. One rat had reached level 9. That instantly made Jaehyun tense up. He understood the danger at once. If that rat touched zombie blood, it could get infected and turn into one of them. Worse, Yejin herself might have been exposed through a bite or scratch during the fight. He quickly asked if the rats were still following her orders. Yejin said yes, but they had clearly become more aggressive. The protagonist let out a quiet breath, relieved things were still under control for now. Then his thoughts moved ahead. If they could safely reach Jagalki Station, he might finally reunite with his family. But that thought was cut off by a new system alert. An unauthorized person was trying to enter the shelter through the main gate. Jaehyun stared at the message, confused and alarmed. Before he could react, another notice appeared. The system said 157 people qualified for citizenship and asked if he wanted to approve it. Trusting his instincts, MC accepted. Another message popped up right away. The shelter had now reached 3,000 residents. Because of that, a new ability unlocked. Economic Activity Subsidy. Jaehyun frowned for a moment, unsure what that would mean. Then he started to smile. This could actually help them. The system explained that citizens would now receive salaries based on their title or position. That pay would come separately from the chief's wallet and depend only on each person's role. Reading that, he realized this was the perfect time to give official titles to Daben and the whole public facilities team. A weekly salary of 700,001 won matched a daily wage of 100,011, which made the math easy. Tapping the screen, he realized there was no need to keep paying people by hand, especially since doing that before meant losing tax benefits. At this rate, he knew the public facilities department had to grow fast. The system subsidy was basically free resources for the shelter, and it wasn't small money either. Even paying 100,011 won per worker added up fast. 300 workers would already cost 30,011,011 a day. If every post from regular worker to general manager got filled, the total could climb to 50,011,011 a day. Jaehyun saw the bigger picture. As that money moved through the shelter, his tax collection skill would bring in more income, and much of the money would come right back when citizens spent it at his store. That made one thing clear: giving titles to as many citizens as possible might be the best long-term move. He just wasn't sure which jobs to assign beyond facility management. Then another idea came to him. Maintenance, cleaning, and security seemed like smart places to begin. So first he promoted Daben to general manager. He remembered she had already taken in Fatih and Hiran for the team, though he couldn't recall the rest. Then something else caught Jaehyun's eye. The system showed that Daben had reached 100 loyalty points, which officially made her a retainer. That made the protagonist realize something important. Once a citizen hits 100 loyalty, they automatically become a retainer. Then he wondered if every retainer gains a new skill at that moment. Curious, MC moved to check what skill Daben had received, but before he could open it, something unexpected stopped him. Hiran had fallen completely asleep on the sofa, even drooling a little. Seeing that, Seo Yejin hesitated and asked if they should wake her. Jaehyun said no, they should let her rest. She had done her part and had to be exhausted. He smiled faintly, knowing that even if she acted fine, she had clearly pushed herself to the limit. She deserved the break. Using invisible hand, he gently lifted her and carried her to a bed in one of the rooms so she could sleep properly. Back in the living room, he and Seo Yejin quietly agreed that Hiran had probably been through a lot. Jaehyun then asked Seo Yejin how she was holding up. She calmly said she was fine and that nothing was hard for her. Now that they had reached the tracks near the station, the protagonist nodded and told her to keep it up. With a smile, she told him to leave it to her. But right after that, her expression shifted. MC noticed immediately and asked what was wrong. She hesitated, then said that suddenly the connection had stopped working. Caught off guard, Jaehyun asked what she meant, and she told him to wait. Closing her eyes, she tried to reconnect to the link, but it didn't work. Then she said it was probably because of the distance, they were simply too far now. Jaehyun asked if the link had worked normally before. Seo Yejin explained that if it was set up in advance, it could stretch a little past the normal limit, but now its range only reached as far as the central station. She asked what they should do next. He didn't answer right away and sank into thought. Something always went wrong at the worst time, and beyond that station was the house where his family should be. He had planned to scout it first with one of Yejin's rats. Tightening his fist, the protagonist muttered that this was a problem. Even so, he told Seo Yejin to try reconnecting from the central station however she could. She agreed and said she'd do everything she could. She closed her eyes and focused again, trying to restore the link. With the image of zombie rats still moving through the station in his Supreme Recluse's eyes, Jaehyun reminded himself they had to try every option. Until then, all he could do was hope his family was still safe. The system marked everyone's position. Jaehyun's rats moved ahead to scout, while Donghyun's group followed at a safer distance. The view then shifted to the station, where Donghyun's group had just arrived. They stopped cold, stunned by what was in front of them. The station was wrecked. Buildings were smashed to rubble, and giant footprints were stamped deep into the ground. Jaehyun, the man with glasses, stared in shock and muttered that it was unbelievable. The archer snapped him out of it and told him to scout right away. He obeyed and sent his raven, Blackie, up over the area. After checking through the bird's eyes, he said there didn't seem to be any monsters nearby. Kang Deok-soo added that the station looked clear of goblins too, and with the huge rock slide from earlier, getting through should be easier. Jaehyun agreed, saying no normal person or creature would want to come near a place this ruined. With clear worry, the healer pointed out that night was coming fast and they needed a safe place to stay till morning. The archer told her not to worry. From what she knew, goblins were less active at night and usually hid or slept after dark. Donghyun fell silent for a moment, thinking hard. Then he spoke, saying they should keep going. If something truly dangerous showed up, Jaehyun could probably summon them back right away. Just then, one of Yejin's rats ran up and made tiny motions like it was trying to lead them somewhere. The team stopped at once, recognizing it as one of Yejin's trained rats. Taking that as their cue, they followed it without hesitation. Quietly, they moved after the rat as it ran ahead, leading them through the silent ruins. As they moved on, someone said the station ahead looked more like a shallow lake now. Jaehyun wondered if the giant had caused it. The archer said that was likely. When the buildings collapsed, the ground must have sunk and filled with water. As they walked by the water's edge, something stirred below the surface. A large shape slowly rose in front of them. Jaehyun and Kang Deok-soo both sensed right away that something was off. The ripples were moving in a way normal water shouldn't. The others asked what was wrong, and Jaehyun said he had heard something that didn't belong there. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the darkness. Then he pointed ahead and said there was someone up there. At first the figure looked human, and they wondered if it was a woman. But then they noticed something behind her, a tail. The creature stared at them, opened its mouth wide, and let out a piercing scream. In instant panic, the healer yelled for everyone to cover their ears. Even though it looked like a woman, it wasn't. The thing in front of them was a siren. Everyone threw their hands over their ears, trying to block out the siren's skull-rattling scream. Kang Deok-soo started to wear down fast, his arms shaking as he struggled to keep his ears covered. At the same time, Oh-Achianush looked around in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Kang Deok-soo then realized in horror that his body was moving on its own, like someone else had taken control of it. A moment later, he and Oh-ju were dragged toward the lake as if an invisible force had hooked them. The pull was so strong they couldn't stop themselves. When Jaehyun hit the ground and touched the cold water, she instantly understood the danger. Seeing Deok-soo being pulled in so fast, she knew he was in real trouble. Then sharp fangs burst from the water and snapped at her feet, kicking her instincts into overdrive. She tried to swim up right away, but the monsters clamped onto her legs with brutal force, dragging her back under. Above the surface, Dongjoon and the others were still barely enduring the siren's scream. They looked ready to collapse, but kept holding on. In the middle of the chaos, the healer shut her eyes and focused with everything she had left. Then she cast magical armor over the group, covering them in a protective shield. With the barrier up, Dongjoon felt the difference right away. He said the siren's scream wasn't affecting him as much now. The man with glasses, gasping for breath, asked what kind of power the healer had. Barely standing, she begged them to hurry and save Deok-soo and Yeonju before it was too late. But right after that, something moved in the water and caught her eye. A blue creature rose from beneath the surface of the lake. Seeing it, the others stared and muttered, "What are those bastards?" No one got an answer before the creatures attacked. They came in fast and vicious. Realizing the fight had started, Dongjoon shouted for everyone to get ready. He warned them the monsters were almost on top of them. Without slowing down, the creatures launched themselves straight at the group. Dongjoon grabbed his steel rod with both hands and braced for the hit. He smashed into the incoming attack with enough force to shake the air. As the creature tried to recover, an arrow struck it and dropped it for good, but only one went down. More monsters kept coming. The female archer, clearly annoyed, cursed under her breath at the endless swarm. More of the monsters broke the surface, closing in around the group from every side. Growing more desperate, Donghyun said they couldn't lose any more time. They had to save Deok-soo and Yeonju now. Then something on the far side of the lake caught the creature's attention. It was the werebear woman, rising from the water with Deok-soo in her arms. As she surfaced, Deok-soo gasped and coughed up water, saying he really thought he was dead. The group lit up with relief when they saw he had made it back alive. Deok-soo then turned to Yeonju and sincerely thanked her for saving him. But the reunion didn't last. The creatures attacked again right away, giving the team no time to breathe. Deok-soo instantly activated his magical armor, covering himself in protective energy. As the monsters rushed in, he yelled that they would hold the line and fight to the end. The werebear woman planted her feet and readied herself. When one creature lunged, she drove a heavy punch straight into its face, sending it flying back. It slammed hard into a thick wooden pillar, cracking it from the impact. A goblin body had been tied to that pillar and left hanging there. At once, both Dongjoon and Deok-soo yelled for everyone to get back. The group jumped away just before the spot where they stood was struck. Bongho quickly asked Dongjoon if he was all right. Dongjun said he was, then asked what had just happened. When Dae-ok-soo saw the wreckage clearly, he froze. He couldn't even speak. The broken pillar had dropped, and the goblin corpse was still tied to it. As everyone stared, the man with glasses told them to look up. When they did, they were horrified. There were goblins hanging high above, tied up in the shape of a giant cross. Dongjun said they had been so focused on the danger below that they never checked above them. Then a terrifying thought hit him. These bastards don't care if it's a victim, a monster, or a human. At that moment, the female archer's bow slipped from her hand. She started trembling and couldn't say a word. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. In stunned silence, she wondered if that man could really be her father. Suddenly, one of the creatures charged. Dongjun watched in horror as it rushed straight at the frozen archer, who still hadn't noticed the incoming attack. He screamed her name, and at that very moment, a gunshot rang through the air. The bullet hit the creature mid-air, dropping it to the ground. Dongjun held the gun, then quickly asked the archer if she was okay. Dongjun praised his fast reaction, but then noticed something was very wrong. The archer had dropped to her knees, shaking, her face blank and broken. Then the man with glasses rushed over and called out to Dongjun. He said he might have found a way out of this, through Blackie. He'd seen the area from above and learned something important. The painful sound tormenting them was also controlling the creatures. Dongjun was stunned by that news. The man with glasses added that he still couldn't understand what the siren was saying, but he had noticed one thing. Whenever she opened her mouth, the fish-faced creatures started moving. He said that if they could somehow stop the sound, the creatures would probably lose control and scatter without their leader. Even in that grim situation, Dongjun agreed it was worth a shot. Still, he worried the monsters wouldn't give them time to pull it off. To make sure, Dae-ok-soo asked if the whole plan was just to stop the noise. Dongjun answered with a serious nod. Then Dae-ok-soo stepped up and said he'd take that thing down himself. He already had a plan. At the same time, the siren opened her mouth again and sent out that awful sound. Like trained troops, the creatures reacted at once and prepared to attack together. Dongjun saw their formation shift, and the man with glasses guessed they'd figured out the group wanted to silence the siren. Dongjun looked at Dae-ok-soo and asked if he could really do it. Dae-ok-soo answered without hesitation. Just trust him and open a path. He'd handle the rest alone. Healer quickly said she'd stay back and protect the others. With that, the group rushed in without holding back. Everyone focused on making one opening for Dae-ok-soo, striking the enemies hard and dropping them one after another. Dongjun paused for a second, glanced back at Dae-ok-soo and yelled that now was the time. Dae-ok-soo fixed on the target, braced himself and tightened his grip on the halberd. Then he hurled it down the corridor with all his strength, sending it straight at the siren. The weapon flew fast, but the siren moved in time and dodged easily. The halberd missed and flew right past her. The group went silent, watching their hard-earned chance disappear in an instant. But Dae-ok-soo didn't panic at all. The siren broke into wild laughter, and her ugly creatures joined in, mocking his miss. Dae-ok-soo only smiled. Calmly, he asked Dongjun if he'd forgotten something. Dongjun stared at him, confused and annoyed, until it suddenly clicked. With a smug tone, Dae-ok-soo asked, "What's the best way to deal with a fish?" As he said it, he raised a hand and called his halberd back. The weapon obeyed, slicing through the siren's back on the return and ending her laughter for good. Right then, the system announced that a level 33 siren had been killed and experience points were awarded. The halberd flew back into Dae-ok-soo's hand and everyone stared at the siren's corpse. The fish-faced creatures grew confused, clearly helpless without their leader, and soon retreated into the lake. Their sudden retreat washed the group with relief. One major threat was gone. Dongjun immediately went to the archer and gently asked if she was okay. She was still shaking and couldn't settle down. Worried, Healer asked Dongjun what they should do now. Dongjun considered going to find Jae-hyun. Then the archer spoke up in a trembling voice and revealed that one of the bodies hanging above was her father. Dongjun froze. He turned away, unable to believe his father-in-law was one of those battered victims. The archer was crushed by grief and burst into uncontrollable sobs, mourning her father. Beside her, Dongjun dropped to his knees in shock. Everyone around them felt her pain, and hanging there on a cross was her father's broken body, a sight that hit them all hard. At that moment, the system opened a reconstruction mission for the archer. The reward: bring her father back to life. But there was a catch. It could only happen inside the absolute domain. In a panic, Jae-hyun rapidly tapped the system window trying to complete the reconstruction. Hyarjin was stunned to see him that desperate. Then MC suddenly stopped and began thinking it through. He remembered the trust everyone had placed in him. If things had truly become life or death, he believed he would have been called right away. So he tried to tell himself there wasn't real danger yet, and maybe there was nothing else he could do. Even so, one question kept bothering him. Was that really true? Being dragged underwater by armed fishmen was obviously dangerous. Jaewon couldn't stop worrying about his family and wanted to see them again as soon as possible, but he knew he wasn't the only one with people to protect. The others had loved ones too. Yet he tried not to think about that and told himself his own family had to come first before anyone else. With shaking hands, he finally picked an option on the system screen. A new mission was made for the group. Build a tomb within 1 hour. The reward was only a little experience, and there was no penalty. When the archer read it, she looked even more broken, crushed by grief and hopelessness. From far away, Jae-hyun watched in silence through his supreme eye, filled with regret. In the end, the tomb was finished. The group stood before it in silence, heavy with sadness. Dongdang gently asked the archer if she was really okay with this. She answered firmly that this was what her father would have wanted. She said he had always been obsessed with his job and kept talking about wanting to be buried near the railway tracks when he died. Holding the metal plate with her father's name on it, she remembered thinking that wish sounded silly when she was little. Now she had granted it. He was resting where he'd always wanted to be, and the plate marked the spot. Watching from a distance, Jaehyun had a dark thought. Maybe one day this same pain could be his. Because of that fear, he made up his mind to protect them no matter what. Looking at the system again, he realized something. If he wanted that, he would need stronger people beside him. So he decided the most important person now was, but the scene changed before that thought could finish. Elsewhere, a goblin was struck by a man with water powers. At that moment, the system announced that citizen Jun Hyuk's loyalty had passed 30, making him eligible to become a vassal. A second message confirmed the registration right away. Then a woman behind him pointed out that his body was glowing. He looked down at his hands in shock and became deeply curious about what was happening. The system then said he had reached level 40 and gained the titles 12th, Bell Knight, and Mage. His trust was now 59, loyalty 51, and his awakened skills were tied to water. Another mission appeared. Mage power increased by 100%. One new skill, Water Bomb, A rank, let him create superheated compressed water that exploded based on the mana used. His other skill, Water Control, S rank, let him freely move water with mental power. The mission was to use these skills within 10 minutes. The reward was increased mental strength, and failure meant mental exhaustion. Standing there, Jun Hyuk was stunned by the message in front of him. As he read it, someone nearby asked if he was okay, but he only asked for a moment. A smile slowly spread across his face as he figured out the mission. There were plenty of enemies around to test his new powers on. Without waiting, water began gathering around him as he started the challenge. A huge sphere of water formed in front of everyone, leaving the goblins shocked and wide open. With confidence, Jun Hyuk gave the command, Water Bomb. He launched it straight into the goblins, and the blast left a crater behind every one of them dead. Then he raised his hand again, using water control. With sharp focus, he lifted drops of water into the air. Two men watching quietly were left stunned by what happened next. The one in the black coat asked in disbelief if Jun Hyuk was really doing all that, and the other said yes, it was all his power. Smiling, Juno Hork let the tiny drops fall like soft rain, still fully under his control. Then he suddenly dropped to his knees, raised his arms, and began thanking the kindness he had just been shown. The two men grew even more confused and wondered if he was losing his mind. Right then, the system announced that his trust and loyalty had both risen. The mission was complete, and 70,251 won had been spent. Seeing this, Johor was completely shocked. He never expected an S-rank skill to awaken like that. With this, Johor became the second person after Johor to gain an S-rank skill. He was stunned. Johor had started with a B-rank water skill, and he never thought it could grow this much. He wondered if Johor's level was the reason for that huge jump. Looking at the system window, he admitted he hadn't expected this, but he was pleased with the result. He remembered how the old B-rank version used mental energy to shape water however he wanted. Now he started thinking about how to use that in his bigger plan. On his mental board, he decided Johor's team didn't need another member. That group was already balanced, so Jen kept thinking about his next move. He kept watching the screen when a new notice popped up, a goblin hunt. Level 6 goblins were dropping one after another, and both money and experience kept going up. That message shocked the protagonist. It was already late, but people were still out hunting. Then another alert appeared. Return to home had reached level 20, giving him 3 skill points and a new ability. Jaehyun panicked as he read the update. The system also said his territory was expanding. The moment it did, a crushing pain shot through his entire body. He screamed from the force of it. Yaechun could only stare in fear, not knowing how to help. The pain kept getting worse, and the territory still wouldn't stop expanding. Through blurred vision, Johor barely saw Yejin, asking if he was okay. This pain was worse than anything he had ever felt, like giant needles were tearing him apart from the inside. Yejin kept talking, begging him to breathe and asking what she could do, shaken and desperate to ease his pain. MC forced his eyes open, still dizzy and barely thinking straight. Through the blur, he noticed Yejin leaning way too close, clearly about to do something. With a strained voice, he asked what she was doing. Flustered, Yeo Jin quickly pulled back and started apologizing. She explained she thought he had stopped breathing and was about to give CPR, but Jaehyun cut her off and told her he was fine. Behind him, Kami was crying in worry. He gently patted Kami and softly said everything would be okay. Still trying to recover, he activated Supreme Eyes. Using that power, he checked the expansion and was stunned by the scale. The territory had spread west and north, covering streets across a full 1-kilometer area around the complex. Lying there, he finally understood why the pain had been so intense. The territory had reached its largest size yet. Then Juno Hork looked back at the system. No matter how drained he was, this wasn't the time to rest. The system showed that he had earned 3 skill points for hitting level 20. He already knew where they would go. He picked the skill he thought mattered most right now. Supreme Recluse's Eyes. As soon as he chose it, the system said Supreme Eyes had reached level 4. A new notice followed, saying a multi-vision function had been added. With it, Jaehyun's sight widened fast, like he was looking at several CTV screens at once, each with a different angle. But he soon realized it put a heavy strain on his mind, and 3 views were his limit. He checked again and saw 2 skill points left, so he used them on preservation of dignity. Soon the system said the skill had reached level 5, and unlocked a new feature called Mystic Draw. He also received 300 crystals, which completely caught him off guard. A follow-up message explained that the 300 crystals came from Mystic Draw. Jaehyun saw no reason to turn down a free reward, so he accepted it. The instant he did, a bright magic circle appeared under him. Its light was so strong that Yejin, Kakami, and even Jaehyun had to shield their eyes. After a moment, the circle faded, but a dense glow stayed in the air. From that light, an object began to form. It was a ring. The system said it was a communication ring that could send the protagonist's voice straight to his vassals. Still not sure how useful it would be, MC put the ring on. As he thought it over, he realized that sending his voice directly would be perfect for Dabin. Then he remembered Dabin was already registered as one of his vassals. He opened the vassal management screen, which listed Dabin as level 25, holder of the title 11th Servant, with 77 trust, 100 loyalty, and a newly awakened skill, telepathy. Jaehyun was stunned. For someone handling communication, telepathy was about as perfect as it gets. Then through multivision, he saw a problem. 50 people were packed into one housing unit to sleep, and Dabin was trying to calm them by saying it was only temporary. But the group answered with anger. One furious man shouted that they had passed plenty of empty houses and demanded to know what excuse she was making. Others stepped up too, saying at least the children should be allowed to sleep in comfort, and that some empty rooms should be opened. As things spiraled, Dabin hurried to apologize and explain that current policy didn't allow it. Jaehyun watched the whole scene silently through Supreme eyes. Then the system announced a new skill, Supreme Recluse's Door. It let the protagonist connect to and control every door inside his territory. Back in the unit, while Dabin struggled to calm everyone down, a door suddenly opened by itself. One of the men frowned and snapped, asking who had the nerve to barge in during an emergency. He said people should be helping each other, not making things worse. Then he demanded to know why they were fighting over such a simple request. At that moment, Jaehyun walked through the door, shocking Dabin. He faced the man and said flatly that if he didn't like the house rules, he could leave the house right now. Stunned, the man asked him to say that again. MC didn't repeat himself. He threw the man out on the spot. After that, the room went quiet, and the others started whispering among themselves. Jaehyun looked over the group and asked if anyone else had complaints. In a cold voice, he announced that from now on, that entire unit would lose electricity, water, and gas. A young woman, alarmed, asked if he was serious. He said that was exactly what he wanted to ask them. He pointed out that they had shown up right after the giant fell. He asked if they came here because they believed this place could provide for them, just like so many others who arrived every day expecting the same thing. His words left them silent, but he kept going. If he gave in, 3 things would happen. First, the empty rooms would run out, and people who truly needed shelter later would have nowhere to go. Second, the residents already living there and following the rules would feel betrayed. Third, once he accepted one demand, the request would never stop. Without softening it, Jae-hyun told them the rights and welfare they expected did not exist here. He reminded them that the South Korean government had already collapsed and he was not there to represent anyone's hopes or ideals. Maybe some of them would call him a tyrant. Even so, he warned that this world had become too cruel for talk about rights and welfare unless people were ready to earn and defend them. He explained that the earlier survivors were already living under harsh conditions, taking turns just to get some sleep. And even in the middle of all that, they were still protecting the children and the weakest people, choosing to survive together as a community. Then Jaehyun gave a final order. They were to go back at once to the place assigned to them. He warned that if they still refused, they'd lose even more than they already had. Hearing that, the group quickly backed off. Dabin felt a rush of relief, then quietly thanked Jaehyun for stepping in. But he told her not to. If anything, he said, he should be thanking her. That answer caught Dabin off guard, and she tried to figure out what he meant. Then the protagonist said she might be able to do something like what he just did. He asked if she knew about telepathy, then told her to picture someone she wanted to reach and speak to them in her mind. Dabin shut her eyes and focused. A faint aura soon wrapped around her, and Jaehyun, pleased, said she needed to learn this skill's exact rules and limits. The best way, he said, was to keep practicing. Just then, someone raised a shaky hand and called for MC. He and Dabin turned to a nervous man standing there with his head down. Jaehyun asked if he still had something to say. The man, upset but determined, admitted he was being bold, but asked if he could forgive the friend who'd been thrown out earlier. The protagonist asked why he should. The man said Yoon-sik was only saying what everyone else was thinking, so it didn't feel right for him alone to be punished. He bowed and said he'd take any punishment himself, but begged Jaehyun to spare Yoon-sik. MC quietly considered bringing Sung Yoon-sik back, knowing it wasn't right to ruin someone's life just to warn the others. Once he made up his mind, he opened the system and saw the man was still by the door. He asked his name, and the man said he was Kyung-hoon. Then the protagonist told him Yoon-sik would get his citizenship back. Kyung-hoon was stunned when he added that water and electricity would return too, just not the gas. Before he could answer, Jae-hyun said this was only because he respected the man's courage, and there would not be a second chance. As soon as the system confirmed Yoon-sik's citizenship was restored, Cheung-han rushed back, clearly relieved. A moment later, another message said Cheung-han's trust in MC had gone up. He briefly thought about turning the gas back on too, but he knew that would weaken the punishment. Then Tabeen said he seemed kinder than he acted. Jae-hyun asked if that was really a compliment, and she smiled and said yes. He thanked her, but she teased him for getting embarrassed. The protagonist changed the subject and asked her to inspect the facilities in 3 buildings, saying he wanted one in each of the 25 buildings. Daebin was stunned by the scale. She quickly asked how many people he had right now. Jae-hyun said that if they could grow to 100 members, he could place 4 people in charge of each building. Daebin's eyes lit up. She said she'd pay 100,000 won a day per person, and promised that at that size, things would run smoothly. Then someone walked up behind them. MC and Daebin turned and asked if he was new here. The man said yes, then asked whether he needed a medical team on site. He introduced himself as Sung Min, an associate professor of nephrology at Busan Park Hospital. After hearing that, Jae-hyun said he'd let the medical team go for now because he thought higher-ranked people should be treated first. Then he asked Daebin what she thought about giving them a room and turning it into a hospital. She said it sounded good. The protagonist added that if they searched carefully, they could probably gather plenty of nurses too. He said organizing and running the medical team would be her job. Daebin, clearly excited, promised she could handle it. After that, Jae-hyun opened the door and went back to where Yejin was waiting. She asked if he'd taken care of the problem, and he smiled and said yes. Right away, he activated Eyes of the Absolute. When Yejin spotted Dongjin's group, she asked if they'd already left. MC quickly saw they were heading for Jigalki Station and weren't in trouble yet. Then he opened the system again to finish what he'd started. Just as he expected, the last place he could invest skill points was the Absolute Warehouse. The system announced the skill had reached level 2, raising its capacity to 200 kilograms and unlocking a new feature, State Preservation. The description said it would keep an item's exact motion and condition from the instant it was stored. Since the capacity had doubled, Jae-hyun knew he could use the warehouse far more freely. His mind jumped to what this new feature could really do, and he quickly realized it could be incredibly powerful. Wanting to test it, he opened the store and bought an SW revolver and 100 rounds of 38 ammo, which appeared in front of him. If the gun's firing motion stayed preserved, then when he summoned it again, the action should continue right where it stopped. Holding the revolver, he stretched out his arm and told Yojin to cover her ears. She looked at him in alarm, getting even more uneasy when she saw the gun in his hand. Yojin told her it'd be over fast, then put his finger on the trigger and gave the order. Store in the warehouse. Right after that, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out hard through the room, but almost at once the system confirmed the storage had worked perfectly. Excited, Jae-hyun stepped onto the balcony, already testing the idea in his head, while Yejin stood there frozen in shock. He raised a hand, focused, and gave the command, summon. Bullets suddenly poured from the storage window at incredible speed. Jae-hyun watched, impressed, as his idea worked exactly the way he'd hoped. This was the perfect way to help Donggan's group at Jigalki Station. Goblins were struck one after another by the bullets, dropping fast. The rest turned and fled in terror, finally leaving Donggan's group alone. With new confidence, Dongjan declared that they'd finally reached Jigalki Station. From the other side, Jae-hyun tried speaking to them, asking if they could hear him. Dongjan was startled to hear his voice so clearly. Seeing that reaction, he realized the whole group could hear him just fine. So he told them they'd communicate that way from now on and directed everyone to exit number 2. When they got there, Dongjan looked around carefully. He scanned the area and saw it was completely destroyed. Watching from afar, Jae-hyun thought about how they were now entering the unknown, where danger could be hiding anywhere. At the same time, Yejin still couldn't reconnect with the rats at the central hub. Without that link, the group had to move forward blind with no idea what was waiting ahead. In that uneasy silence, Dongjan finally asked what everyone was thinking. Where do we go now? The protagonist calmly gave directions, telling them to head to the large road on the left. If they followed it for about a kilometer, they should get closer to the target. Then something suddenly appeared and it caught Dongjan's eye at once. The creature's shining eyes made it clear the group was panicking. They scrambled away, trying to escape the beast's snapping fangs. Discouraged, Dongjan remembered how hard the fishman fight had been and how barely they had escaped alive. Now another massive threat stood before him, a giant shark. It opened its jaws wide, showing rows of sharp teeth ready to rip them apart. Dongjan moved on instinct, snatching up a heavy iron bar to block the incoming attack. The man with glasses raised his weapon and fired a burst at the shark, the shot slamming into its body and throwing it off. Dongjan used that opening to rush in and smash the shark's fin with a powerful blow. At the same time, the warbear woman jumped into the fight with wild force and slammed down on the monster's head, dealing a brutal wound. Almost right away, the system announced that a level 24 shark had been killed. They gained experience and money as a reward. After that, Dongyan signaled to the man with glasses. She focused and linked her mind to her raven, Blackie, getting a wide view from above. The man with glasses froze at what he saw through that shared sight. Without wasting a second, he warned the others that the whole area seemed packed with fish. At that tense moment, another figure appeared and the entire group faced an overwhelming presence. At nearly the same time, Deoksu looked up. He caught movement overhead. It wasn't just one creature, it was countless blue figures. Countless swordfish-like monsters rushed down from the sky. The group braced for another fight right away. As they closed in, Dongjian called for Deoksu. Deoksu lifted his halberd, poured power into it, and his armor flashed to life. The instant he struck, the hit landed clean. A system message popped up. One sky blue marlin was killed, and they got more XP in cash. Without stopping, the archer fired a rapid stream of arrows, cutting down the marlins still circling above. She shouted that nobody was moving until every last one of them was dead. Then something else caught her eye. It was the healer. Even though she fired straight at a sky blue marlin, the huge thing kept coming at her. Soon she ran out of ammo, and it only got closer. Right then, the system announced a storage summon. Bullets appeared at once and slammed into the monster with perfect aim. The system reported a level 17 sky blue marlin kill plus XP and 231,733 won deposited. Reading that, Jaehyun got annoyed when he fired the gun himself. The payout was always lower, so he called out to Seyeon. He told her to forget the rats for now and shoot instead. He shoved the gun into her hands, but she hesitated and nervously asked where to aim. As she stood up, Jaehyun calmly told her anywhere would work. Seyeon gathered her nerve and fired for the first time, and the system instantly logged the deposit. MC used that moment and ordered that the bullets she fired be sent straight into the fight. The moment he gave the command, system windows opened like gates, sending her bullets into battle. Another level 17 sky blue marlin went down, bringing more XP and money. In the middle of it all, Seyeon urgently told Jaehyun to move, reload fast, and keep the attack going. He realized their efficiency had now gone up for the 6th time. He felt bad for Seyeon, who was clearly overwhelmed, but he knew they needed this. Just then, the door opened. Haeri, the poison girl, walked in. She stared at the chaos in surprise. Seeing Seyeon firing again and again, she asked what was going on and if this was even real. In the middle of the confusion, a huge creature lunged, but Dongyeon and the warbear barely dodged in time. It was a giant red crab. Shaken, Dongyeon blurted out if this was some kind of sick joke and asked how they were supposed to kill something like that. The crab raised its huge limbs and slammed down hard enough to shake the ground, but Dongyeon and the Jaehyun bear escaped the hit. The werebear kept her eyes locked on it. She roared for the healer and he instantly got it, raising his hand and covering her in bright energy. Boosted by it, she burst forward and grabbed onto the crab. Then she bit down hard, driving her fangs deep into its flesh. At the same time, Dongjian charged the monster with a long iron rod in both hands. At the perfect moment, he stopped and hurled it with all his strength, sending it straight into the crab's head. The warbear came around from behind it, without slowing down. She was still fully focused on bringing it down. She struck hard, then jumped back, but to her shock, it did nothing. The shell was so thick her attack hadn't left a mark. Byung-ho yelled for everyone to get back. He raised his weapon overhead, locked onto the crab, and opened fire, pouring bullets into its body. Even then, Dongjian could only complain about how absurdly tough it was. Frustrated, he asked what they were even supposed to do. For a moment, doubt hit him. Maybe they really couldn't win. Watching from a short distance, Jaehyun noticed the problem. This wasn't an enemy you beat with sharp attacks. It needed overwhelming force, something heavy like a hammer. Once he understood that, he started searching for anything that could hit that hard. Then he spotted a gem. He smiled. He'd found what he needed, and the system soon showed an item stored in the deposit. Using communication, Jaehyun told the warbear that when he gave the signal, she had to jump onto the crab's shell. Then the protagonist raised his hand and summoned a heavy barbell, which began appearing in front of him. In his head, he apologized to the kid it belonged to and promised to buy him a new one later. His plan was simple. First, he let the weight drop to build force, then stored it in the deposit. A second later, Jaehyun called the bar back out. It shot through a system window and smashed into the center of the crab's head. At the same time, he gave the signal and blood burst out as its head split open. The warbear instantly launched herself at the point of impact, claws ready. Driven by pure rage and focus, she rushed in and delivered the finishing blow, finally killing it. The system confirmed the giant crab, level 35, was hunted and gave them XP money. But even after that win, the road home was still packed with sea monsters, fish, crabs, and worse. They attacked non-stop, and Jaehyun knew that without his support, the group would have faced disaster again and again. He had to accept it. This area was too much, even for Donggan's team. Everyone was awakened and armed, yet they still struggled just to move 1 kilometer. Jaehyun finally admitted the chance his family was still alive was almost zero. The closer he got to home, the more afraid he became. Still, even if the odds were only 1%, he refused to give up hope. Using his skill, he checked the area and recognized a broken street. Just past the alley should be his home. Then something strange stood out, a tree. Through communication, he told everyone to stop at once. Jaehyun knew the city better than anyone. He grew up here and he knew what should and shouldn't be there. Looking closer, he realized there had never been a tree like that on the main road, and the city never would have left one standing there. So it could only have appeared after the world collapsed. Using his skill again, Jaehyun pointed it out to the group. He asked if they could see the huge tree ahead too. They said yes, and MC told them the truth. It wasn't a tree, it was a monster. He warned everyone to prepare for an attack. At that moment, a giant eye opened in the trunk. The thing woke up, and the ground around them seemed to tremble from its presence. The archer stood firm, eyes locked upward. She fired, and the shot pierced the trunk. But it didn't stop the monster. It kept rising, pulling itself up out of the ground. Facing that huge threat, Jaehyun focused and hurled an iron bar at the tree, striking it dead on. Even so, the giant creature endured and kept coming. Its toughness stunned Jaehyun, and he could hardly believe it. Meanwhile, Byung-ho teleported behind the tree and quickly raised his gun, firing a barrage that hit again and again. At the same time, the werebear charged in, forcing her way through the monster's attacks. Her claws ripped into the wood, tearing off bark and splinters. But the tree answered by unleashing a mass of trunks and roots that twisted toward her. The branches wrapped around her body, lifted her up, and pinned her in place. Jaehyun called, and the others cried out in horror. But the tree held tight, dangling her high above them like a trophy. Then it started forming spear-like branches and drove them toward the werebear. In despair, she cried out in pain. Right then, Byung-ho flashed in front of her and took her place. The werebear woman begged him to move, but he refused. He braced himself as the sharpened branch came straight at him. Then, out of nowhere, the monster stopped. Its branches drew back, sliding down into the ground. Jaehyun was just as shocked by the tree suddenly backing off. That strange pause made him wonder what had changed. Using his communication skill, he told Dongjin to pull Yeonju back while everyone else kept pressuring the monster. Dongjin hesitated, asking why only Yeonju had to retreat. Jaehyun didn't waver, so Dongjin passed the order on. As the group prepared to attack again, she followed the order and moved back. From farther away, the protagonist kept watching, testing the idea forming in his head about why the creature had withdrawn. Deoksu also got ready, making sure things were under control. Then the giant tree stirred again, everyone tensed for battle, confused about what it was doing. But instead of attacking, the monster slowly settled back where it had been. Watching closely, Jaehyun started to wonder if the tree simply didn't attack humans. Since Yeonju changed into her werebear form, the monster had only targeted her. That pattern was getting hard to ignore. Maybe the werebear form itself was what set it off. MC kept his eyes on it, when the huge tree suddenly rose again. From the side, a land shark charged at it with its jaws wide open. The branches shot out again and drove deep into the shark. That was all Jaehyun needed. The tree wasn't attacking humans. Once he understood that, he told the group to leave the creature alone and keep moving, since it wasn't hostile to them. Dongjin accepted the order. The group moved forward carefully until something made them stop. Dongjin quickly signaled Jaehyun, who silently hoped the tree's exact spot wouldn't be exposed. The group now stood in front of the giant tree. They wondered if they had come to the wrong place. With shaking hands, he checked again. There was no mistake. This was where his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother should have been. Anger surged through him. That monster had no place in a spot so precious to his family. He decided right away it had to be destroyed. His idea was simple. Pour gasoline around it and burn it down. Only ashes would satisfy him. Then he realized Dongjin's group could be called not just by him but by his vassals too, so they could start at once. Just then, a system message told him one of his blood relatives was nearby. A voice suddenly shouted, asking who was there. A bright light hit the group, making them cover their eyes. An old man stepped out and looked over each of them. Then 3 elderly people came out, putting Dongjin's party on alert. An irritable old man, an old woman, and a bald old man, all looking angry. They walked up to the tree, and the man in the cap checked its condition. Worried, he asked what they were supposed to do now. The elders noticed a hole punched through the tree and said it must have hurt. They asked Poppy if he was all right and worried the chief would be heartbroken when he saw this. At the same time, the party broke into a nervous sweat. They were the ones who had made that hole. The old man in the cap barked at them, asking if they did this. The party admitted it. He demanded to know why they would hurt Poppy when he hadn't harmed anyone. The group bowed and apologized together. Then someone called to the man in the cap and told him to look over there. He turned and saw another middle-aged man shouting that Poppy had helped them again. The old man stared, surprised, and asked if that was true. He walked over and found several middle-aged men cutting up the land shark Poppy had killed, chopping it apart with big knives. Seeing that, the man in the cap grumbled that his blood pressure was rising. Another elder complained the meat didn't taste that good, and the man in the cap snapped that this wasn't the time to whine about flavor. The other person said that wasn't the point. Meanwhile, the party watched in disbelief as these people casually butchered a land shark. As Jaehyun took it all in, everything finally started to make sense. A tree monster that didn't attack people, and a giant tree growing only where his home used to be. He remembered their house full of plants, flowers blooming by season in the yard, and fruit trees on the rooftop year-round. After his grandfather retired, they had even built a small rooftop farm, and its vegetables sometimes ended up on the dinner table. If this harmless tree and the giant one at his home were both someone's awakened power, and if that power was on the same level as his, only one person fit. He said what he was thinking. It had to be his grandfather. Then he asked if his grandfather had awakened. Relief washed over him, and he said how grateful he was, because he had believed his whole family was dead. Level 20 monsters roamed the ground, and flocks of high-level monsters filled the sky. He had kept wondering how anyone could live through that. Then he laughed. Seo Yijin noticed and asked what was going on. He just smiled and said it was nothing. He was only relieved everyone was safe. Then he focused on the group again. The elders praised the younger people for their hard work. As containers filled with land shark meat, the party helped break the monster down. Dongjian asked if they had enough, and a middle-aged man warmly said it was more than enough. Just then, Jae-hun used the ring of communication to call Dongjian. Dongjian answered right away, and the protagonist told him to find out the village chief's name. Dongjian agreed and politely asked one of the middle-aged men. The man asked if they knew the chief, then said his name was Bongjian. That confirmed it. Jae-hun had been right. It really was his grandfather. Then the scene shifted as a middle-aged man led the party away, saying they should stop somewhere first before meeting the chief. The group followed and found more people gathered there. The parking lot from MC's old home had been turned into a work area packed with land shark and other monster corpses, while people cut and sorted the remains. Middle-aged men hauled chunks of land shark on their backs, while very old people sat nearby, chatting, frying fish, and eating together. The whole party could only stare. Jae-hoon looked around and thought there were a lot of people, well over 100 at least. It felt like a whole fish market had been moved here. Most of the villagers were middle-aged or elderly, with very few young people, and since many had worked in fishing, their knife skills were unmatched. One bald, middle-aged man was slicing up a land shark when someone called out to him, calling him Old Man Park. He turned and said he'd already heard Poppy had helped kill another land shark. Another middle-aged man told him not to start talking yet. The shark was so huge he needed younger men to help clean it up. Without them, he'd have been in trouble. That's why he wanted to treat them to sashimi, and told Park to slice it fast. Holding his knife, Park nodded and said he'd handle it. In moments, he had a full plate of sashimi ready. The party stared, shocked and hungry, as Park told them to eat as much as they wanted. Gaiyong asked if they had chopsticks. Park said no, and told her to use her hands. Gaiyong called out to Jaehyun, and he quickly summoned chopsticks in front of her and the others. She thanked him while Park and the other man just stood there, stunned and sweating, trying to figure out what they had seen. Gaiyong took a bite of the sashimi and instantly said it was delicious. The others joined in, all saying how good it was. After everything they had been through, they finally relaxed, saying it had been forever since they last ate sashimi. Jaehyun was happy seeing them enjoy it. Raising his hand, he summoned water and cola in front of Donggon. The two men were stunned all over again, blurting out that it was cola, and wondering how drinks like that could just appear. Dongjin offered the men some too, and the bald man asked if they were really allowed to take it. The protagonist didn't stop there. He brought out piles of rice, eggs, milk, ramen, and other basic food that was almost impossible to find after the apocalypse. The bald man could only stare at the supplies popping into existence. He asked what all this was, and if it was really for them. Dongjin smiled and said yes. The protagonist had prepared it as a gift. The bald man wondered if the protagonist was some kind of god. The other man muttered that maybe they should at least refuse once, but a voice from above cut in asking why everyone was being so loud. Hearing that, the older man looked up. A fierce-looking figure stood on a huge root-like tentacle overhead. The bald man quickly greeted him as the village chief. That made the protagonist freeze. The village chief was his grandfather. A system panel popped up. World Tree's Guardian. It listed traits like mythical, chosen by the World Tree, life force of the World Tree, blessing of the World Tree, and protection of the World Tree. Then another panel appeared. It said the vassal had met the bloodline of the ultimate shut-in, and that bloodline power was unlocking. It showed Li Bangyo, level 55 with the titles Bloodline Relative and Druid, Trust at 88, and the Awakened Skill Guardian of the World Tree. It also said the condition was met, unlocking a new annex building. His grandfather stood above them, looking down over the group. A moment later he jumped. He slid down the giant root with ease, then he hit the ground hard, showing off how strong his body had become. The protagonist was stunned. His grandfather looked way healthier and stronger than before. This wasn't just his imagination. Before, his grandfather had clearly aged a lot. His mind had dulled, and his legs had grown weak. Now that strength had to be from his awakening. The protagonist used the ring of communication to speak to the party. He told them this was his grandfather, and asked everyone to greet him. Dongjin agreed and politely greeted him, saying it was an honor to meet the village chief. The older man bowed and explained that these were the newcomers. He said they were skilled and could make tools out of nothing, and that the food, water, and other supplies had all come from them. He introduced the party to the chief, who was also the protagonist's grandfather. The chief looked surprised and said water had been one of their biggest problems, so he was truly grateful they had come. He shook hands with Dongjin, but Dongjin quickly explained those supplies hadn't come from their group. The village chief asked where they came from, and Dongjin paused for a second before saying it was all thanks to Jaehyun's ability. Hearing that name, the chief stared in shock and asked again if he'd heard right. Dongjin then clearly stated that they had come because of him. The chief's face stiffened in disbelief as he pressed for answers, asking if the protagonist was his grandson. Dongjin said yes. Kim Jae-hyun from Saeungpyeon Apartments. The village chief staggered, unable to believe MC was alive. Overcome, he said that if it was true, they had to come with him right away. He headed toward the root like tentacles and the party followed. Soon they reached the huge world tree. With Grandpa Bongyel leading, the group got on a root tentacle that carried them toward it. Inside, the protagonist wondered if the rest of his family was up there too. Maybe he would finally see his mom, dad, and grandma again. A faint smile crossed his face. Once the outpost base was done, he could use the ultimate shut-in's door skill to reach them directly. He opened a system panel, remembering that meeting his grandfather had unlocked a new building option. The system confirmed the condition was complete, and the annex building was now available. The annex was a safe zone built outside the ultimate shut-in's territory. Its size grew with the territory, and when active, it gave effects similar to House Declaration, but only if a blood relative of the ultimate shut-in lived there. The protagonist read through all of it, thinking that while it cost 8 times more than an outpost base, it never said it could be destroyed. He also remembered getting 10 billion won in construction support after securing one apartment complex. Even after putting solar panels on every building, he still had more than 7 billion won left. Since the annex only cost 3 billion, he decided money wasn't a problem anymore. He ordered construction at once, telling himself the price was nothing now. The moment he chose it, a shining light appeared. A blue projection spread under his feet, showing the world tree in the annex's range. It covered the area around his original home. Looking at it, he wondered if the system was showing the size in advance. The space looked almost exactly like where he was now. He guessed the annex would grow as he got stronger, making it way better than the outpost base, which had a small range despite costing 10 billion won. Smiling, he said there was no reason to hold back. Another panel appeared saying the facility needed one blood relative of the ultimate shut-in to stay there during the 7-day build time, and asked if he wanted to proceed. He answered yes, and a new panel showed the remaining time, 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Seeing that, he thought all he had to do now was ask his grandfather to stay inside the area until construction finished. Then he noticed something strange. Another system panel appeared, saying the vassals had met the kin of the ultimate shut-in, and that the bloodline power was unlocking. Soon the system revealed the person's identity. Kim In-shim, level 21, with the bloodline relative title, trust at 99, and no awakened ability. Using absolute eye, the protagonist realized In-shim was his grandmother. The party and Grandpa Bongyul went inside the world tree, where there was a room at the center. There, the protagonist saw his grandmother lying unconscious on a bed. Grandpa Bongyul held her hand and spoke softly, telling her to listen carefully. Then he used an ability, covering himself in green life energy and sending it into In-shim. He said the bloodline power was being released, and that the people who came claimed Jae-myun had sent them, which meant their grandson was alive. The protagonist started sweating, overwhelmed by it all. Barely able to hold back, he asked the party to find out what had happened. Jae-myun stepped forward and asked Grandpa Bongyul the question for him. Startled, Grandpa Bongyul turned and asked how the protagonist could know any of this. Nayeon explained that the protagonist was seeing through them. Grandpa Bongyul started to answer, then stopped. He looked at his wife, who had been unconscious for so long, and gently told Jae-yoon not to worry. Grandma was only overwhelmed emotionally, nothing more. Through Nayeon, the protagonist asked how long his grandmother had been unable to wake up. Grandpa Bongyul closed his eyes and remembered the past, saying she had been asleep ever since the day the apocalypse began, when monsters appeared and the world fell apart. The protagonist realized it was the first time he had ever seen his grandfather look like that, and it hurt to watch. Even though he tried to hold it in, tears filled his eyes, and soon he was crying hard. Still, he felt relieved that both grandparents were alive, even if his grandmother had been in a coma for almost a month. She looked like she was only sleeping. That state was being maintained by his grandfather's awakened power. He thought that if quests could be given to blood relatives, he'd spend anything to heal her. But the system wouldn't allow quests for family. Just then, Dajong tried to heal In-shim with her power, but sadly admitted it was beyond her. Grandpa Bongyul told her it was okay. There was nothing anyone could do. The protagonist stayed quiet, then wondered why the place was so silent. 7 people had come in, yet nobody else showed up. He had expected his parents to appear, and that made him fear the worst. Using the ring, he asked Na-yeon to ask about them. She passed the question on to Grandpa Bongyul. Without turning around, he asked if Jae-hyun was really watching through them. Then he spoke like he was talking to MC himself. He explained that on that day his mother had gone to work, and his father had gone out to make money. Since his father would never leave her alone, he believed the two of them must have hidden somewhere. The protagonist listened, but his hope kept fading. Deep down, he knew even his grandfather didn't truly believe they were alive. Covering his face, he thought bitterly that unless one of his parents had gained powers on the same level as his grandfather, surviving would have been nearly impossible. Even so, he forced himself to hold on to the idea that they might still be alive. Through the ring, he announced their next destination, Yewang Nursing Hospital. The others answered with concern, calling his... They called his name, but he didn't stop. Even if the chance was tiny, he had to check. Through the ring, he told everyone to rest at his place for the night and leave tomorrow. Then a system window popped up, saying a blood relative of the ultimate shut-in was nearby. He went still. He repeated himself to the group, but his voice sounded empty as he stared at the message. Sweating, he quickly called for Seyfried Jianquetin and told her to order the rats. Seyfried Jianquetin asked what she should tell them. He answered right away, search the area and find any survivors close by. She agreed, and he realized the system wasn't pointing somewhere else. It was here. A blood relative was coming to him, and deep down he already knew it had to be his parents. A moment later, footsteps echoed, and a couple in torn clothes appeared. A man and woman slowly came closer. Elsewhere, the older and middle-aged villagers kept cutting up monster parts in the storage area, each person handling their share. One old man in a hat sighed that they were still working this late. The bald old man beside him laughed and said that just meant they had plenty of food, which wasn't a bad thing. The man in the hat agreed, but then he spotted something far off. Dark shapes gathered over the storage area, and everyone looked up. Staring at the strange figures above, the old man muttered, asking what they were. Under the moonlight, countless creatures filled the sky. Then an alarm bell started ringing hard. A lookout on the tower yelled that monsters were rushing in. At once, the villagers scrambled. Some ran, while others shouted to move everything into the seafood storage and shut the doors fast. Just then, an old man in a red cap rushed into the room where Bongyel and the others were gathered, urgently calling for the village chief. Everyone turned in alarm. He insisted Bongyel come out at once, and Bongyel asked what was going on. The old man told him a huge monster horde was charging at them. Outside, an endless wave of monsters was already flooding toward the village. Bongyel and the party hurried out and saw the swarm closing in. Dengaukotre asked nervously if all of them were really heading this way. Dengaukotre raised a hand and warned everyone to back off. With that motion, giant tree monsters rose up through his power to shield the village. Then he noticed Poppy was badly hurt and asked what happened. Dengaukotre and Ayankoch broke into a sweat, knowing their own group had caused it. Dengaukotre stepped up and said they would help too, but Dengaukotre firmly stopped them. The horde, he said, wasn't actually after them. Confused, Dengaukotre asked what he meant. Bongjero explained that to him the monsters looked like they were running from something, not attacking on purpose. Even so, they would still wreck the village if they passed through. So he used his power. Glowing roots burst from the ground like tentacles of the world tree, ready to stop the wave. The horde kept coming, straight toward Bongjero's towering tree monsters. Meanwhile, the party watched the creatures in the sky. Oddly, those flying monsters just passed over them without attacking. That was when Dongtrin started sweating and understood, but the monsters on land were still going to crash right into them. Dongtrin worried there was no way Bongtrin Hulder can handle that many by himself. Land sharks surged forward and slammed toward the tree monsters. He called out again, offering help, but Bongtrin snapped and ordered them back inside. He didn't need their help. Dongtrin argued that he couldn't fight alone, but Bongtrin brushed him off. He stomped the ground hard and root-like tentacles exploded upward from the world tree. They pierced the rushing monsters and killed them on the spot. Still angry, he warned the group again to stay inside. The whole party just froze in shock at that overwhelming power. Monster bodies hung in the air, skewered by the roots, but even more kept rushing in, so Bongyel raised a huge wall of roots. The monsters crashed into it, stacking up against the barrier. But whatever was chasing them drove them forward, and they broke through. Bongyel poured green life energy into the roots. Sharp thorns burst out in every direction, cutting down huge numbers of monsters at once. System messages flooded in before Jaehyun. He had hunted a level 24 land shark, a level 23 saw stingray, a level 29 blue crab, and more. The experience notices just kept going. Another panel explained the bloodline title. All stats rose by trust times 10. Monsters killed by the bloodline holder gave 10 times more experience. That was shared evenly, and settlement rewards went only to the hunter with the title. Reading it, the protagonist was stunned. Bongyel was level 55, and this was what that kind of strength looked like. Bongyel himself looked confused by the blue system window in front of him, while Dongyel's party shook after seeing what he could do. MC had thought his grandfather was pushing too hard, but one stomp had wiped out hundreds of monsters. Trying to help would be useless. At this point, they just needed to stay out of his way. His grandfather was a monster too. More panels popped up for giant crabs, lobsters, sawtooth crabs, and many more, as Bongyel kept tearing through the horde. Then a new system message told Jaehyun one of his skills had leveled up. He stared at it, shocked, and blurted out if he was already leveling again. The next second, pain tore through his whole body, and he screamed. His dome-shaped territory spread even farther. After a while, the pain finally eased. Worn out, he cursed that it felt like his whole body had been slowly ripped apart. No matter how many times it happened, he still couldn't get used to leveling up and the pain that came with it. Then another system panel appeared, saying he had found beings who could become citizens, and asking if he wanted to grant them citizenship. He clenched his teeth, realizing his parents might be among them. He hurried through the citizen list, checking the new names, but couldn't find either of them. There were too many new entries to search one by one. Thinking back to what happened with his grandparents, he figured that if his parents were in range, the system would have shown a bloodline alert, not a citizenship one. That meant they were still outside the range. He looked towards Seoya Jin, trusting that once her rats found his parents, he'd know right away. His body still felt torn apart from leveling, but this wasn't the time to rest. Using Absolute Eye, he checked on Bongyel's side and saw his grandfather adjusting his glasses. Sweating, Dongyel's group asked what was wrong. Bongyel dryly said their attitude had changed fast, which made sense since they'd seen his monstrous strength. After all, he was the true Aura farmer. Then he pointed out something strange. Before, the monsters he killed disappeared, but still left remains behind. Now, not even bones were left. They vanished completely. Dongyel explained that it was probably because of his power. Ever since they came under his influence, corpses no longer stayed behind. Bongyel asked if that was it, then guessed the floating letters in the air must be his doing too. Dongyel confirmed it, and Bongyel said it really was an odd ability. He then told Dongjian's group that things look stable now, so they should head to the warehouse and bring some people. The party asked why. Pointing to the monsters still alive inside the roots, Dongjian explained that if they wanted to eat the meat, someone had to kill them fresh so it wouldn't spoil. Dongjian and the others agreed and went to get people. Watching this, Jaehyun realized he'd never thought about problems like that because he'd never planned on eating monsters. Then he noticed a swordfish-like monster that had been killed by ordinary villagers. Since it hadn't died under his influence, the body was still there. Tied up with ropes, it was being dragged into storage with the other monsters. That gave him an idea. He reached out and tried registering the swordfish as an item. The corpse started to disappear and was successfully stored. A system message confirmed a new category had been made. Fish. Jaehyun was thrilled it worked, even if the cost was pretty high. Still, the swordfish was huge enough to feed around 100 people. Right then, Seojin shouted that she had found survivors. The protagonist froze. At once, another panel appeared, saying Seojin had encountered the bloodline of the ultimate shut-in, and that its power was being unlocked. The scene shifted to the ruined city, where someone pointed at Jaehyun's apartment building and said, "Darling, look over there." Among the survivors, a couple led the way. The woman said with relief that their apartment building was still okay, and the man agreed as they headed toward it with the others. The people who found the apartment were MC's parents. His mother Jisuk was level 50 with the titles Bloodline and Relative. Her trust was 97, and her awakened power was the one who rules. His father Donghyuk was level 42 with Bloodline Relative and Escort Warrior. His trust was 93, and his awakened skill was Enhanced Defense Aura. Basically, the whole family had aura-based power. They really were built to rule this apocalypse. One of Soyeon's rats found them first. Through that rat, Jaehyun saw his parents and instantly broke down in happy tears. It really was his mom, and their reunion was finally close. A system message popped up saying 23 people under Jisuk, the one who rules of the bloodline, would be granted citizenship. He realized his parents were right at the edge of his expanded territory, so he used his ultimate shut-in door and jumped there at once. Then he took off running, knowing they were about to step into his domain. Since the bloodline power had already awakened, the clear wall wouldn't stop them. A group of survivors entered, and the protagonist suddenly froze when he saw them. His eyes went wide. It was his parents. Now he could see them clearly at last. Jaehyun shouted as loud as he could, calling out for his mom and dad. Hearing him, Jisuk turned to her husband in shock, asking if it could really be true. Dongjiang wondered if he was dreaming. His son was alive. They looked at the sun waving from afar and joyfully realized it really was him. Crying, Jaehyun called for them again and told them it was really him. His parents, overwhelmed, ran straight toward him. They called his name with all the love they had. A moment later, they wrapped him in a tight hug. Sobbing, his mother asked if this was truly her son. MC told her yes, it was really him. His father quickly asked if he was hurt anywhere. Jaehyun told them he was fine and had been getting by. Relieved, Donghyuk kept thanking heaven that his son was safe. In the middle of the tears and joy, he noticed a group behind them. He recognized many of them as nurses from the hospital where his mother worked. Then he understood all 23 had awakened through his mother's power. He also spotted 2 dogs that still couldn't enter his territory. The woman holding their leashes looked confused and asked what was wrong with them. Donghyuk guessed she had a beast control skill. Dogs and cats couldn't receive citizenship, so they hadn't been able to come in yet. Once he allowed it, the dogs finally crossed into the domain. The protagonist compared his mother's skill to his own vassal system. A panel explained it. Contract of subordination let her bind up to 100 subordinates and awaken their powers. It was insanely strong. He realized their abilities awakened the moment she made the contract. Back in the early days, that kind of power was huge for survival. His parents kept giving thanks. His mother thanked God, Buddha, and just about everyone she could think of. Watching them, Jaehyun figured his father's power had probably awakened through his mother's contract too. Donghyuk's skill was Enhanced Defensive Aura, an S-rank ability that used mental energy to cover his body in aura and triple his physical power. MC was stunned by how broken that skill was. The scary part was the word triple. Unlike normal boosts, a tripling effect could multiply other buffs into something ridiculous. He explained it simply. If one skill gave 200% and another gave 300%, stacking them would make 500%. But with a tripling effect added in, that 300% boost would turn into 900%. That meant his father was already getting the citizenship buff of 93 and the bloodline bonus of 930. Together that came out to 1,123% efficiency. After his aura tripled it, the total shot up to 3,369%. All Jaehyun could think was that it was completely insane. Strong enough to jump past several stages at once. Looking over the other survivors, he guessed most of the 23 awakened people were around B to C rank. Even so, compared to normal people, they were on a whole nother level, which explained how they stayed alive. Still, he decided analysis could wait. He raised his hand, ready to bring everyone back since they had to be worn out from the trip. He promised each person supplies equal to 5 households. Rice, ramen, whatever they needed, he'd provide it. He told them to take warm showers and rest in heated rooms. The whole group, including his parents, stared in shock. In this world, rice, ramen, and hot showers sounded impossible. His mother started crying again and told Donghyuk their son must be pretending to be okay when he wasn't. His father worried the shock had broken his sense of reality. Jae-hyun quickly told them that wasn't it. With a sigh, he got ready to prove it and asked his mother if she'd noticed the lights in the apartment building. She said yes. Seeing so many lights had felt strange, and that was exactly why they came over. He raised his hand and proudly said that if power and water were gone, anyone should wonder how those lights were on. Then he snapped his fingers and told them to watch closely. At once, lights came on across the surrounding buildings. The dead city lit up again, and the survivors just stared. Everyone was left speechless by the glowing buildings. In this ruined world, it looked like a sign of hope, and both of his parents were stunned. Then Jae-hyun pulled out a bottle of Coca-Cola. He summoned more and held one out, asking if anyone was thirsty. The survivors couldn't believe it was real Coke. One woman carefully took a bottle and asked if they were really allowed to drink something so precious. The protagonist said yes, and everyone stared at it like treasure. They thanked him again and again. He told them to each have a Coke and follow him. He'd take them home. Inside the apartment complex, the survivors bowed in thanks. Using the ultimate shut-in door, Jae-hyun moved himself, his parents, and all the survivors inside, then showed Jisuk's people which homes they could use. He filled those homes with supplies too: ramen, rice, eggs, milk, and more. As his parents walked beside him, his mother spoke up with concern. She asked if it was really okay to let people live in homes that belonged to someone else. MC smiled and told her those owners never came back, so there was no need to worry anymore. When they reached his apartment door, he reassured them again and got ready to open it. The door cracked open, showing two people inside. He turned to his parents and told them to come in. When it opened all the way, two girls bowed and greeted his parents as mother and father. They were Seoyeon and Haeri. His parents were stunned to see them in their son's place. Jisuk immediately asked if they were his girlfriends, and Jae-hyun hurried to say it wasn't like that. Haeri warmly welcomed them and said they would take care of them. Seoyeon shyly added her own sincere greeting, the two of them almost finishing each other's thoughts. Annoyed, he asked why they were talking about serving his parents. Meanwhile, his parents quietly whispered to each other, making him even more embarrassed. He thanked the girls for helping and told them they could head back, so Seoyeon agreed and both returned to their assigned homes. After that, Jae-hyun sat down at the table with his parents. Once they calmed down, they began sharing everything that had happened. Dong-hyuk had been working as a taxi driver and usually picked Jisuk up after work. That day was no different until the monsters appeared. They protected each other and somehow survived, just like the protagonist expected. His mother had been the one to awaken first. After hearing their side, he told them everything that had happened to him. He explained his abilities, how he'd been surviving, his grandmother's condition, and that Bong Yeol was taking care of her. His parents were heartbroken to hear it. Even so, as they kept talking late into the night, a warmth they had missed for so long slowly returned. There were still many problems left to face, but just being together again made the home feel warm and alive. While Jae-hyun spent that long-awaited night with his parents, far away in Nagasaki Prefecture, Japan, a violent storm was rolling in. Two men stood by the shore as huge waves slammed in. Then one of them spotted something in the darkness and shouted, asking what the hell it was. His face went pale as rain poured down. A huge shadow loomed in front of him, far too massive to be normal. He could barely believe what he was seeing. Lightning flashed, and for an instant, the creature's giant body was revealed. It looked completely unreal. As it turned, its full form appeared, moving through the sea beneath the storm. The man could only stand there, frozen in fear and awe, as the monster kept gliding across the water. He knew one thing for sure: wherever that creature was going, destruction would follow. Not long after, the huge creature vanished back into the deep sea. The next morning, under clear sunlight, the protagonist recorded a message for his grandfather, happily saying his parents had made it back safe. When Grandpa Bong Yeol got the video, he was overjoyed to learn both of them were alive. His son and daughter-in-law had survived. Back at home, Jisuk asked her son if they could see a video of Grandpa and Grandma too. He said he'd ask them to record one soon. Not long after, Dong Yeol recorded a video of Grandpa Bong Yeol and Grandma, and the protagonist watched it with his mother. As Jisuk saw the video, tears filled her eyes, not from grief but relief and happiness. He gently comforted her and said they'd be able to see Grandpa and Grandma in person soon. He figured that once the annex was done, he could use his ultimate shut-in door to reach his grandparents' place through his parents' house. Until then, he asked Dongjai's group to keep hunting monsters from the main house while the annex was being built. The reason was simple: time. The system said 3 Knight-class vassals were helping, cutting the work time by 50%. With Dongjiang, and Dajong nearby, construction sped up a lot. What should have taken a week would now be done in 5 days. On top of that, after yesterday's monster wave, the area near his parents' house was packed with monsters. Since those monsters were higher level, hunting there was way more useful than going back to his own land. But after his territory expanded, people nearby stopped finding monsters to hunt. Many returned to their old spots only to learn those places were now inside the new borders, where every monster had already been erased when his territory expanded. So now the citizens had to go outside the new border to hunt. Using the ring of communication, he contacted Dabin. When she answered, he said there was something he needed announced to everyone. Dabin asked what it was. He told her to explain that the territory had grown, so anyone wanting to hunt now had to go past Semian Station. Dabin said she understood. Then he gave another order: set up a relief team. He said they needed people who could rescue survivors inside the territory and wanted members from Busan Park Hospital included too, since they'd be useful. Daebin accepted the order. After that, he thought about his expanded territory. Thousands of survivors were scattered across it, and most were in terrible shape. Even inside his safe zone, more than 10 people had died since yesterday, and not because of monsters. The main problem was drinking water. People couldn't safely go outside, and while aid was handed out when possible, it still wasn't enough. He wanted to save as many people as he could. If needed, he was ready to use his ultimate shut-in door to reach them himself, or find some other way to treat them. While he was thinking, Jisoo called out to him. She asked why he looked so serious, and he explained the situation. After hearing him out, she calmly said she could help. That caught him completely off guard. He remembered that some of the people his parents brought had healing or support type abilities, especially useful for dehydration, fainting, and poison. His mother thought that if she made subordination contracts with the relief team, many of them might awaken similar powers. She was right. Over 80% gained healing type abilities. Most were only D rank or C rank, but once the relief team got moving, things improved fast. After 3 straight days and nights, and with Kakami's rats helping find survivors, they checked every house in the territory and saved countless people. Finally, exhausted, the protagonist dropped onto the sofa. He muttered that he'd been so busy these last few days, he hadn't even had time to rest. But right as he tried to relax, a system message popped up. It said beings fit for citizenship were approaching and asked if he wanted to offer it. Tired, he quietly told the system to go ahead. He thought about how ever since the territory expanded, new citizens kept showing up. The population was already close to 10,000. Rain pounded outside the house. He got up, stepped onto the balcony, and stared at the downpour, wondering why it was raining so hard. Just then, Daebin contacted him through telepathy. When he answered, she said the relief team wanted to rescue people outside the territory too. He immediately asked if she really meant outside because that was far too dangerous. He tried to stop them, but they insisted this was the best time to save survivors, and he understood why. When his territory first expanded, only a few people were near death, mostly from hunger and thirst. But now, every survivor outside was at the edge. If he waited until the next expansion, they might only find bodies. He understood their goal, but the world outside wasn't the same anymore. It wasn't just goblins now. Even sea monsters were crawling onto land. It had become a place normal people couldn't even think about entering. Even so, he couldn't help admiring the ones still trying to save others. Many had once been firefighters. Respecting that courage, he used the ring to tell Daebin to wait for now. He said he'd send a hunting team to escort them. Daebin accepted the order. Soon after, another system notification appeared. A level 33 giant crab had been killed. He noticed something odd. There was no settlement gold reward. That meant the one who killed it was family, his father. He blurted out, wondering if his dad had really gone hunting in this rain. Then he remembered how much stronger his father had become. Maybe he was actually enjoying hunting now. Since he was strong, the protagonist wasn't too worried. But the next moment shocked him. System alerts poured in one after another. A hammerhead shark was killed, then a saw stingray, then a blue crab. The kills were coming way too fast. There was no way his father was doing all that alone. So who was it? He activated his ultimate eye and looked toward his grandfather's side, then froze. Grandpa Bongyul was using the world tree's root tentacles to smash, pierce, and butcher every monster that got close. The real force behind the slaughter wasn't his father. It was his grandfather. He quickly contacted Dongjuan and asked what was going on. Dongjuan answered with 2 words, monster wave. That confused him. How could another wave already be happening? At this rate, even inland areas would be flooded with sea monsters. There were more of them than before, too. Frustrated, he wondered why this kept happening to him. Meanwhile, Grandpa Bongyul felt something was wrong with this wave. The monsters didn't look like they were charging in. They looked terrified, like they were running from something. Watching through his ultimate eye, the protagonist wondered what could scare monsters that badly. Then thunder exploded overhead. In the lightning, he saw a giant shape, the same monster from Nagasaki, Japan. It towered over Donggyuan's group and Grandpa Bongyul. Everyone froze. The protagonist screamed. Smoke poured from the creature's mouth. Its eyes shone with death, and its huge blade-like teeth flashed in the dark. All he could do was stare and wonder what kind of monster this thing was. A moment later, the creature fully revealed itself. A level 63 white dragon. Donggyuan's party and Grandpa Bongyul could only stare up at the massive beast in stunned silence. Smoke drifted from the ground as the dragon breathed out, sweeping the area with deadly eyes. Watching it all, the protagonist could barely believe it. A dragon. An actual dragon. Terrified but thinking fast, he considered using vassal summoning to pull Donggyuan's party to safety. But then he remembered his grandfather. As the World Tree's guardian, Grandpa Bongyul couldn't leave its side. If everyone else escaped, he'd be left alone against the white dragon. The protagonist clenched his fists. He couldn't let that happen, but he also couldn't tell Dongyul's party to fight. That would be suicide. Still, one small hope remained. The system showed the annex still had 38 hours, 21 minutes, and 19 seconds left. Gritting his teeth, he thought that once it was finished, the territory's expansion might let him take the dragon's head. Even with the 50% boost from his 3 vassals, there were still 38 hours left. That meant they had to last more than a full day against this thing. Basically impossible. As he stared at the white dragon, he took in its huge fangs, cold killing eyes, and bright white horns. Panic hit, and he searched for any other option. Then he noticed something. The dragon started walking toward Bong Yeol and Dongjian's group, each step making the ground shake. The gap in size was absurd. If it wanted, the dragon could wipe them out in an instant. Bong Yeol didn't look scared. He looked ready. Even knowing he couldn't handle the dragon easily by himself, he still chose to protect everyone. He told Dong Yeol's party to take the others and run while he held it off. But they refused to leave him behind. They said they'd fight together. Jisuk took her bear form. Jeon put on his silver armor and raised his halberd, and Byung-ho, Ji-hoon, and Daejong aimed their guns. Dong Yeol readied his spear, and Gae-young drew her bow at the dragon. Seeing they wouldn't back down, Bong Yeol gave a small smile, sweat running down his face, and finally said, "Fine." The tension snapped as the dragon came closer. Still firm, Bong Yeol told everyone to attack first. At once, he called up huge root-like tentacles from the world tree and sent them at the white dragon. Dong Yeol's party moved with him, fully braced for the fight. Right before the battle started, the protagonist's voice came through the communication ring, ordering everyone to stop. Confused, Dongjiang questioned him, but the protagonist told them to trust him for just a second. Then he called to Byung-ho and told him to pass the message to Bong Yeol. "Don't move." Byung-ho instantly teleported in front of Bong Yeol. He stopped him just before the attack. Startled, Bong Yeol demanded to know what he was doing and whether he understood how important the first strike was. Byung-ho quickly apologized and said the order came from the protagonist. Bong Yeol froze, unable to believe it. At the same time, the protagonist had found something critical. When he checked the dragon's status window, it read, "White Dragon, level 63, a deep-sea monster from the ocean depths. Having just laid its egg, it is in an extremely weakened state. The white dragon's egg can only hatch beneath the roots of the world tree." Then it clicked for him. The dragon might not have come to fight at all. It could be here because it needed the world tree to hatch its egg. Just then, a voice sounded in Bong Yeol's mind. The dragon said, "Do not fear." It lowered itself toward Bong Yeol and Dong Yeol's party, then kept speaking. "Guardian of the world tree." Bong Yeol stiffened as the voice rang inside his head. Calmly, the dragon looked at the tree and said this was the world tree. It was smaller than expected, so it had to be careful. Still cautious, Bong Yeol asked what it wanted. Its eyes gave off a faint glow as it answered, "Guardian of the world tree, make a contract with me." Caught off guard, Bong Yeol asked what kind of contract. The dragon replied in his mind, "If you make a contract with me, then until the world tree restores my power, I will protect it." A sharp burning pain suddenly tore through the back of Bong Yeol's right hand. He grabbed it as glowing blue marks formed there. The dragon spoke again. "If you are ever in danger, use it to call me. I will come." Then it brought out something from a shining egg. It gently placed the egg in Bong Yeol's hands. As he accepted it carefully, the dragon said in a softer voice, "Please take care of my child." After one last hesitant look, the dragon turned and left the group. Then it spread its wings and flew off into the dawn, leaving everyone stunned. Once it was gone, Gaejon started shaking. Still trembling, he admitted they would have died if they'd attacked first. Byung-ho stayed calm and said they lived because they followed the protagonist's order and did nothing. Meanwhile, Bong Yeol stared at the egg, thinking about the contract the dragon had made with him. Then system messages flooded in. Gaejon's loyalty hit 100, and since he was already a vassal, the max number of vassals increased. The same happened for Gaejong and Dong Yeol. Because all three were already registered, his total vassal limit went up again. Looking at the alerts, the protagonist realized that with Geon, Gaeyang, and Dong Yeol all reaching full loyalty at once, his limit had risen by 3, making 18 total. At this rate, he figured he might one day control over 100 vassals. He did wish he could register the awakened his mother created, but when he tried, it didn't work. Anyone bound by his mother's contract of subordination already belonged under her command, so he couldn't register them. Scratching his head, he wondered if there was some way for him to create awakened people himself. The problem was, natural awakened were incredibly rare. Then another system notice made his eyes widen. It said Byung-ho's trust had reached 100, unlocking the skill Teleport. A second message announced he had received the item Awakening Pill, Teleport. A pill appeared in front of his hand, and he just stared at it. He couldn't believe his luck kept getting this crazy. The pill's use was simple. It could give Byung-ho's teleport ability to whoever ate it. He thought for a moment about who should get it, then quickly picked the best choice. Using the communication ring, he called Dabin and asked her to bring his father. A moment later, Dongjil arrived. Looking confused, he asked his son what was going on. The protagonist held out the pill and said it was a gift. Dongjil took it and asked if it really was for him. His son told him to swallow it. Smiling, Dongjil joked that his son was thoughtful for bringing him supplements so he wouldn't get tired. But the second he swallowed it, his eyes flashed blue. A bright aura wrapped around him as a strange new power ran through his body. Startled, Donghyuk asked what was happening and whether his son had made him take something weird. The protagonist laughed and told him to picture moving from one place to another in an instant. Still lost, Donghyuk repeated, "Teleport," and his son told him yes. He shut his eyes and focused hard, sweat rolling down his face. Then in a flash, he disappeared and showed up right behind his son. Shocked, he yelled out, and the protagonist turned around just as stunned. The protagonist thought that giving teleportation to someone like his father, who already fought with raw strength, was like giving wings to a tiger. He could already picture how unstoppable Donghyuk would be. Excited out of his mind, Donghyuk asked if the pill was really what gave him this power. Right then, another notification appeared. Donghyuk's trust had reached 100 and the protagonist gained a new skill, Enhanced Protection Aura. Staring at the panel, he realized that even family members could pass on their abilities once their trust hit the max. That gave him an idea. If he could raise Jisuk's trust to 100, he could gain her contract of subordination ability too. He quickly checked her status and saw her trust was already at 97, only 3 points away. He grinned. No need to rush, he already had a secret way to raise it fast. That plan was the annex still being built. Once it was done, he could reunite Jisuk with Bongyul and earn those last 3 points of trust. The next morning, a system notice announced the annex was complete. Soon after, a dome of light spread around the world tree and covered the nearby area. That dome marked the land around the world tree as part of his extended main territory. With the annex finished, both the new area and the main territory became clear. Then another message appeared. Hostile entities detected. The system moved to eliminate them, and every nearby monster around the world tree was instantly killed. That slaughter pushed his main territory even farther out. A stream of alerts followed, saying he had hunted a land shark, a sky swordfish, a giant lobster, and a sawtooth crab. At last, a message confirmed his skill level had gone up, proving the territory had expanded. The protagonist endured the usual pain of leveling as the annex's completion wiped out all the nearby monsters and boosted his territory again. Worn out by the pain, he dropped onto the couch and thought about how the annex had finished first thing in the morning and cleared every monster in the new area. The experience wasn't huge, but every kill still counted as his, so it added up. Kami looked worried, but he told his companion he was okay. Then another system message appeared saying beings qualified to become citizens had been found. Like always, he accepted them. Soon after, a new notice said the citizen count had reached 10,000. Since that mark had been passed, citizens could now get professions and a new building. The profession research lab was unlocked. Even with all that, something else felt more urgent to him, so he stood up from the couch, opened the door, and called for his mother, Jisuk. She looked over and asked what was wrong. Did he need to tell her something? With a small smile, he reached out and told her she had waited long enough. Now they could go see Grandma and Grandpa together, so she should get ready. Jisuk's eyes went wide. Tears started falling before she even noticed. Shaking, she asked if it was really true. A moment later, a door appeared inside the World Tree room. He opened it. It led straight from his apartment to Bongyul's room. He softly called for his grandfather. Bongyul was busy caring for his wife, but the familiar voice made him turn and ask who was there. Then he saw his grandson step through the strange door and froze in shock. Before he could say anything, Jisuk rushed forward. She didn't call him Grandpa. She cried out, "Dad!" Only then did Bongyul realize his daughter was standing behind his grandson. Jisuk threw herself into her father's arms. With tears in his eyes, Bongyul called her name in disbelief, and the two of them broke down crying together. Between sobs, Jisuk kept apologizing for coming so late and said she should have been there sooner. Bongyul, crying too, told her she and her husband had already suffered enough. He was just thankful she was alive, and their reunion was enough to make anyone tear up. Just then, a system message appeared. Jisuk's trust had hit 100, and he gained a new skill, Contract of Subordination. Watching them, he thought about his father, who still couldn't be there because he was out saving survivors with the relief team. Even so, he felt satisfied. Bringing his mother to her parents was enough for now. A faint smile stayed on his face as he watched them reunite. Later, Bongyul was up on the rooftop watering the plants. The protagonist joined him and said the world tree had fully wrapped around the house. Bongyul admitted it had shocked him too. Then he asked how the water and electricity were still working. Bongyul said the power was coming from a backup generator, and the water was whatever was left in the tanks. But both were almost gone and the gas had already run out. The protagonist stood and said he might be able to fix that. Bongyul looked at him, confused but curious. Glancing up at the water tank, he asked if his grandfather wanted to see. A few seconds later, the nearly empty tank filled back up. Bongyul quickly climbed up to check, and was stunned to find it full. The protagonist said he had done it, and that he could restore the electricity and gas too. From now on, his grandparents could live normally again without worrying about monsters. Amazed, Bongyul asked if that was really his grandson's power. He nodded, and Bongyul warmly praised how incredible it was. He wanted to explain his powers in the citizen system better, but it felt like too much to dump on his grandfather at once, so he decided to take it slow. He waved and said he'd head downstairs first. As he climbed down, Bongyul told him to be careful, and he agreed. Once he reached the terrace floor, he decided to use his ultimate eye skill. He wanted to test the new power he had just gotten. Through his ultimate eyes, he looked at the spot where his mother and grandmother were. Then he used the teleport skill he got when Bioho's trust reached 100. In an instant, he appeared right behind Jisuk. The skill worked perfectly, and he was amazed. He had just learned he could teleport through whatever his ultimate eyes could see. Inside his territory, that meant he could move almost anywhere, though longer distances used more mental energy. Even with that weakness, he knew the ability was incredibly useful. Jisuk noticed him and asked if he hadn't been on the roof just a second ago. He said Grandpa was still up there, then asked about Grandma. Jisuk replied that she seemed to be sleeping, but at least her face looked better. He let out a relieved breath. but then a system panel popped up. It said a beast summon was available for 10 billion won. With the option to activate it, caught off guard, he saw the summon button was active. He smiled right away. After seeing how strong his first summon, the three-legged crow, was, there was no reason to hold back, so he immediately started the next summon. A system notice confirmed 10 billion won would be used. A green magic circle spread across the floor, and Jisuk, seeing it for the first time, asked in alarm what was happening. He calmly told her it was part of his power and asked her not to worry, just close her eyes for a moment. The light from the circle grew stronger and stronger. Both of them shut their eyes, but Jisuk still screamed as it flared even brighter. Then an egg made of fresh leaves and vines appeared, crackling with green lightning. It rose from the magic circle and floated in the air. Soon the leaves slowly opened, revealing a tiny fairy inside. She wore a peach-colored outfit, had delicate wings, and was fast asleep. She was level 1. Little by little, the fairy opened her eyes, then she smiled like an angel and began fluttering around, scattering glowing particles. Still stunned, Jisuk asked what it was. He held out his hand, and the fairy landed on it. He explained that, like Blackie, she was one of his summoned beasts, and Jisuk finally understood. Just then, Bongyel came into the room. Jisuk greeted him, and he said yes, her son had taken care of everything. Surprised, she asked if he really had. Bongyel said the kid was unbelievable, then walked over to his unconscious wife and started pouring life energy into her. As green energy flowed from Bongyel's hand into Grandma, the little fairy suddenly noticed it. Her eyes widened, and she quickly flew off his hand, surprising him. She darted between Bongyel and Grandma, making him flinch in confusion. Before he could stop her, the fairy started absorbing the life energy he was sending out. A system alert appeared. The fairy had leveled up, and the territory's natural recovery rate had increased by 100. Now glowing bright green, the fairy hovered over Grandma and happily scattered shining particles. Bongyel stared at the creature and demanded to know what it was. Then panic turned into anger, and he yelled at it to stay back. He started scolding the tiny thing for messing with that power, until a familiar voice cut in. Grandma had opened her eyes. Sleepy but awake, she said, "Old man, what did I tell you?" Everyone froze as she kept talking. She asked how many times she told him to wash his hands after coming down from the rooftop. Bongyel could only stare at his wife, stunned that she was finally awake. Noticing his face, Grandma teased him for looking at her like she'd come back from the dead. Behind her, the smiling fairy hovered, making it clear who caused the miracle. Choking up, Bongyel softly called her, "Dear." But after waking up, Grandma was hit by a huge wave of sleepiness. Her eyelids drooped, and she muttered that she felt strangely sleepy. Then she drifted off again. Bongyel stood frozen. His wife had finally woken up, only to pass out again seconds later. Panicked, he rushed to her side and gently shook her, desperately calling for her to wake up. But Grandma didn't respond. Her breathing stayed calm. He turned to the fairy, voice shaking, and demanded to know what it had done. Startled, the fairy just looked confused and nervous. Desperate, Bongyel poured life energy into the fairy again and begged her to try one more time to wake his wife up. But the fairy was worn out. Even while taking in his energy, she shut her eyes tiredly. "I said do it," he shouted, refusing to stop. That was when his grandson stepped in and told him to calm down. Hearing his voice, Bongyel slowly regained control. He lowered his head in regret. Looking at his unconscious wife, he quietly apologized to his grandson for losing his temper. The fairy also looked completely drained. After taking in so much life energy, tears filled Bongyel's eyes as he whispered another apology. Their grandson looked over the situation and figured out the problem. The fairy's level was still too low to keep Grandma awake for long. He told his grandfather to keep feeding the fairy life force on a regular basis because as she leveled up, Grandma would be able to stay awake longer. Deep down, he started to hope they had really found a way to bring her back. Hearing that, Bongyel asked in disbelief if he was serious. The grandson calmly assured him he was. Bongyel let out a breath of relief and whispered, "Thank goodness," then looked at the tiny fairy, now asleep and softly snoring like a tired child. Watching her, the protagonist realized beast summoning was more than a simple skill. This fairy seemed tied to the world tree in a way he hadn't expected. Maybe every summoned creature had its own special condition. He still didn't know all the details, but for now, he was just glad he'd found a way to wake his grandmother again. Then a system alert suddenly popped up. He politely told Bongyel and his mom that he was tired and was going to rest in his room. Bongyel nodded and told him to call if he needed anything. Once inside, he shut the door and checked the message. It said a citizen named Shim Kuntik had died. His face tightened. It was probably one of the new people staying in the annex. With rescue teams still working non-stop and treating the injured, more deaths were bound to happen. He gritted his teeth, thinking about how broken the world had become. People were dying everywhere, from monsters, starvation, or being trapped inside their homes. In the end, survival came down to where you were when it all started. And it wasn't only their country. The whole world was falling apart. People were dying in all kinds of ways. Some lived through pure luck or strong powers, while others died without any chance to fight back. In the quiet that followed, one saying came to mind. With great power comes great responsibility. Maybe that was it. He still didn't know why monsters appeared or why only his family got these amazing powers, but he'd already accepted that the world never gave easy answers. If he wanted them, he'd have to find them himself. He clenched his fists and made up his mind to save his country, or at least as much of it as he could. The system later showed that he could give citizenship to 220,000 people, but so far he had only reached 10,000. So he planned to keep expanding and leveling up by building more annexes. If he kept going, maybe he really could save Korea. He also remembered that passing 10,000 citizens unlocked something called professions. The system said citizens could now get professions, but no new control menu had appeared. Thinking it over, he guessed he first needed to build a professional research lab. He opened construction mode and checked the details. The lab cost 2.5 billion won. It was a place to study citizen professions, and once finished, people could freely gain them. For now, the only available profession was hunter, earned by hunting prey. As he read, he realized this was a different kind of building. It needed a lot of space, but he already knew exactly where to put it. The cleared land left by the giant Cyclops. With that settled, he got ready to build again. But another system message appeared. The facility needed 30 citizens working for 7 days to finish. It was listed as the professional research lab, and each worker would earn 20,000 won a day. Then the system asked if he wanted to begin, and the confirm option appeared. After thinking it through, he decided to have Dabin gather 30 workers. A moment later, he told himself that ruling the world started with ruling yourself. First fix yourself, then your home, then the nation, and finally bring peace to everyone. If he wanted to save the country, he had to start by handling what was right in front of him, finding the families of his loyal vassals. That made him think of Dongjin's party. They had risked their lives for him again and again, and now it was his turn to act for them. He activated his ultimate eye skill once more and checked on Dongjin's group. They had already pushed close to Jagolchi Station, while searching for Gaiyang's mother in Dishindong. While the annex was being built, the team had kept moving toward that area. He used ultimate door shut-in again, linking his apartment door to one near the edge of the newly expanded annex zone. But monster waves had packed the area so heavily that even moving 1 more kilometer was nearly impossible. Seeing that limit, he stopped at the edge of his territory for now. Then he used the ring of communication and told Dongjin's party to pull back for a moment. Almost right away, Byung-ho teleported over and looked shocked by the sudden meeting. He asked how the protagonist had gotten there so fast. The protagonist said it had been a long time since they'd last met in person. Bai Kong-soo then asked if he was the one behind all the monster deaths nearby, and he said yes before asking where the others were. Bai Kong-soo replied that the rest were already on the way. Not long after, the whole party gathered there. Dongjin asked if the new area around the World Tree was part of the protagonist's territory. Now, he confirmed it was. Hearing that, Dongjin said their mission would be much easier with the safe zone stretched this far. But the protagonist said there was more to it, leaving Dongjin confused. In truth, he hadn't placed Dongjin's party here just to speed up annex construction. With the monster waves getting worse, traveling to Dishindong had become deadly, and even the subway tunnels, once their best route, were now jammed with monsters. But now the annex was done, and everything had changed. Smiling faintly, he said they could reach Dishindong, where Byung-ho's family lived, by the end of the day. That left Byung-ho stunned. Even with the larger safe zone, it sounded impossible. Before anyone could fully object, the protagonist told them not to worry. They had a real way to do it. He also said he had one more proposal for the group. At the same time, his mother walked into his room with a plate of cut fruit and found he was already gone. He explained that once the annex was finished, his territory reached all the way to the front of Jagolchi Station, which gave them direct access to the subway. With Seoseo Yejin's rats, he said they could use the poison gas plant again. At the same time, the professional research lab had finished assigning its workers, and Dabin wrapped up the last preparations. Now only one key order remained for Seoseo Yejin. After getting it, she started scouting the tracks from Jagolchi Station to Dishindong Station. Her rats rushed ahead, searching the route. There were still huge monsters blocking the way, and seeing that, he realized sending Dongjin's party in first would have been a disaster. The underground situation was much worse than he expected. He had thought there would be fewer monsters below because the wave had driven them up, but then he realized that actually helped him. A tight space was perfect for the poison mist plan. As the rats moved through the subway, they spread poison mist, and the giant monsters breathed it in. He expected Yohiron's skill to wipe everything out. A moment later, system alerts proved him right. Monsters like the ironclad eel and darkness octopus were killed. He gained experience, and money was added to the ultimate shut-in wallet. Pleased, he saw the subway for what it was, a gold mine, especially since Yohiron's poison mist boosted settlement income. He remembered that the power inherited from his mother strengthened the subordination contract, gave Yohiron the knight title, and raised settlement rewards even more. Her new status showed level 34, the title's 5th servant, knight and poison mage, trust at 94, loyalty at 100, and the awakened skills poison mist and poison dust. Then he checked Seoseo Yejin and saw that she had changed too. Her updated status showed level 37, the title's 10th servant, baron and tamer, trust at 72, loyalty at 76, and the awakened skills Queen of Rats, evolution and enchantment. He realized her old knight title had evolved into baron. The bonus stayed the same, with all her abilities boosted by loyalty times 2, and monsters killed by her rats giving triple experience and rewards. Her new enhancement skill had also powered up the rats, making them much faster and far less likely to die. Once Seo Yejin reported that the subway sweep was done and every monster was dead, he silently thanked her, while remembering Yohiran and Seo Yejin weren't the only ones tied to him through the subordination contract. The story then flashed back to when he gathered Dongjin's party and offered them the same contract. Soon after, every member accepted and the contract was complete. With that done, the party was ready to head out and search for Gayoung's family, and all of their stats had gone up. Dongjin and Daeyong both received baron titles, just like Seo Yejin. Oyeju, though, got an even higher rank. Her status showed level 45, the titles Ninth Servant, Viscount, and Warrior, Trust and Loyalty both at 100, and awakened abilities including Were Bear, Ancient Lifeblood, and the protagonist explained that Viscount worked like Baron, but was stronger because it could raise limits too. It boosted all abilities by loyalty times 3, and gave triple experience and settlement money from monsters hunted by vassals. It also raised the vassal limit by 3, bringing his total maximum to 21. At that point, Kang told the party to move out. His updated status showed level 32 with the titles Third Servant, Knight, and Commander. Commander Trust at 93, and Loyalty at 100. Trying out his new power, he gave the command, just like Sung Jin Woo, Arise. Multiple armed knights burst from the ground. His awakened skill, Steel Knight Order, let him summon not just silver armor but armored golems too. The golems handled their role well, pushing through waves of monsters and cutting them down in seconds. After seeing that, Kang urged everyone to move faster, and the group agreed. The party rushed ahead while the night golems held off the remaining monsters. Not long after, they reached the target area. Dongjin informed the protagonist that they had arrived at Jagalchi Station Exit 2. Through the ring of communication, the protagonist confirmed the route was clear and told them to keep going towards Satjishin Station. The party moved right away. He figured the track was about 3 kilometers long, which the party, now much stronger than normal people, could cross in just minutes. Just as he expected, they made it there within a single day, which left him shocked. When Ji-hoon asked which way to go next, Gayoung said Exit 2 led straight to her apartment complex, but a pack of goblins was blocking the way, chattering as they crowded the path. Dongjin warned everyone to be careful of the goblins ahead, but Gayoung had already made up her mind. She wouldn't let them get anywhere near her family. She raised her bow and swore they wouldn't get close. As she pulled the string back, blue light gathered around the arrow. With a sharp shout, she let it fly. The shot blasted forward so hard even the goblins seemed frozen in fear. They barely understood what was happening before the attack wiped them out, launching them skyward under the force of Gayoung's shot. Right after that, system messages popped up, listing dead enemies like level 7 goblins, level 8 goblins, and more. The protagonist watched the party move through the goblins Gayoung had just erased. He thought about her new skill, Arrow of Light, an arrow packed with shining energy that bursts before impact and splits into deadly piercing shots. As strong as it was, he soon noticed a problem: a barricade. The apartment entrance was blocked, which meant survivors were still inside. Dongjin quickly started breaking it apart and told the others that he and Gayoung would go up while the rest stayed put. Everyone agreed. The others held formation in a tight circle, and Sungjil summoned night golems to reinforce them. Gayoung and Dongjin rushed up the stairs straight toward her home. When they reached her floor, she stopped in front of her door and pounded on it, calling for her mother. No one answered. Fear hit her at once. The silence made her think the worst, and panic took over. Her legs gave out and she dropped to her knees, begging not to lose anything else. Tears poured down as grief swallowed her. Seeing that, the protagonist wondered if this was tied to the king's desperate wish for her family to rise to the heavens. Then the door, which hadn't budged before, slowly opened. A small child stood there, Gayoung's little brother. The protagonist saw both relief and sadness in her eyes as she quietly said her brother's name, Myung-hun. Gayoung immediately asked where their mother was. He said she was inside, then looked surprised to see Dongjin too. A moment later, their mother came running out shouting Gayoung's name. She threw her arms around her daughter, overwhelmed with relief that she was alive. Gayoung broke down crying and called out for her mother. Her mom quickly checked if she was hurt, asking if she was injured and whether she'd eaten. But Gayoung could only sob, flooded with relief that her family was still alive. Her mother tried to calm her, confused about why she was crying like this. But when Gayoung slowly brought up her father, her mother's face turned pale. Shaking, she begged in denial. Gayoung couldn't say it outright and let out a cry that told them enough: their father was gone. Her mother couldn't accept it, and the family started crying as they understood the truth without another word. His absence broke them, and their sobs filled the place. The protagonist watched in quiet sadness, but he knew he couldn't stop there. He still had to help the families of Donggong, Sungchul, and Jihyun in Jeongdong, and he swore he wouldn't let others suffer the same way again. After moving Gayoung's family to safety, he used vassal summons to find missing people, then headed for Jeongdong to look for the others' families. Then Kim Dabin contacted him telepathically and said the shared shelter was full. When he acknowledged the message, Dabin asked if he could expand the facility. Instead, he told her to send residents with nearby homes back to their houses. When she asked if that was really okay, he said he was setting up more shared spaces outside the complex, like community centers and district offices, and opening small stores in several spots, so living outside the main area would be easier. He had expected the shelter to fill up eventually. Luckily, many of the new people already had homes inside the expanded 1-kilometer safe zone, and plenty of houses were empty. Sending them back would reduce the strain. He also planned to build outer bases for hunting teams and add more shops around the area, so he told Debin through the ring of communication to start recruiting workers. She said she'd take care of it. Next, he opened the system's construction menu. It asked him to confirm new stores at selected spots, along with power, water, and gas. He approved it, and the new shops started appearing at once. Then he checked on Dongdong's party with his ultimate eye skill. They had already made it to Jiadi Station, and their speed impressed him. Still, Hyeongjin's poison mist only covered the path up to there. From that point on, the group would have to clear the way themselves. That mattered even more, because the line from Jiadi to Dongni rose above ground halfway. Still, there was good news. Jaeyong ordered his crow to rip apart a giant blue marlin, and thanks to Jaeyong's new skill, the crow had grown bigger and stronger, taking it down fast. When a goblin swarm showed up, Gaeyong wiped it out with her arrows. Byung-ho popped up to shoot the survivors, using the invisibility skill he got through the subordination contract. Jihon's rapid growth skill kept boosting the team, and Dongwon's party was far stronger than before. Songchul summoned Iron Knight golems to crush nearby monsters, while Dongwon told everyone to stay behind the summoned unit. With barely any direct fighting, the party pushed ahead, slipping past enemies, while the golems held them back. But they finally stopped when Dongwon called a halt. A dead end blocked the way completely. Donggaeon decided they had to go down below. The protagonist figured the drop wouldn't be a problem. Most buildings there were only 3 stories high, and the party was around the mid-30s in level. What worried him more was whatever had destroyed the bridge in front of them. What kind of creature could crush a concrete bridge like that? He kept studying the area, imagining what kind of monster could have done it. There were no giant footprints, so it wasn't a cyclops, but something that strong was clearly nearby. They'd have to stay careful. Using the ring of communication, he told the party to move with caution, and they agreed. He guessed Dongzhan's group had likely gone down toward Dongni Station. To reach Dongzhan, they still had to pass several stations, starting with Myungri, Onchanga, and Busan University, leaving about 4 kilometers to Zhongzhan. He also remembered they said they lived in the same apartment complexes, so getting there should have been simple. Quietly hoping they'd all arrive safely, he was suddenly startled by a ringing sound. It sounded like a doorbell, even though there shouldn't have been one where he was. He used multivision to look inside the apartment complex, and found a group of men gathered in front of his own unit. He wondered if the sound had come from his place. Since Kim Dobin usually handled people coming to see him, something like this had become rare. He told Seo Yan he was going to check his apartment for a moment, and after she agreed, he teleported home. Curious, he got ready to find out who these people were and what they wanted. When he arrived, one man was still knocking on the door and calling out to ask if anyone was inside. Another asked if they even had the right apartment, but their leader insisted this had to be the place. Before they could talk more, the door opened right in front of them, and they froze in shock. As they stared at him with their mouths open, he simply asked what was going on. At that moment, he noticed 3 of their trust levels jump sharply the instant they saw him. The leader nervously asked if he was Kim Jae-hyun, and he confirmed it. The man said they needed a favor and quickly got to the point. They wanted him to lend them guns. That caught him off guard. He asked why they needed firearms. The leader quickly said they weren't for use inside the safe zone. Hesitating, the protagonist said it wasn't necessary, but as sweat formed on the man's face, he finally revealed the truth. They planned to go outside. The leader repeated that they wanted to leave the safe area, making Jo-hyun wonder if they meant to hunt monsters. The man said no. They were trying to rescue their families. Listening to their plea, the protagonist realized they were just like him. People who stayed awake worrying about loved ones until fear and desperation pushed them to act. Moved by that, he told them he couldn't help with everything, and the leader looked down, disappointed. But before the mood dropped any further, he used item summoning. Pistols appeared out of thin air and dropped in front of them. The group stared in disbelief as he told them that if they were serious about saving their families, they'd need weapons. The group bowed over and over, thanking him and saying they had no way to repay him. Jaehyun told them he had one condition. The leader looked stunned, and MC explained that they had to make a contract with him. It was a subordination contract, a crazy strong skill that let him choose up to 100 awakened followers for free. But there was one weird catch. Curious, the leader asked what they had to do. Jaehyun briefly wondered why his mom had never used all 100 slots. Then he gave them the answer. They had to kneel. Everyone froze and awkwardly asked if he was serious. He just as awkward said yes, that was part of it. He even felt like some kind of tyrant saying it. Still, the leader dropped to his knees first and asked if this was right. The protagonist quietly thanked him. Then he stepped up and held a hand over the man's head. Red-faced, he said that from now on, the leader would follow his orders. The man looked lost, so Jaehyun explained. He just had to say he accepted. The leader did, and a strange aura wrapped around him. The system showed his info. Jang Sung-jun, Trust 48, with telekinesis and A-rank skill that uses mental power to move things. Sung-jun stared at the light around him, clearly shocked by what he felt. After reading that, MC was stunned. An A-rank ability was way better than he expected. The others rushed in, asking what that light was and whether Sung-jun was okay. He said he felt fine, just different. Jo-hwan realized he had hit the jackpot. Right away, he opened the store and bought 1 tangerine. Then he gave Sung-jun a quest. Lift the tangerine with his power in 10 minutes, and he'd get mental power enhancement as a reward. Sungjun looked confused by the word telekinesis, so he told him to make the tangerine float without touching it. As Sungjun focused, that aura wrapped around him again, and the tangerine started to shine, then slowly floated up. He stared in amazement and cheered when it worked. Then the tangerine suddenly exploded, spraying juice all over Jaehyun. Panicked, Sungjun quickly apologized and said he lost control. The protagonist told him it was okay and said this was the power he got from the contract. Then he called up the next person. A system message popped up. Sungjun's trust hit 50. Loyalty was unlocked, and he now qualified as a vassal. MC asked the others if they wanted to make contracts too. After registering Sungjun as a vassal, the rest made their contracts as well. Most awakened average skills in the D to C range. Jaehyun was fine with that. As they got ready to leave and search for their families, he felt getting Sungjun alone had already made this worth it. And now that Sungjun was his vassal, he could get basic support. Before they left, he asked Sungjun to confirm that he lived in the Ofo apartment complex in Yeongjidong. Sungjun said yes, and the protagonist wished them all luck. After they were gone, he muttered that it was time to head back. He used teleport right away and appeared behind Sebe, making her jump. Jaehyun said he was back and asked if anything happened while he was gone. Sebe told him things had gone bad. At Dongjun's party, a huge level 45 twin-headed ogre had shown up. The monster loomed over them, staring them down. Jaehyun saw its size at once and realized it was the same monster that destroyed the bridge. The ogre attacked, forcing everyone to scatter. Jaesuk's crow darted in and damaged one of its eyes. But Youngho teleported, turned invisible, then fired his gun at the injured head. Kang ordered his armored night golem to hit the ogre's leg, but the twin-headed ogre struck back and crushed the golems under its foot. It still looked completely unfazed. Kang gritted his teeth, realizing they had barely done anything. Donggun thought that if they could open even one small gap, they might still have a chance. At that moment, Jaehyun used item summon and dropped a barbell right above the ogre. The hit slammed it down to its knees. Through the communication ring, he apologized for being late. The whole group's mood changed right away. He told them that from now on, he'd back them up all the way. The ogre was down after taking that barbell straight from above, but no kill message appeared, so Jaehyun knew it was still alive. He warned the party through the ring to stay sharp. A second later, a burst of force exploded out and shoved everyone back as the ogre stood up again, furious and still ready to fight. Jaehyun quickly asked Yeonju through the ring if she could slow it down. She wasn't sure but said she'd try, and MC trusted her. Yeonju charged the ogre, shouting for Daejung to buff her. Daejung used her support skill at once, and Yeonju rushed in. At the same time, Jaehyun activated item summon, pulling up several system windows at once, as a storm of bullets flew at the monster, keeping it under pressure. While the shots distracted it, Yeonju got close and hit its left leg fast, making the ogre crash down again. Jaehyun then looked to Gaeyoung, who already had her bow trained on the weakened monster. As she drew her arrow, he thought one shot of light would end the battle, until the ogre grabbed a wrecked car and got ready to throw it. Jaehyun warned everyone, but they had already seen it coming. The ogre hurled the car at them, and Gaeyoung answered with her arrow of light, blowing the car apart in midair. But that was only the start. The enraged monster began throwing car after car at the party. In the middle of the chaos, Jaehyun called out for Yeonju, who tried to rush in again, but now the ogre had noticed her and threw another object straight at her. Then a huge truck came flying, and Gaeyoung shouted a warning. Fear filled her face as the truck came within inches. Watching it happen, Jaehyun froze in terror and felt himself falling apart at the thought of losing someone important again. He desperately searched for any way to save them. Then, at that last second, a blast of purple-black energy shot toward the truck and blew it away. The beam punched through it and stopped it cold before it could hit Gaehyung. A huge hole tore through the truck, and Gaehyung stood there unharmed, staring at the damage and wondering what those black flames were. Everyone turned in shock and saw Dongjeon surrounded by black flames. He stepped forward with overwhelming force. Dongjeon told everyone to move. He was going to kill the monster. Rage and power poured off him. Jaehyun dropped to the floor, stunned. He could barely process what he was seeing, even when Sehun worriedly called out from beside him. He told her he was fine and said his legs had just given out, but his head was spinning from what he had seen. He was sure that power wasn't one of Dongjeon's awakened skills, and that raised even more questions about where those black flames came from. Meanwhile, Dongjeon summoned his spear, pulling the ogre's attention to him. The monster roared and threw more cars, but Dongjeon tightened his grip. Black flames wrapped around him in the spear. When another car flew in, he brushed it off as nothing, and threw his spear, slicing the car in half before it kept flying toward the ogre. The spear hit, and in the next instant the ogre was swallowed by a huge explosion that erased its upper body. A system panel confirmed the level 45 twin-headed ogre was dead, giving Jaehyun a big chunk of experience and money in his ultimate shut-in wallet. Dongxian stood there victorious, and Kang shouted in surprise and joy as he celebrated the win. Dongxian smiled at the group while Gaeyoung checked on Yeonju, who shakily gave a thumbs up to show she was okay. Then Byungho asked Dongxian what kind of power that was. Still confused, Dongxian said he hadn't activated it himself, and guessed maybe Jaeyeon had done something. The protagonist kept thinking about those black flames, wondering if they only appeared in special situations, or if they belonged to neither of them. He still had no answers, But that wasn't the biggest problem right now. Another system message appeared saying his skill level had gone up. As his territory expanded again, a wave of pain hit him so hard that he screamed. Jaeyeon endured the same terrible pain that always came with leveling up, clutching his chest as low groans slipped out. Jaeyeon noticed and called to him, but he said he was fine and somewhat used to it by now. As always, his territory spread, monsters inside it died and turned into experience, and people in the new area became citizens. But this time, something was different. A new system panel appeared saying he had discovered a dungeon and as the first one to find it, earned 100 crystals. MC stared at the message, shocked that a dungeon had suddenly appeared. Since the reward was crystals, he guessed the place had to be tied to them somehow. The system said the dungeon was behind an apartment complex halfway up Hwanggyang Mountain. Gaeon decided to send Junhyuk's party to check it out. He figured that if he made subordination contracts with Junhyuk and the whole party, their combined strength would be more than enough. Then he wondered where Junhyuk was and used his ultimate eye to find him. Through it, he saw Junhyuk and his party facing several goblins. Then the goblins suddenly dropped dead for no clear reason, leaving Junhyuk totally confused. Watching through his skill, the protagonist realized his territory expansion had killed the monsters Junhyuk's party was fighting. A second later, he used the communication ring and Junhyuk jumped at the sudden voice. Through the ring, he told Junhyuk to gather everyone and come to his house. He had something he needed from them. Then he headed back to the apartment through the ultimate shut-in door. By then, Dongjian's group was almost there, so Seon wasn't needed anymore. He thanked her for everything she'd done. She paused, feeling like she might still be able to help. But he smiled and told her she'd already done more than enough. He said he'd call again if something came up, but for now she should go rest with her family. After a brief hesitation, Seol-yeon agreed. With a bright smile, she said she was heading out. He told her to get home safe. She thanked him, and he smiled back. After she left, he figured Dongjian's party should be arriving soon. Last time he checked, they didn't need any more help from him. They were strong enough to break through on their own now, and the biggest problem, the territory's main boss, was already gone. Now all they had to do was finish the run. The view shifted to Dongjian's party as they kept rushing ahead. The protagonist thought the timing was perfect. They were almost at the apartment complex where Dongjian's, Kang's, and Jihan's families were waiting. Kang's eyes filled with tears the moment he spotted his home. Hope hit Dongjian and Jihan too. They just wanted to get inside, save everyone, and bring them out alive. Kang shouted for everyone to give it everything they had and keep moving. So the party ran harder toward the complex. They believed they were only moments away from seeing their families again. Excitement built fast. Kang even pictured all of them reaching the safe zone together and finally living in peace. But before that thought could finish, he saw something ahead and froze in horror. He stopped dead. Dongjian asked why he'd suddenly stopped. Kang's face answered first, pure fear. Swearing under his breath, he got Dongjian and Gyang's attention. His hand shook as he warned the group. Fear spread through the party when Kang said they might already be too late. Dongjian's face also turned pale. Then he saw it too. New monsters coming straight at them. They were level 31 black orcs, blocking the way forward. Seeing that, the protagonist felt a chill. High-level monsters in the 30s were pouring out of the underground parking lot. It was hard to accept, but the meaning was obvious. There was almost no chance anyone in the complex had survived. It was a total disaster. Right then, Kang shouted the summon command, and several armored night golems appeared to meet the orcs. The protagonist grimly thought Dongjian's family, Kang's family, and Gyang's family were probably already gone. Blinded by rage, Kang ordered the golem cavalry to wipe them out. The golem knights charged straight into the orcs. Nearby, Gyang kept watching Dongjian, worried about how he was handling the thought that his family might be dead. Dongjian's anger exploded and the mood around him turned heavy. His eyes held only one thought, kill every orc here. Then black flames wrapped around his body. As the golem cavalry collided with the orcs, a spear covered in black fire appeared overhead. The flames blazed as it fell, and in the very next moment, the spear slammed into the orcs and erupted, blowing a huge number of them apart. It was Dongjian who threw it. Smoke rose from his body as he stood there with a dark, locked-in stare. Without wavering, he announced that the fight was starting now. Then Dongjian charged the orcs. His spear was still burning with black flames. When the orcs rushed him, he flashed past so fast they couldn't track him. They understood only when it was already too late. Dongjian had already pierced their heads and killed them. Nearby, Kang fought in heavy armor while Gi-hun fired live rounds into the orcs. Kang pushed forward with his halberd and one huge swing crushed the orcs in front of him. Every attack carried the rage burning inside him. Soon the protagonist joined in too. He used item summoning and live ammo started raining down on the black orc army. Looking over the field, he realized the regular black orc grunts weren't the real issue. Dongjian's party had grown too strong for them. But the next second, one armored night golem was hit and had its head split open. That made it obvious the normal black orcs weren't the real threat. The dangerous ones were the black orc warriors. They were on a whole different level from the others. As soon as he understood that, one of those black orc warriors stepped into view. Using the communication ring, he told everyone he'd support them from behind and warned them to watch the armored orcs and tighten their formation. At that exact moment, a warrior orc raised its bow and fired at the party. The protagonist stared in shock as the arrow flew right at their healer. Dior! He shouted for her to move, but he was too late. The arrow hit, and her eyes went blank for a second as the shock caught up to her. The whole party cried out her name. The arrow had gone through her stomach. She fought back a scream as pain tore through her. Dongjit saw it and froze, too stunned to speak. The protagonist could hardly believe it. Dongjit, who always stayed calm and gave orders fast, couldn't say a word. Out of everyone there, the enemy had struck the weakest point in the party, the healer. With an arrow stuck in Dongjit's stomach, healing magic wouldn't work properly. That meant they couldn't count on her support anymore. Yeonju could last for a while thanks to her strong recovery, but if the fight dragged on, the party would lose the edge. The protagonist knew the outcome was basically being decided right there. If they were going to run, this was the last chance. He prepared to use Vassal Summon and get them out. But at that same moment, a black orc warrior moved to strike Dongjian. The protagonist yelled his name. Then Dongjian did something no one expected. She yanked the arrow out of her own stomach and threw it away. The protagonist was stunned. She shouted that she was fine, loud enough for everyone to hear. Dongjian told them to get it together and keep fighting, then started healing herself. She reminded them they still didn't know what had happened at the complex until they checked for their families themselves. At the same time, Dongjit snapped back to focus just as a black orc warrior's axe came down on him. He blocked the strike and drove a hit into the orc's chest. The protagonist knew that even if Dongjit pulled the arrow out, the pain would slow her down for a while. Normally, the smart move would be to retreat right away, but like everyone else on that battlefield, he was burning with rage. So instead of running, he opened the status window and chose to strengthen his allies. He called out Dongjian, Kang, and Ji Yun, then ordered the system to raise all three to level 40. A warning popped up saying each level would cost 1 sextillion 0.00000. He didn't hesitate. In an instant, Dongjian, Kang, and Ji Yun all hit level 40. Dongjian immediately felt the change. The protagonist told them he'd boosted their levels, then said they were going to crush every enemy in front of them. Backed by his support, the party charged the Black Orc warriors head-on. Kangong used his power and summoned far more armored golem knights than ever before, even if the level-ups alone cost over 10 quintillion. He didn't care. The armored knights stormed the Black Orcs. When one orc warrior swung an axe at a knight, it couldn't even leave a mark. The knight answered with one clean slash and took its head off. As the fight kept raging, the protagonist remembered all the party's money he'd spent on reclaiming land, keeping the utilities running, and building new facilities. Then Jiwon lifted a hand and summoned several crows, sending them out to attack. The crows swarmed the orcs without stopping. He decided that if he'd used their money for all that, the least he could do now was this. So he raised Dongjian, Yeonju, and Kang to level 45, spending 18 sextillion. To him, if that price guaranteed victory, it was worth it for Dongjian's sake. With their new strength, Yeonju, Kang, and Dongjian rushed the orc warriors. Now at level 45, they moved in to slaughter them. The battle dragged on for a long time. During the fight, the protagonist also leveled Gyung, Byung-ho, and Dajung. All three reached level 40, and he brought the rest of the party up to 40 as well. That left everyone at level 40 or higher, while the three most effective fighters Dongjian, Kang, and Yeonju rose to level 45. Level 45 was the same level as the twin-headed ogre they had beaten before. With power like that, once the party really cut loose, it didn't take long for the fight to end. Soon, black orcs were sprawled across the ground in pools of blood. Dongjian walked forward, worn out from the long battle. Now, the only ones left standing are Dongjian's party. The group starts heading up the stairs, but Dongjian's face stays hard and serious. He glances down the lower floor hallway of the apartment building strewn with blood and broken debris, then keeps leading everyone upstairs. The higher they go, the clearer the massacre becomes. Dongjian is stained with blood as he climbs. Then light rain begins to fall, and the dark sky makes the whole moment feel even heavier. Dongjian walks through the building and finally stops at his own apartment. He reaches for the doorknob, but Gayoung grabs his arm and calls out to him. Even then, Dongjian stays cold and quiet. Kang can already tell what this likely means. Dongjian's parents are probably gone. A moment later, Dongjian opens the door and sees blood all over the floor. He steps inside and notices huge footprints, blood smeared across the bookshelves, and the room torn apart by violence. Even after seeing all that, his face doesn't change. Kang, Gi-hun, and the others are crushed by what they find. Still, Dongjian checks the other rooms, holding on to a tiny bit of hope that his family survived, but he finds nothing. He comes back out and tells everyone they should go. Even with grief written all over him, Dongjian says he's fine. Then Gajung throws her arms around him and sobs, begging him to cry too. But Dongjian says he already expected this. After a short pause, he says again that he's fine. The party checks the other apartments too, but every place ends the same way. Gajung drops to the ground and Kang asks if it's confirmed. Gajun says yes. He says this is just the kind of world they live in now. Kang looks at him and sees someone completely empty inside. The protagonist realizes they failed. Unlike Gin, who still had family beside her to grieve with, the others didn't even have that. No matter how hard they fought, they were left completely alone. He had once thought his power might be enough to save the whole country, but he couldn't even protect the people right in front of him. Inside the building, Dongjian tells everyone he didn't see any blood in their homes, so their families might still be alive somewhere. And even if they aren't, he says they still have to keep going and not lose hope. The protagonist thinks that even this small hope puts them in a better place than Donggyeon, who already knows he lost his family. Soon after, Donggyeon calls out and asks if the protagonist is there. He answers yes. Donggyeon apologizes and asks if he can summon them back. He wants to rest a little. The protagonist uses his vassal summon, and the whole party appears before him in an instant. As they arrive, one thought keeps hitting him. Did saving his own family first make them too late to save everyone else's? While he wrestles with that, Donggyeon quietly says he's going to rest. But the protagonist can't stop thinking about it. His parents made it out alive with their own powers, and his grandfather survived because he was strong too. That makes him think they probably would have been fine even without his help. No one says it, but he feels like the others might blame him. To them, he thinks he may be the one who led to their family's deaths. He starts shaking, then bows deeply. He apologizes, saying it was his fault. His greed to save his own family first caused this. Because of his selfish choice, he says, they lost their chance to save the people they loved most. Kang and Yeonju stay silent, while he keeps bowing and apologizing from the bottom of his heart. Dongjun listens without saying a word, then turns and walks toward him. His face is blank as he looks down at the protagonist, still bent over. But instead of blaming him, Dongjun says none of this is his fault. Even so, the protagonist keeps crying. Sure, he should have done more. Dongjun tells him to raise his head and look around. Everyone here, including him, is alive because of the protagonist's power. He says they can live now without always fearing hunger, thirst, or monsters, and that's all because of him. Without him, Byung-ho's grandmother and Ga-young's family never would have been saved. Donggyeon says it clearly the protagonist is their savior. That hits him hard. Donggyeon goes on saying that without the protagonist, they never would have even known if their families were alive or dead. They also wouldn't have gotten the chance to get revenge. As he speaks, the protagonist hears a small shake in Donggyeon's voice. He can tell Donggyeon is clenching his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm through the pain. Then he says ordinary people like them never could have beaten the monsters alone. This world is full of grief, but that pain isn't aimed at one person. It falls everywhere at random. So the protagonist doesn't need to carry all of it. This is the world's fault, not his. Donggyeon tells him not to bear everything alone and says it's enough for him to stand like a huge tree, giving people a place to rest in its shade. Then he thanks him sincerely and turns to leave. Watching him go, the protagonist realizes Dongjun is much stronger and more grown up than he thought. He should have been the one comforting everyone, yet he was the one being comforted. Then Kang and Jihan tell him to cheer up and thank him too. Dongjun tells him to stay strong, and Byung-ho admits he never could have saved his grandmother without him. Dongjun says she would have died in her house if he hadn't rescued her, and Yoonju says she probably would have lost her mind without his help. One by one, the whole party thanks him, leaving the protagonist standing there in silence. It feels strange to him. Until now, he thought he was only doing things for himself. Even when he helped people, he saw it as trade. They helped him, so he helped them. And yet, they were calling someone like him their savior. He wonders if he really deserves that. Donggyeon's words stay with him, telling him that all he has to do is stand like a huge tree. He pictures a giant tree where everyone can rest safely in the shade. With new resolve, he thanks them all and decides to become that tree. The huge tree Donggyeon believes he can be. At first, he only wanted to save all of South Korea, because he felt crushed by the power he'd been given. He thought he had to do that much. But it was never something he truly wanted, and deep down, he wasn't sure he could do it. His real plan had been simpler. Keep hunting monsters, level up his skills, set up outer bases, and slowly expand his territory. Now he gives up the dream of saving the entire country. Instead, he decides to become a huge tree, a place where anyone under his shade can rest a little safer. For the first time, he feels sure this is what he needs to do. Soon, a system window appears. Dongjin's trust has reached the maximum level. He gains a new throwing skill, and Dongjin's loyalty also hits the max. Since Dongjin's already his vassal limit rises too. Not long after Dongjin's party leaves, Junhyuk arrives at the protagonist's house with his group and says he gathered everyone like he was told. The protagonist comes outside, greets them, and thanks them for coming. Junhyuk brushes that off and asks what he needs them to do. The protagonist says they should move somewhere else. Since only his vassals can enter his house and regular people can only come to the front door, he called them here for that reason. Then he activates his ultimate skill, the shut-in door. When he opens the apartment door, everyone is stunned. The doorway now connects straight to their house. A pink-haired woman can't understand how that's possible, and another man blurts out his confusion too. Just as he expected, everyone's trust rises. The protagonist smiles, thinking the fastest and safest way to build trust is to show his power directly. Then he says he'll explain what he wants from them. He wants everyone there to sign a contract with him. The group is shocked when they hear that, but soon they all kneel and make contracts of subordination. After it's over, the pink-haired woman asks if they were the last group, and if it's finally done. Wiping away sweat, the protagonist says yes. He admits making contracts with so many people at once is exhausting. With that, the setup is finished. Then he calls Junhyuk over and gets to the main point. Now that his territory has grown, all of Hwangryong Mountain is inside it, and a dungeon seems to have appeared there. He asks Junhyuk and his party to explore the dungeon. After thinking for a moment, Junhyuk smiles and agrees. thanking the protagonist for trusting them with something this important. But before the protagonist could say more, a message hit his mind. It was Dabin. She said the item he asked for was ready and told him to come at once. He replied that he was on his way. Our protagonist heads up to the 21st floor. In the elevator, he thinks about how Junhyuk quickly agreed to handle the dungeon raid, which finally takes some pressure off. For the first time in a while, he can breathe. What felt strange was this. Even after the subordination contract, Junhyuk's skills stayed the same. Like Ayong before him, only his knight title changed to Viscount. In Junhyuk's group, the real standouts were Ayong and a few others. They got B-rank abilities, while most of the party ended up with C or D-rank ones. As he keeps making contracts and gathering more data, he starts to see a pattern. Getting higher rank abilities seems tied to something people are born with, potential. Since he can only have 100 subordinates, it's better to choose the most gifted people from now on. Just then, the elevator reaches the 21st floor. Dabin spots him right away and happily calls out to him. He tells her she did well, but she laughs it off and says it wasn't hard. He says he'll still make sure she gets a bonus. Then he turns to the group waiting there. A line of people stands in front of him. When he asks if these are the ones, Dabin says yes. She picked 10 people who are good at getting things done. He introduces himself clearly as Kim Jae-hyun. The whole group bows and greets him together. A blonde man steps up and asks what kind of job he has for them. He answers right away. He plans to give them the same role as Dabin, a manager position. The room goes still. Everyone stares at him, shocked, and the blonde man nervously asks if he's serious. Even with the population growing fast, only a handful of people are managers. Sungmin leads the medical team, and another manager runs relief work. There are still 12 open manager spots. He can give them out, but not for free. The blonde man quickly promises he'll work hard if chosen. Jae-hyun gives them the condition. There are rules. He picked them for one reason. As more people join, all kinds of problems will start piling up. Only those who can come up with answers to those problems will get a manager title. Holding out his hand, he asks if they're ready, and tells them to start one at a time. For a long time, the candidates keep pitching ideas for the manager role. They talk about garbage, road upkeep, and ways to handle everyday problems inside the territory. The ideas keep coming, and most of them are solid. One smart plan follows another. Dabin really did gather capable people. Then someone raises his hand and says he'd like to try. Jae-hyun tells him to go ahead. The man suggests creating a group to keep order inside the territory. Nothing serious has happened yet, but without something holding things together, trouble feels unavoidable. The protagonist asks if he means something like the old police. The man says yes right away. Then a man in a red jacket cuts in, apologizing and saying that mention of police reminded him of something. Jae-hyun lets him speak. The man says police station armories have guns, even rifles. That hits MC hard. Rifles in a police station? Aren't those military weapons? The man explains that South Korea is still technically under armistice, so in emergencies some police stations keep weapon stockpiles. Of course, only larger stations have them. He starts thinking hard. If they can get those weapons, building a force to keep order would be much easier. The closest station should be Busunjin Police Station in Singmyeon. He asks the man his name, and the answer is Nam Jae-ho. Jae-hyun immediately tells Jae-ho to gather a team and go. Startled, Jae-ho asks if he has to go himself. The protagonist tells him not to worry. Since the territory expanded, the station is probably inside their range. If not, he shouldn't force it. Jae-ho agrees and says he'll try. MC smiles and tells him to leave as soon as he's ready. He tells the others to keep giving ideas, but one word keeps circling in his head. Rifles. The thought is way too tempting. By the next day, the manager selection wraps up well, and Jae-ho's team actually returns with firearms. After checking them with Ultimate Eye and registering them in the store, he finds the haul is small. 2 rifles, 3 bullets, and a box of empty cartridges. Still, the amount doesn't matter much if he can buy more through the store. The bigger issue is Jae-ho's report. When his team got to the station, most of the guns were already gone. Based on the size of the armory, several hundred weapons are missing. That means some survival group out there is heavily armed, and that sounds like a future problem already. Jae-ho scratches his head, annoyed. Still, a group that big should be easy to notice. If they were nearby, word would have spread already. So for now, they're probably not close to the territory. Still, it feels like he'll run into them sooner or later. He puts that issue aside, activates Ultimate Eye, and says he'll start giving rifles to the places that need them most. Then the scene jumps to a battlefield packed with orcs. Sang-hoon and his party are hiding, totally surrounded. One teammate panics, asking what they're supposed to do with orcs everywhere. Sang-hoon curses, unable to believe they made it this far in. That same teammate says they're almost out of ammo. The mood sinks fast. Everyone looks to Sang-hoon for an answer. He thinks it through. After a brutal fight, the whole team is worn out. Their weapons are nearly useless, and with what he can do now, this is too much. Under his breath, he curses again, desperate for any way out. Then a voice calls his name inside his head. A system panel appears, and a second later rifles and boxes of bullets drop out like a miracle. It's Jae-ho. Watching from afar, he smiles and says he got there just in time. Weapon support has arrived. Sang-hoon's party scrambles toward the rifles and ammo, staring in shock. The hopelessness in the air is gone, replaced by pure relief. Sang-hoon actually laughs when he sees the weapons and shouts his thanks. In an instant, the squad is armed and ready to fight again. The party forms up, weapons in hand, while Sang-hoon calmly readies a rifle. He looks over his team and asks if anyone's hesitating. Everyone answers at once. No, that's all he needs. A second later, they charge the orcs without another word. The orcs turn at the sound. Sang-hoon lets out a roar and opens fire. Bullets rip through the air and tear through the orcs, dropping them one after another. The rest of the party joins in, pouring out non-stop fire. This isn't even a fight, it's a slaughter. The orcs take round after round and fall in heaps. Some try to run, but Sang-hoon's cavalry and the others gun them down too. Watching them flee, Sang-hoon laughs, pumped and out of breath, yelling that they're running, that they can do this and they're going to save their families. At the same time, the protagonist gets system alerts confirming the kills. Through Ultimate Eye, he watches Sang-hoon and the party in real time. So this is what rifles can do. Without using a single skill, they're crushing an orc horde with guns alone. Even basic gun training gives crazy firepower enough to wipe out normal monsters. Good. Sang-hoon's team should be fine for now, so he leaves the rest to them. Next, he turns his focus to Jo-hoon's party and checks on them with Ultimate Eye. Elsewhere, Jo-hoon says they've finally found it, the Lizardmen's Swamp Dungeon. His party stands at the entrance, looking into the flooded passage ahead. One member points out the problem right away. There's water everywhere, and if it's like this, they can't enter. Jae-ho cuts off the worry and says not to panic. Then he raises a hand and uses water control. The water parts to both sides, opening a path as if it's obeying him. The party stares, stunned by what their leader can do. Chun-hyuk looks back and asks if everyone's ready. They're going in. A system panel appears before the protagonist. Chun-hyuk's party is the first to enter the dungeon, earning double experience and settlement money. Even so, he knows dungeons are unknown ground. No one knows what kind of danger is waiting inside. Right after helping Sang-hoon's team, he also sent rifles to Chun-hyuk's party. Now they have real firepower too. Clearing the dungeon probably won't be a big problem. But what is that number next to the dungeon info? He first thought it meant capacity, but maybe not. They may learn the truth after clearing it. Inside, one party member stares around and says the whole place is filled with water. It feels like walking through an aquarium, and another agrees. It's like an underwater tunnel. Then one of them suddenly freezes. Enemy at 11 o'clock, 3 of them. The party goes on alert at once. They're getting closer. Weapons come up as Chun-hyuk checks the direction. If it's 11 o'clock, then the attack is coming from the water. Right then, the surface explodes in a splash, and a lizard man bursts out. A teammate shouts that it's behind him. The creature swings its claws to strike, but Chun-hyuk is already moving. Using water control, he cuts the lizard man clean in half. A teammate yells for everyone to stay sharp. 2 left. The party fires into the water, but the shots keep missing. The lizard men move through it like it was made for them. Hyunjin curses. They can't hit these things. If only they could pull them out of the... Then the water around the lizard men suddenly disappears. The monsters panic at once, thrown off balance. The party is stunned, but the reason is simple. Chun-hyuk says it clearly. Water is his territory. He gives the order. Gunfire bursts out, and the last lizard men are torn apart. A system message reaches the protagonist. 1 level 21 lizardmen and 2 level 22 lizardmen have been killed. He admits they got lucky. In a flooded dungeon like this, the lizardmen should have the full advantage. Trying to move through dark water with bad visibility would be a nightmare. With enemies swimming freely, they'd be like death coming from every side. But Hyunjin's mini-map, which scans 100 meters and marks allies and enemies, plus Chun-hyuk's water control, turns the whole fight around. At this point, the protagonist doesn't even need to help. Honestly, Chun-hyuk and Hyunjin alone with a few people carrying rifles could crush this dungeon. Deeper inside, lizardman bodies cover the way. Chun-hyuk's party stands over the mess. Without stopping, they move on. Soon they reach a huge gate, and Chun-hyuk wonders if this is the boss room. They open it and step inside. Right away, Chun-hyuk feels something is wrong. Ah-hyung blurts out that there's no water here. She jokes that maybe just getting here clears the dungeon since there's no boss around, but Hyunjin quickly tells her not to say that because that's exactly when things go bad. The next second, his face changes. He senses something awful. A warning comes fast. Something is coming, and it's moving quickly. Then a huge wave of water slams into the room. Chun-hyuk throws up a water barrier and tells everyone to get behind him. Even so, he struggles, gritting his teeth as he feels the force pushing against him. Out of the chaos, the dungeon boss appears, standing on the water with a trident in hand. Through clenched teeth, Chun-hyuk confirms it. The boss is here. The level 30 lizardman chieftain suddenly appears right in front of Chun-hyuk. Chun-hyuk instantly orders everyone to fire, and the team unloads on the monster. But a moment later, the boss casually swings its trident. Water rises at its command and forms a shield, stopping every bullet. Chun-hyuk can't believe it blocked bullets with water, while Hyunjin starts to panic, realizing their attacks do nothing and asking what they do now. That's when Chun-hyuk smiles and says if the boss can use water, so can he. He calmly tells everyone to stay put. Hyunjin asks what he's doing, but Chun-hyuk rushes ahead saying he'll end this fast and come back. Hyunjin calls after him in worry. By then, Chun-hyuk is already shaping the water under his feet into solid ground, letting him shoot forward at insane speed. In seconds, he reaches the lizardman chieftain. His eyes sharpen as he fully uses water control. He fires compressed water at the boss like deadly bullets. The lizard man chieftain swings its trident and knocks the attacks away, but then its expression turns to shock. Junhook smiles and points out the weakness. If the boss has to block his attacks by hand, then it can't control the water. Junhook controls. That was just a fake out. Junhook is already behind it. In the next instant, he uses water control to seal off the lizard man chieftain's breathing. He gives the boss a quick goodbye and triggers water bomb. The dungeon boss's head explodes. The party is left speechless, shaken by how overwhelming their leader is. They think the dungeon is finally cleared. Junhook lands and a system panel appears. It says Junhook killed the lizard man chieftain and gained experience. Citizen Junhook has slain the ruler of the lizard man area, earned 10 crystals, and cleared a dungeon for the first time, gaining 100 more crystals. Later, when Junhook's party comes out, the dungeon info has changed a little. The number that used to be 10 is now 9. The protagonist realizes that number shows how many clears the dungeon has left, so there are 9 runs remaining. If they finish those runs and collect enough crystals, a mystic draw will open. That means he could get another divine item, like the Ring of Communication. Using the ring, the protagonist contacts Junhook right after the clear. He checks if Junhook is okay, and Junhook says he's just a little tired. Relieved, the protagonist asks if Junhook can clear the dungeon once a day. At first, Junhook is surprised. Then he grins and says it's easy. 10 days pass, and Junhook's party clears the dungeon all 10 times. After beating the boss one last time, Junhook says this was the final run. They didn't miss a single clear. A system message tells the protagonist that all 10 entries for the D-rank dungeon Lizardman Swamp have been used. Mystic Draw, which costs 300 crystals, is now available, and he currently has 400 crystals. Through the Ring of Communication, the protagonist praises Junhook's party and tells them to head back and rest. Now that he has enough resources, only one thing is left: use the Mystic Draw. He holds out his hand and says, "Mystic Draw." At once, a golden magic circle appears and floods the room with light. Junhook complains that it's too bright, but then he notices something strange. A crown starts taking shape inside the golden light. The magic condenses until a finished crown is resting in Jaehoon's hand. The system reveals it, the ultimate shut-in's crown. When worn, every effect given to citizens is doubled. Jaehoon realizes there are 6 current citizen effects, including double experience, double settlement money, power of trust, tax collection, basic salary, economic support, and job effects. If he wears the crown, all of them will double again. He mutters that he really has no choice but to keep it on. As he puts it on, he thinks it's a little annoying, but the effect is too good to ignore. Since he hardly leaves home anyway, wearing it all the time is fine. The moment the crown settles on his head, a cool energy runs through him. He remembers tax collection should be almost off cooldown, and decides to test the crown. If the effect really doubles, then instead of 10, he'd collect 20. He uses tax collection, thinking that at 20 he could be making tens of a system panel pops up. 1.5 billion won has been deposited into the ultimate shut-in's wallet through tax collection. Jaehoon is stunned by the amount. That means the citizens are holding around 75 billion won total. They had way more money than he thought, which explains the strange store sales lately. Their buying power has clearly jumped, with citizens getting richer and the crown now his. Jaehoon decides he needs to level up fast and unlock more item categories in the store. Just then the doorbell rings. Someone calls out to Jaehoon. They're back. He opens the door and finds Sungjoon there. Sungjoon greets him and says they've come to return the borrowed items. Jaehoon says they must be worn out and thanks them for bringing everything back. Sungjoon answers that it's the least they could do. Then, a little awkwardly, Sungjoon asks what's on Jaehoon's head. Startled, Jaehoon almost drops the crown and quickly says it's nothing. He changes the subject right away, congratulating Sungjoon on getting his family back safely. Sungjoon says it's all thanks to Jaehoon. If they'd been any later, he might never have seen them again. Thanks to the guns Jaehoon gave them, they were able to save their family. Jaehoon says all he did was support them. The ones who saved the family were them. But Sungjoon insists they needed that chance more than anything. Then Sungjoon and his party bow deeply, thanking Jaehoon again. Jaehoon just smiles and says he's happy he could help. A system panel appears, saying Jaehoon Sungjoon's trust and loyalty have both gone up. After talking a bit more, Sungjoon's party leaves with their families. Jaehoon starts organizing the returned firearms and wonders if that's all of them. Suddenly, an alarm goes off. A system panel appears saying many citizens have died. Jaehoon is horrified. More than 10 citizens died at once, something that's never happened before. Then another strange system message appears, leaving him frozen. It says a low-grade level 18 vampire has been killed. Much later, Jaehoon would realize this alarm was the start of something huge about to begin. Elsewhere, bodies lie scattered across the ground. At the center, a woman cries and begs in desperation. A man grabs her tightly, making his intent clear. The next second, he bites into her neck. Her scream cuts off almost at once. In moments, her body is completely drained, like every bit of life was sucked out of her. The man tosses the corpse aside, and his underlings immediately fall on the other women. Grinning, he tells his vampire lackeys to eat up, calling this place a total goldmine. The story shifts to his thoughts as he remembers how he found this so-called safe zone by pure luck. One day, a transparent wall blocked his way, then suddenly offered him something called citizenship. He accepted without much thought. The moment he got inside, he was completely stunned. Everywhere he looked, he saw food, and by food he meant people. Humans packed tightly inside the protagonist inside Jaehyun's territory. He thinks this place isn't just packed with humans. The quality of the blood is way better than anything outside. To him, feeding here is far more efficient. With a hunting ground like this, anything feels possible. If he devours everyone here and gets strong enough, he could become one of them, a stronger vampire, like the bastard who once threw him away like trash. He figures he'll reach middle tier soon, and with a little more time he'll be as strong as that guy. But matching him isn't enough. He wants way more human blood so he can surpass him. To do that, he can't just evolve himself. His swarm has to grow too. Right now, as a low-tier vampire, he can control 5 lowest-tier vampires. One died during the hunt, but he doesn't care. There are humans everywhere here, so making another lowest-tier vampire would be easy. He grins to himself, already thinking ahead. Once he becomes a middle-tier vampire, his followers will start evolving from lowest-tier into low-tier vampires. And when those low-tier ones begin creating lowest-tier vampires non-stop, his hive will explode in size. Then he'll eat every human around, hunt down that bastard, and crush him with sheer power. That's when he'll finally get his revenge. Just then, a door starts glowing with a strange purple light. The vampire notices it right away. His eyes narrow as he wonders if more prey just showed up. He orders his lackeys to attack, mocking whoever is about to come out as if they walked in here to die. The lackeys rush in at once, then everything goes wrong. Their heads burst in an instant, blood sprays everywhere, and their bodies hit the floor. The vampire is left frozen in shock. His whole swarm is gone in 1 second. Staring at the bodies, he can't even understand what just happened. And the one behind it is none other than Jaehyun. He steps through the dead lackeys, staring straight at the vampire with cold, killing intent. The vampire can't even think as the protagonist gets closer. Panic takes over. No warning, no fight. His entire swarm was erased instantly. His mind won't accept it. But one thing is clear, that human is a monster, something way beyond him. He knows he has to run now, but Jaehyun doesn't give him the chance. He activates Invisible Hand. An unseen force grabs the vampire by the neck and lifts him up as he screams in pain. Barely able to breathe, he begs for his life. MC tightens his grip, furious, and demands to know how he dared do this. The vampire realizes it's over. No miracle is coming, and there will be no mercy. He's about to die without meaning, without revenge. But instead, Jaehyun suddenly drops him. He slams to the floor, coughing hard while his neck throbs from the pressure. He stands over him and coldly orders him to answer every question honestly. Shaking all over, the vampire agrees. Jaehyun starts with one simple question. How did he get in here? The vampire says his name is Yeagle Sung-kyu, a low-tier vampire. Hearing how easily he got into the territory gives the protagonist a headache. The system never said only humans could become citizens. It allowed any being that met the conditions. MC never imagined monsters could get citizenship too, especially ones that feed on people. He asks if Sung-kyu was originally human. Sung-kyu says yes. He used to be an ordinary person until a vampire named On Sang-hyuk bit him. Jaehyun realizes that's probably why the system accepted him, because he had once been human. He tells him to keep going. Sung-kyu explains that back when he was a lowest-tier vampire, his memories were vague. By biting humans, he eventually evolved into a low-tier vampire. He asks what the difference is between lowest-tier and low-tier, and Sung-kyu explains the vampire ranks. Lowest-tier vampires are basically beasts ruled by instinct, with only enough brains to follow orders. From low-tier and up, their human self starts coming back, and they can create and control a swarm. Jaehyun then asks what rank Sang-hyuk was, and Sung-kyu says he was middle-tier. The protagonist thinks it through. Sung-kyu is already level 28 as a low-tier vampire, so a middle-tier vampire must be even higher. He doesn't know how high the rank system goes, but at least it reaches high tier. That means the level curve is probably absurd. Then MC asks one final question. With a deadly look, he gives his order. Tell me where he is. Sung-kyu is still kneeling there, shaking and on the verge of spilling everything about Sang-hyuk. The pressure gets to him, and he finally breaks. Sang-hyuk is hiding in an apartment complex in Daehangwon-dong. Just like that, Daehangwon gets the last piece he needed. He accepts the answer, but Sung-kyu suddenly begs him to wait. He says he'll guide them there himself. Desperate, he swears he wants to watch divine punishment fall on the bastard who ruined his life. Right then, a system notice appears saying Sung-kyu's loyalty has gone up. Instead of feeling better, Jaehyun is disgusted. Loyalty born from fear and self-preservation feels sickening. It doesn't matter if Sung-kyu was once human. To the protagonist, he's a monster who fed on innocent citizens, and that loyalty means nothing. If Sung-kyu wants revenge that badly, he can earn it himself. So MC immediately gives him a quest. Kill On Sang-hyuk within 24 hours. The reward is only a small amount of experience. The penalty for failure is death. It's basically a death sentence dressed up as a mission. Looking down at him with icy pressure, Jaehyun tells Sung-kyu to handle it himself. In his heart, he never planned to spare him. His voice turns even colder as he orders Sung-kyu to find Sang-hyuk and kill him on his own. Sung-kyu panics and begs for human blood. He says that if he can just reach middle tier, killing Sang-hyuk would be easy. He shuts him down at once. If Sung-kyu so much as touches a human, his head will explode. The warning terrifies him. The protagonist knows this quest will probably get Sung-kyu killed, but he also can't risk him going after random people, so he opens the store instead. An M16 and 100 rounds appear in front of Sung-kyu, leaving him stunned. Jae-hyun wonders if even a tiny bit of hope will be enough to move him. He tells Sung-kyu this is his chance to get revenge on the one who turned him into this. Sung-kyu grabs the rifle tight. Now he thinks it might actually be possible, so he accepts the mission. Jae-hyun gives one last warning. Do your best and kill every vampire. But if that gun is used on anyone who isn't a vampire, he'll kill Sung-kyu instantly. Sung-kyu nods wildly and runs off in fear. After that, MC uses the ring of communication to call Seo-ye-jin. Once he confirms she can hear him, he asks her to attach a surveillance rat to one man. He tells her to come to his house soon, and she agrees right away. Standing over the bodies of his dead citizens, he thinks about what this means. If monsters nearby are feeding on humans, there's only one answer. Wipe them out. Vampires have to die, and he needs a team meant to hunt them. Looking at the bodies and blood, the weight of his failure crushes him. Only one word comes out. Damn it. Soon, others arrive and gently close their victims' eyes, giving them the last bit of respect they can. Jae-hyun had already asked Dabin to send a relief team, and together they begin clearing the scene. The loss is massive. Dabin says everything is ready, but they found nothing that could identify the victims or help find their families. With no internet or working communications, tracking them down is nearly impossible. The protagonist knows it can't be helped, but the guilt still burns. If vampires had been screened out from the start, this might have been avoided. At the very least, he wanted to find the victims' families. He apologizes to the dead for failing to protect them, then uses middle-tier elemental fire magic to burn their bodies and promises revenge. He swears he'll carry their anger and sorrow for them. As the flames rise, he tells them to rest in peace, and his hatred for vampires grows even stronger. The scene moves to Deondong at an old apartment complex. Sung-kyu comes charging through the area, screaming with the M16 in his hands as he fires at every lowest-tier vampire he sees. Bodies keep dropping while he rages on. He yells that he's come back to kill Sung-kyu, his voice echoing through the building. Meanwhile, Seo-ye-jin's rat sends live footage to Jae-hyun and Seo-ye-jin. MC watches calmly, and with his ultimate eyes, he notices something ridiculous. Sung-kyu is wasting bullets non-stop. He only got 100 rounds and he's burning them on lowest-tier vampires. Sung-kyu claimed low-tier vampires get their intelligence back, but watching this, he can only think the guy is an idiot. Jae-hyun never really expected him to succeed anyway. Then the rifle runs dry. At that exact moment, the protagonist opens his storage and makes the weapon disappear. Sung-kyu is left with nothing and instantly starts begging for more ammo. 100 more rounds. No, even 50. Before anyone answers, a voice cuts in. Sung-kyu freezes. A woman has come over after hearing the noise. She quickly recognizes him. Sung-kyu, the idiot who got kicked out and came back alone. She's clearly a vampire. Sung-kyu bursts with rage and lunges at her with his claws, but she just smiles and mocks his filthy mouth. With one motion and glowing red eyes, she commands the lowest-tier vampires to attack. They rush Sung-kyu at once. In seconds, they drag him down and pin him in place. Sung-kyu thrashes, screaming and cursing while they hold on tight. The woman just yawns and says this is boring. Then she asks if he knows why they threw him out because he's an idiot. Still buried under the swarm, he demands she explain. She laughs at him for losing to the weakest vampires. According to her, he can't even protect himself, yet he still wastes food. Even pinned down, Sungmin keeps swearing at her. She coldly says she wants the truth. She noticed the wall damage and heard all the noise earlier. She knows he had a gun and asks where he hid it. Sungmin answers by spitting in her face and telling her to screw off. Her face hardens right away. She says idiots like him never live long, then orders the lowest-tier vampires to kill him. They lean over him and open their mouths wide. A moment later, blood splashes out. Sungmin is finished. Just like that, he's dead in an instant. At the same time, Jae-hyun gets a system notice confirming Sungmin's death. Then the lowest-tier vampires that killed him start changing. Their bodies begin to shake. Steam rises from their skin like something inside them is boiling. The vampire girl stares in shock, thinking they were in better shape than expected. She didn't even know their kind could evolve. She quickly regains control and orders them to search the area for anything like a gun. They obey at once and sprint off to look for weapons. But then she catches a strange scent in the air. Something feels off. On the other side, Jae-hyun is already ready. Seeing that bullets can kill vampires changes everything. So he tells Jae-hyun to prepare and reaches out his hand. She agrees without hesitation. Namsi realizes their obsession with finding the gun bought them valuable time. Above CEO's rat, a system panel appears, and gas starts pouring out, slowly covering the whole floor. The vampire woman notices too late. By then, the entire place is full of gas. Panic hits, she sees the trap, but there's no time to run. Jae-hyun calls out to Seoj and tells her to cut the connection with the rat. At the same moment, he summons burning tissue. With gas spread across the whole floor, the outcome is obvious. A blinding flash bursts out, and then the entire floor explodes, wiping out everyone there. System messages flood in, saying Jaehan hunted a low-tier vampire level 28, several lowest-tier vampires level 18, and more. The most important one confirms the vampire woman is dead. He lets out a breath, realizing the vampires were much closer than he thought. He understands that if his level rises and his territory expands, their area could become part of it. Then they'd count as citizens, which would make everything messy. He's glad he found them now and decides to wipe them all out first. Yeon then wonders if vampires might already be inside their territory. Jaehyun says that's exactly the problem. He still can't rule out vampires hurting people under his rule. So when Salyeon suggests giving everyone quests and punishments, he shuts it down right away. It's too extreme, and hurting innocent people would destroy trust. She quickly realizes she went too far. The protagonist knows that kind of move would cost him support and throw everything into chaos. There's only so much he can do alone, and he wishes he had a way to sort citizens by their nature. Right then, a system panel pops up. His citizen count has reached 30,000, unlocking the achievement system. Jaehyun freezes in surprise and checks it right away. He learns that clearing certain achievements lets him create titles with custom effects. He instantly sees how huge that is, so he sets one achievement condition, killing a citizen. The system accepts it and asks for a title and effects. He figures this can help expose vampires, since they're the most likely killers, and the small chance of citizen-on-citizen murder is something he can handle. Jaeheimer asks if titles can be removed anytime, and the system says yes. That settles it. He names the title Murderer and gives it these effects. All stats down by 80%, both hands sealed, and a visible murder mark on the body. The system shows the price 40 million, 1 to create it, and 4 million each time it's used. MC goes ahead without a second thought. The achievement is registered successfully. One of his biggest worries is gone. Now he can punish murder fast, and in a way everyone can see. Anyone dangerous can be branded in public. He also realizes he can make good achievements too, like ones for hunting monsters, which opens up tons of options. Seoryun then suggests sending a message asking vampires to come forward instead of using punishments, but Jaeheimer says it's fine now. He already has an answer. Relieved, she lights up and praises him, saying she doesn't even know what he did, but it's amazing. That smile makes Jaeheimer blush hard. He turns away and thanks her, while thinking he's been so busy working that he never noticed how pretty Seoryun is. Then the doorbell rings. The visitor says they came as soon as they got his message, and Jaeheimer lets them in. The door opens and the guest walks inside. He knows this person is vital when dealing with huge groups of monsters. For the vampire hunt, he called Haeri. She arrives ready to begin, but the protagonist stops her. There's something important they need to do first. Then the story shifts to a vampire hideout, where several vampires sit around a table. At the center is Sang-hoon, the one Jaehyun has been trying to find. He announces that Shin Sai-rom is dead, and the room goes still. One vampire guesses it was because of the first floor explosion. Another asks if she's really dead and what happened. Sang-hoon explains that the whole first floor hallway blew up after the lowest tier vampires heard gunshots, so it was probably those bastards. A masked vampire slams the table, convinced it was the cops. Sang-hoon agrees and anger spreads fast. Some want to kill them now and bring back their heads. Others say they should have torn them apart earlier. But one bald vampire says it isn't that simple, because the enemy has guns, and another warns that open war would be risky. Sang-hoon feels like something isn't right. They already knew about vampires, so a sudden all-out attack doesn't add up. How did they find the base, and why move now? There are too many questions. Even so, everyone keeps pushing for a decision. Sang-hoon finally says they'll attack. The room erupts, but he adds they won't fight head-on. Instead, they'll use the enemy's lack of supplies, sneak in from inside, and break them apart. He starts naming the one who'll handle it, but loud pounding suddenly shakes the door. Then the knob begins to turn. A second later, the door swings open. The meeting is cut off, and Sang-hoon angrily demands to know what the hell is going on. The door slowly opens wider, and a lowest-tier vampire stumbles in, coughing so hard he can barely stand. He warns them it's dangerous, and says they need to get out now. Sang-hoon demands an explanation, but the vampire keeps coughing and says there's no time. He urges them to go outside and mentions the rats before he can finish. Chaos hits. Seoyeon's rat suddenly leaps into the room. The lowest-tier vampire sees it and goes pale with fear. The rat lets out a sharp squeak. Knowing what's about to happen, the vampire screams for everyone to run, but it's too late. The rat is already inside. A system panel appears above it, and Harry's poison mist starts pouring out. The second Sang-hoon sees the rat, he realizes how bad this is. He instantly orders everyone to hold their breath and jump out the window. As the poison spreads, the weaker vampires inside start dropping. The stronger ones move the moment Sang-hoon gives the order, and seconds later they dive out the window, while the whole room fills with toxic gas. Elsewhere, Jaehyun gets system notices saying low-tier vampires level 22 and 23 were hunted, while the elite vampires escape the gas and make it outside. MC spots the leader, Sang-hoon, and immediately tells Sang-hoon to follow them. She agrees and sends the rat after Sang-hoon's group. Jaehyun quickly judges the situation. Harry's poison mist killed a fair number of vampires, but most were weak trash. The ones in that meeting are different. Every one of them is at least low tier and in the high 20s. They're probably Sang-hoon's core fighters. If they survive, they'll build the swarm back up fast. So the answer is simple: kill them here if they can. Meanwhile, Sehun's rat keeps trailing them quietly. Then a hand suddenly shoots out and grabs the rat mid-run. The one holding it is Sang-hoon himself. Now that it's caught, all the vampires stare at it like hungry beasts. The rat squeals and struggles in Sang-hoon's hand, but he doesn't hesitate. He crushes it bare-handed, splattering blood. At that same moment, the damage hits Seo-yeon back through the link. She cries out, and Jae-yeon quickly asks if she's okay. She says yes, but the backlash clearly hurt. He immediately understands the problem. They failed to kill even one top vampire. He wanted them gone before they could learn anything about them. Now the survivors will know how deadly the poison mist is, and they'll figure out the rats are the delivery method. So there's a good chance they won't stay in closed spaces anymore. They might even move their whole base. The protagonist tells Seo Yejin to keep watching in case they relocate, even if he knows that won't be easy. She nods and accepts. Still, Jae-hyun sees the bigger problem. Whenever one of Seo Yejin's rats dies, the backlash hits her mind. So this poison mist plan gets harder to keep using. That means they need backup. And the only team strong enough for enemies like this is Dongjin's party. With his ultimate eye, MC starts tracking down Dongjin's teammates. His search lands on a gym. Someone is bench pressing a crazy amount of weight, and it's Dongjin. His fiancée Ga-young asks how it feels, and Dongjin says it's much lighter than he expected. That shocks her because it's 350 kilograms. He casually tells her to try, and Ga-young instantly refuses. Even so, Dongjin tells her he'll help. Her face turns pale. She clearly wants no part of that weight, but she still lies down on the bench. She warns him to step in, the second she can't handle it, and he tells her to trust him. Then she lifts the bar, and to her surprise, it moves. Not only that, it feels easy. Stunned, she asks how that's possible, and wonders if Dongjin is secretly helping. He just laughs and says he isn't touching it. Watching through his skill, Jaehyun remembers how Dongjin looked after returning from Jongjeon. When he learned his parents were gone, his face stayed blank, but the pain in his eyes was obvious. Now that heaviness is mostly gone, that's a huge relief. Thanks to Gae-young and her family staying by him, Dongjin seems a lot better. At this point, he looks ready again, so he moves on to the other party members. He finds a knight training, cutting down a goblin with a halberd. Gae-young tells Kang the soldiers move much more naturally now than before. Kang agrees. They've been training non-stop, and after wasting time just drinking, he finally realized he couldn't stay weak forever. Gae-young says he feels the same, then shows off something new. When Kang turns to look, he's stunned. Gae-young's body has changed. His hands now look like crow wings. He asks how it looks, then says they should hunt a little farther out today. A system message pops up. Gae-young's crow command has evolved into crow synchronization. It says fusion only works with a target whose affinity reached 100. Seeing that, Jae-young realizes something important. Skills can evolve through effort, so Jae-young must have fused with the crow he always keeps nearby. That would make scouting way easier. If he can fly like that, his search range will grow a lot. From what Jae-young sees, both Kang and Jae-young are ready. Then he checks the last member, Byung-ho. Lately, Byung-ho has been driving far away to hunt. Right now, he's in the back seat while Youngju drives and Da-jung rides beside her. Byung-ho wonders if Kang and Gae-hyun are drinking again today. Youngju tells him to let them be. They'll come around eventually. Even so, Byung-ho asks if they really will. She answers with confidence. They're strong and they just need time. For things like this, time works best. Gae-hyun agrees. Honestly, he'd rather give them even more time to heal. But in this whole area, Dong Ji-yeon's party is the ace team. They've gotten the most support and have the most raw power. So the protagonist activates the communication ring and contacts everyone in Dongjin Haim's party. Dongjin first, then Gae-young, Jae-young, Kang, Yeonju, Da-jung, and Byung-ho. After greeting them for the first time in a while, he asks if they've rested well and says he has something important to discuss. Deep down, Jae-young already knows it. No matter how he looks at it, they're the only ones who can handle the vampire problem. Meanwhile, the surviving elite vampires meet again. Tempers flare as one of them says they need to strike those bastards first. This is basically a declaration of war. Their people were killed by that rat, and they can't just sit still. Soon, everyone looks to Song-hyuk, while the others keep talking and pushing for action, saying they'll go the moment he gives the word. Song-hyuk stays quiet and thinks. Then the vampire in the ski mask speaks up. Before anything else, he says they need to move the hideout. If the enemy attacks like that again, they'll all die here. Another vampire snaps, asking what the hell he's talking about. He says running away is pathetic, but the ski mask vampire calls him an idiot right back. The enemy can attack with a single rat, so staying in an exposed base is stupid. Even then, the other vampire insists that just proves they need to hit first. The argument keeps going while Sang-hyuk watches in silence. The ski mask vampire presses harder. Do they even know who they're fighting? The other one scoffs and says, who else could it be? But those gun freaks? But Sang-hyuk finally steps in and says that's wrong. The other vampire turns and asks if he actually knows who the enemy is. Sang-hyuk says no, but he's sure of one thing. The group they suspected doesn't have powers like the ones they just saw. Then he points out something strange nobody else seemed to notice. The bodies disappeared after they died. Right before he escaped through the window during the poison attack, he saw low-tier vampires get hit and drop dead. But as soon as they died, their bodies started vanishing bit by bit, and when Shin Se-ram died, her body was gone too. At first Sang-hyuk thought the explosion destroyed it, but now he isn't sure. Gunfire, explosions, poison rats, too much about this doesn't match the cops. So if it wasn't the cops, then some unknown group is targeting them. The real question is why. The ski mask vampire urges Sang-hyuk to decide fast. They need to gather the survivors and leave now. If they don't even know who the enemy is, staying here is too risky. Sang-hyuk goes quiet and thinks, then his mind slips back to an old memory. In it, a man stands before him and confirms that his name is Sang-hyuk. After Sang-hyuk answers, the man says he'll be gone for a while and gives him an order. He must eat everyone in the apartment complex, grow a swarm and rule it. Until the man returns, he is not allowed to leave. Sang-hyuk thanks him for trusting him with such an important job, but carefully asks what he should do if something happens that he can't handle alone. The man smiles, amused, and praises him for being careful. He says the others would just get excited about becoming stronger. Sang-hyuk thanks him again. With a wicked smile, the man says they'll set up a backup plan. If something truly dangerous happens, Sang-hyuk will be told where to find him. The memory ends, and Sang-hyuk returns to the present. He calls to the vampire in the ski mask, revealed to be Sun Ji-hun, and asks a simple question whether he's the fastest vampire here. Ji-hun says yes, confused by the sudden question. Sang-hyuk's face turns cold as he decides they are not moving. They will stay and wait. Ji-hun immediately objects, but Sang-hyuk cuts him off. From the enemy's recent moves, Sang-hyuk believes they'll attack again soon. Before that happens, Ji-hun must deliver a message to the one who created Sang-hyuk, Jeong Young-hoon. Sang-hyuk tells him to say they need Young-hoon's help. As evening falls, the scene shifts to a building that looks like a guest house. Inside, blood covers the floor. One man begs for his life, gasping for breath. Another vampire asks why they're being treated this way, after being turned when they were dying. Standing among the bodies is Jeong Young-hoon, calmly slaughtering vampires. Young-hoon answers coldly that, from one point of view, they could see it that way. Terrified, the vampire asks if they aren't the same kind. Young-hoon says he'll make an exception and explain it clearly. A vampire is a monster that feeds on people, but humans don't give much nutrition. Then blood tentacles burst from Young-hoon's back. They pierce the vampire and start draining him dry. Young-hoon calmly says eating humans isn't an efficient way to grow. Then he asks a twisted question. If one vampire grows by eating many humans, and then another vampire eats that one, what do you think happens? The answer is simple. The one who feeds on them gets all that packed up nutrition at once. After draining him dry, Young-hoon casually drops the empty body. He asks if they finally understand why he turned them into vampires. To put it simply, they were never true vampires. He is. The one on the floor begs him not to come closer. Young-hoon just smiles and calls them livestock. His blood tentacles stab the vampire again and drain him dry. As the blood whips suck out the last drop, Young-hoon calmly judges the result. He says the vampire matured well, but it's still not enough. Young-hoon thinks back, remembering it's been a while since he raided another stash. By now it should be ready to eat. The problem is, he can't remember where it was, so he tries to recall the place. Just then, the front door opens. Sun Ji-hoon steps inside, politely gives his name, and says he's one of Sang-hyuk's men. He explains that an unknown group attacked Deondong, so Sang-hyuk sent him here to ask for help. Young-hoon silently stares at the unexpected guest. Then it suddenly clicks. Now he remembers that place was his food stash. It was them. Ji-hoon finally notices the piles of dead vampires around him. He panics, wondering what the hell happened here. Meanwhile, Young-hoon finishes remembering the place. Deondong. Night falls. Outside the vampire base, Dong-jin and his group get in position. Dong-jin asks if this is the place Jae-hoon mentioned, then tells everyone to ready their weapons. From here on, they're wiping out every vampire inside. The whole team prepares to kill. But before Dong-jin's group and the vampires clash, the story jumps back a little. Jae-hoon reveals vampires exist, and the group is stunned. Jae-hoon says that's exactly why he brought them together. Dong-jin quickly asks if the vampires are still in Deondong. Jae-hoon says they've tracked them with Seo Ye-jin's rats, and so far the vampires haven't made a big move. Then Jae-hoon gets serious. With their current power, Dong-jin's group should beat them without much trouble. They can even overpower the enemy's strongest fighter, but that's not the real issue. The real issue is their humanity. Jae-hoon reminds them these vampires used to be human, not mindless monsters, but people. They can talk, beg, and cry for mercy when they're dying. That kind of close, brutal killing can leave deep scars and heavy guilt, so he asks them directly if they're truly ready for this. Dong-jin doesn't hesitate. He gets the concern, but he's already accepted it. In this ruined world, survival isn't pretty. It's harsh, and this is something they have to face sooner or later. Next time, it might not even be vampires, it could be actual humans. When that day comes, they can't hesitate. The whole group steels themselves. No fear, no turning back. Dong-jin tells Jae-hoon not to worry. His team isn't that fragile. Even if they break inside, they'll stand back up. They've done it before, and they can do it again. Jae-hoon looks at him quietly, understanding how much those words carry. This is a man who lost his family and still chose to protect others. Then Dongjin jokes that if things get too hard, Kang and Ji-hun can always drink their pain away like before. Jae-hun lets out a small laugh. Maybe he really was worrying too much. Once again, he decides to trust them. Then the story returns to the present. Inside the vampire base, Sang-hyuk taps his claws on the table, clearly annoyed. Jae-hun should have been back by now, and the delay feels wrong. He starts wondering if something went bad, maybe even with Young-hoon. Nearby, the masked vampire Shim Hyung-sik starts trashing Jae-hun. He calls him a coward who probably ran to save himself, but Sang-hyung shuts that down right away. That's not the kind of man Jae-hun is. Still, the delay is strange. Maybe he ran into a monster, and the moment that thought hits, a spear tears through the air at terrifying speed. Before Hyung-sik can react, it blasts past them. Both he and Sang-hyung are left stunned. The force behind that throw is insane. They look over and realize who it came from. Dongjin's party has arrived. Dongjin gives the order to attack. At the same time, Sang-hyung commands every vampire in the base to move. The whole place goes on alert. Already furious, Hyung-sik charges straight at Kang. Kang doesn't even flinch. As Hyung-sik rushes in, Kang lifts his halberd and cuts him clean in half with one swing. The vampire side goes completely still. Even Sang-hyung can't process what he just saw. Hyung-sik, one of the strongest low-tier vampires, was killed in a single blow. What kind of monsters are these people? A system panel appears, confirming the kill. A level 28 low-tier vampire has been hunted. As Hyung-sik's body dissolves away, Sang-hyung finally realizes it. These are the same people who used rats to interfere with their base before. Through the building's speaker system, Sang-hyung gives a full battle order. Every vampire is told to fight back, no matter the cost. Young-hoon trusted them with this place, and they refused to lose it. At least that's the idea. But reality says otherwise. Dongjin's party moves like veteran killers. Jae-hyung shoots an arrow straight through the bald vampire's head. Youngja in bear form tears through enemies, while Jae-hyung picks them off from a distance with her rifle. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. And Sang-hyung can only stare. They have the numbers, yet they're getting crushed. They can't keep up at all. These intruders aren't just strong, they know exactly how to kill. Panic starts setting in, and Sang-hyung knows they need another plan. But he's already too late. In a flash, Dongjin appears in front of him and drives a spear through his body. Sang-hyung can't even understand what just happened. Dongjin tells him they'll never win. Vampires only steal from others, but his group knows what it means to lose everything, and that's why they can't be stopped. Then he follows with a storm of spear strikes that rip through Sang-hyung. Barely alive, Sang-hyung calls out to Young-hoon in his mind, hanging on to the promise from before. Right then, something crashes down from above, slamming into the middle of the battlefield. Dongjin instantly feels the danger and jumps back, because the one who just arrived is on another level. It's Young-hoon casually saying he's late because he stopped for a quick snack. Sang-hyung, lying in his own blood, looks up with relief. His salvation finally arrived in time. But Young-hoon barely looks at him. He wonders if Sang-hyung is already dead, and complains that the meat won't be fresh anymore. He has zero sympathy. Then he turns to Dongjin's group, killing intent pouring off him, and asks if they're the ones who wrecked his food storage. Khan keeps cutting down vampires with his halberd. No pause, no mercy. The field already looks like a graveyard when Byung-hoon notices the outside is finally cleared. Most of the vampires are dead, leaving only the ones near Dongjin's side. Then something suddenly feels wrong. Kang spots smoke rising in the distance, and his gut tells him it's bad. Something just dropped, and whatever it is can't be good. Back on the other side, Dongjin faces Young-hoon, who immediately calls him the trash that ruined his food. Dongjin is confused. What food is he even talking about? Then things get stranger for Young-hoon as Sang-hyuk's corpse starts vanishing. For a moment, he's thrown off when he realizes he can't even eat it. Now, that only makes him angrier. Just then, Jung-hoon comes through the communication ring and urgently tells Dongjin to retreat. The enemy in front of him isn't an ordinary vampire. He's a high-tier one. Before Dongjin can respond, Young-hoon disappears. In less than a blink, he's right in front of Dongjin, attacking with full force. The hit lands like an explosion and sends Dongjin flying out of the complex. He slams to the ground hard. Even so, he gets back up. His team calls out in panic, but Dongjin steadies himself and says he blocked the attack. He warns everyone to stay sharp. This bastard is a high-tier vampire. Meanwhile, Young-hoon is already studying the strange power that made the bodies vanish. Then he suddenly stops. He catches a scent, and his whole expression changes. Humans normally taste worthless to him, not even worth eating. But this smell is different. Licking his lips, he decides on the spot that they aren't just enemies anymore. They're his next meal. Kang hears that and calls it complete nonsense. But Young-hoon couldn't care less. In his mind, it's simple. His food was taken, so they'll replace it. He attacks at once, snapping blood tentacles toward Kang. Kang charges straight in without fear, but the power gap is overwhelming. A second later, Kang's silver armor breaks apart like glass. He freezes for just an instant in shock, and that's enough. Young-hoon appears right in front of him, ready to kill. But at the last second, Byung-hoon teleports in and pulls Kang away. Before the finishing blow lands, Young-hoon is annoyed right away, while Byung-hoon checks on Kang, and Kang admits that save kept him alive. Young-hoon just grins, so they can teleport too. Kang still isn't done. He borrows Sung Jin-woo's power, and uses Rise. Right away, Iron Knights burst from the ground like an army being called up. Instead of getting scared, Young-hoon looks excited. To him, this is fun. Kang gives the order to attack. The knights charge at him without slowing down. Then they get crushed. Young-hoon shows why he's high tier. With one sweep of his blood tentacles, he wipes out the whole squad like they're nothing. He calls them toys, but the team still hasn't given up. While he's busy showing off, Gaeong steps in with her bow ready and a light arrow fully charged. A second later, she lets it fly with all her strength. Mid-air, the arrow splits apart. The shots rain down and pierce Young-hoon. This time, it actually hurts him. Right after that, Daejong buffs Youngju, and she rushes in at once. She leaps up to strike from above, but Young-hoon reacts fast. His blood tentacles catch her in mid-air and pin her down before she can do anything. Then he throws her aside like she weighs nothing. Daejong fires again, but Young-hoon dodges, not planning to get hit by the same move twice. Except the arrow suddenly curves all the way around, loops back, and slams into him anyway. That's her piercing skill, and the damage finally shows on his face. Then the real combo starts. Jaeyeon in crow form carries Dongjin high into the air. Dongjin is wrapped in black flames. He fixes his eyes on Young-hoon and gives one command. With full force, he throws his spear down. It crashes into Young-hoon as Dongjin comes down too. The hit is huge. For a moment, it feels like that might have ended it. Dongjin wonders if they finally killed him. But then Young-hoon's voice cuts through the dust. He's still alive and impressed. He admits this is the first time he's had this much trouble, and that means he's done holding back. His first target is the archer. He locks onto Gaeong. His legs tighten, and in the next instant, he vanishes. Then he appears right in front of her, calling her a stupid bitch and moving in for the kill. But Gaeong doesn't panic. She smiles. She already knows she's covered. Jaeyeon steps in, calm as ever, and opens a system panel as Young-hoon closes in. The second Young-hoon sees it, he looks shocked for the first time. Too late, MC has already summoned a 20-kilo plate, and it's right in front of Young-hoon's face before he can react. It hits hard, punching straight through him. As he drops, Gaeong adds one last insult from behind. What an idiot. The group gathers around Young-hoon. Even with his head smashed in, he's still healing, and that alone rattles everyone. Dongjin quiets them when he sees him starting to wake up, and soon Young-hoon's blurry eyes focus on the party around him. When Dongjin calls him a monster, Young-hoon jerks awake, gasping. Blood pours from his right eye, but it starts healing right away. Then Young-hoon snaps, dragging his hand across the ground in rage. He spits out insults, calling them filthy dogs for touching him, but Dongjin calmly explains why he can't move. They fed him a neurotoxin while he was regenerating. That leaves Young-hoon visibly shaken. With a spear held to his neck, Dongjin makes it simple. If he wants to live, he answers. He demands to know who Young-hoon is, what their leader is like, and where they can find him. Instead of panicking, Young-hoon laughs. Even now, he sounds amused, calling the whole thing pathetic. He never thought prey would dare threaten him. Then he says they are the new humanity, blessed by some mysterious being that gave them power. Asked who that being is, Young-hoon says even he doesn't fully know, but he does know where it is. That makes Dongjin snap and demand more. Young-hoon just mocks them, asking if they really think they can win, even if they find that being. Then, in a sudden crazy move, he stabs his own body with his shaking hand, warning them not to get cocky as blood sprays out. Dongjin is left staring, trying to understand what he's doing. Even while bleeding out, Young-hoon keeps talking, saying wiping out all vampires was never going to be easy. He claims other high-tier vampires may be weak, but he won't fall to people like them. Instead, he tells them to struggle, wear themselves out, and die. Then the madman finishes it by piercing his own heart. The moment he dies, system notices appear. One says a middle-tier vampire was hunted, giving a huge amount of experience and money to the ultimate shut-in wallet. Another says a level 49 high-tier vampire was also hunted, giving even more experience, but because he died by his own hand, the reward is reduced. Another notice says the leader of the Dianj Home Pure Castle complex is dead, unlocking the right to build an outpost base there. As more alerts pop up, several skills level up too. One of them is House Declaration, which reaches level 25. Then Jae-hyun levels up again, and the system confirms his territory expands once more. As always, he drops to his knees. The pain from leveling up hits hard, and behind him Seo Yejin watches with worry. She asks if his territory expanded again, and the protagonist is surprised she noticed. Seo Yejin says she can tell because this happens every time, and she asks if he's really okay. That makes Kim Jae-hyun realize she's been there for a lot of these moments. He tells her it'll pass, then asks about Dianj Home. She reports that it looks like all the vampires there have been wiped out. Just then, Dongjin contacts MC through telepathy. He confirms they finished searching the complex like they were told. After a short pause, he adds that there don't seem to be any survivors. Jae-hyun takes it calmly, saying that was expected, and tells them to come back and rest. The party follows his order. He turns to Seo Jin, thanks her for the hard work, and tells her she can head back too. As she leaves, she reminds him to rest too, and not push himself so hard. He gives a small smile, wondering if he really looks that tired. Still, he knows he can't stop yet, so he opens the achievement system. With his territory growing and more people coming in, he realizes there's a real chance vampires could sneak inside. To stop that, he decides to make a special achievement just for vampires. The system asks for the details, and Jae-hun sets it so any vampire who gains citizenship will have their powers heavily limited, and a mark appear on their face, like the mark used for murderers. The system confirms the setup is complete. Next, he thinks about the 3 skill points he just got from leveling up. He already knows what to do with one, so he opens the store and upgrades it. A notice says the ultimate shut-in store reached level 6. He can now list 1,000 items and every product gets a 30% discount. That's exactly what Jae-hun expected, since every even level adds another 10% discount. Then a new system panel appears out of nowhere, unlocking an enchantment feature, because the conditions have been met. It also adds an enchant workshop to the list of buildings he can make, leaving the protagonist wondering what enchantment even does. Curious, he opens construction mode and checks the details. He learns the enchant workshop can strengthen equipment and add magic effects, and it costs 500 million won to build. Since it doesn't need much room, he decides to place it next to the store. Then he starts construction in Unit 201. But he suddenly notices an option to finish it instantly, and that catches him off guard. The system explains that instant completion costs 8 crystals, so Jae-hun stops to think. He works out that each crystal skips 10 hours of build time. With only 100 crystals left, and 300 needed for a mystic draw, he knows he can't waste them. Remembering how strong his past mystic draw rewards were, like the Ring of Communication and the Crown, he decides those crystals are worth more there. So he cancels the instant build, and the system confirms it. After that, Jae-hun decides to save his last 2 skill points and use them more carefully later. MC walks out to the balcony and looks down. He thinks about how repair and recovery work is moving fast all across his territory. The relief team and the construction team are leading it. Inside his territory, things are starting to feel normal again. Buildings are repaired, streets are clean, and workers keep fixing what was left broken. In the middle of hell, this place has become a safe zone, and he takes it all in. Road damage is being fixed, abandoned cars are getting cleared, and while traffic isn't back to normal, a few vehicles are moving again. Teachers have gathered and reopened schools, so children can finally keep learning, and little by little, daily life is coming back. A mother walks by with her child, and instead of fear, the kid looks happy again. Jae-hun thinks they can't let vampires crush the life and happiness people barely manage to get back. The weight of everything hits him, and he admits he needs a break. He stretches, yawns, and finally gives in to the sleep, catching up with him. Just like Seo said, rest matters too, so he takes off the crown and drops onto the sofa, worn out. Thinking he'll only close his eyes for a bit, he slowly drifts off. Then the story cuts away from the territory to a ruined area outside it. A man is standing there among bloodied corpses. He casually says, "Young-hoon, that coward is dead." The big man smiles, showing sharp teeth, making it clear he's a vampire too. Jae-hun suddenly finds himself somewhere unknown, swallowed by a black emptiness with no direction and no way out. He looks around, confused and uneasy, trying to understand where he is. Then a voice breaks the silence, calling to him and asking why he did that, as figures start appearing ahead. More and more people show up, all staring at him and asking why he didn't save them. The blame keeps piling on. One cries that their family died and the pain is unbearable. Others ask how he could do so much, yet still leave them behind. Jae-hun is horrified, frozen by all that grief. Then another voice calls his name. He turns and sees Jae-hun holding her father's body, crying like all the life has left her. She tells him her dad isn't breathing and asks if he can save him. That question hits harder than anything else. His legs start shaking and he slowly backs away. Before he can react, another voice comes from behind him, bringing up something he once said, that it wouldn't be the last time. This time, it's Yeonju. The woman who once waited for her son to return stands there in tears, asking if she hadn't tried hard enough or if it was all because it cost too much. Jaeyeon tries to deny it, but the words barely come out. Then countless hands reach from the darkness and seize him from every side, all begging for help. They drag him deeper into their despair until the pressure becomes too much to bear. Jae-hun jerks awake, breathing hard. The nightmare clings to him like it was something he really lived through. It's already evening. Still dazed, he looks around and wonders where he is. Then he questions whether it was really just a dream, maybe brought on by seeing too many dead bodies lately. Nightmares aren't new to him, but this one felt far too real. He gets up from the sofa, then another thought hits him. Why hasn't Yeonjo contacted him yet? A vampire that strong should have been enough to trigger a quest. Rather than dwell on it, he uses the Ring of Communication and asks her to come by since he wants to talk. Sometime later, the door opens and Yeonju arrives, calm as ever, saying she came because he called. Jae-hun invites her in, saying there's something important he wants to talk about, and she agrees right away. Before long, they're sitting across from each other with coffee, the mood quiet but heavy. At last, the protagonist brings up Siwoo. He asks why she didn't ask to revive her son one more time, and even though he says sorry for asking so bluntly, the question still lands. Yeonju tells him she understands what he means. Then she starts explaining that on that day, she got the miracle of seeing her son again, something only possible because of Jae-hun. But after that, she saw Gae-young's father die along with others who had lost their families. She also heard Do-young's story, and all that pain made something clear to her. MC listens in silence as Yeonju says that watching everyone suffer made her realize that if she kept asking to see Siwoo again, it would cause problems. People would start clinging to Jae-hun, desperate to bring back the ones they lost. and the society they had barely rebuilt could fall apart again. She didn't want Siwoo to become the reason that kind of chaos started. That is when he finally understands why she never asked. Yeonju goes on saying everyone carries pain like hers, but they still keep living, so there was no reason she should be treated differently. Then she sincerely thanks the protagonist for giving her that miracle, for letting her and Siwoo meet one more time. Even now, she says, that chance to say goodbye still feels like a dream, and it gave her real comfort. Hearing this, Jaehyun notices something important. Yeonju's expression is nothing like before. Back then, she was falling apart from grief. Now she looks calm, settled, and truly at peace. He's relieved, but at the same time he realizes there's a quiet steadiness in her now, something he himself still can't reach. After their short talk, Yeonju stands to leave, and MC thanks her for coming. She says he should be the one hearing thanks. As she heads out, she thanks him once more for everything and tells him goodnight. Jaehyun answers with a small but real smile. Now alone, he thinks about what she said and realizes Yeonju was more mature than he was, that instead of him comforting her, her words ended up comforting him. He feels like if he sleeps now, he might finally rest in peace. Night settles in, and after several weeks pass, the story jumps somewhere else as gunfire rings out. Bullets cut through groups of goblins one after another. The ones wiping them out are the trio everyone knows, the twins and Soonjob. Soonjob gets a system message saying the quest is complete, the reward is ready, and he's gained a little experience. Grinning, he says he hit his daily goal. He asks the twins how many they have left, and they answer about 5 each, which makes him smirk. Without a shred of sympathy, he tells them to finish the rest on their own. One twin gets mad and calls that ridiculous, telling him to stay longer. Soonjob just walks off saying he's done for the day, and they need to learn to stand on their own. He even throws back a mocking grin, basically saying they act like spoiled kids who always depend on others. The first twin is about to explode, but the other stops him and tells Soonjob to go. They'll handle it. He accepts that easily, saying that's good enough. Soonjob leaves. After he's gone, the other twin admits things are much harder without him, but they still have to deal with it themselves. The first twin thinks back to the day the Cyclops appeared, when they ran into the parking lot in panic, realizing this is the price for what they did. Jaehyun gave them a brutal hunting mission that resets every day. If they fail, they suffer 1 minute of unbearable pain, and it feels far longer than that. They've already gone through it more than once. Each failure pushed them to the edge, with pain so awful that dying felt easier. It's a daily hunting hell, and every failure brings agony, bad enough to make them wish for death. Because of that, they deeply regret what they did that day. The twins head back from the hunt completely spent, thinking this whole thing is pure hell. Sang-hoon says they somehow made it through, and Jaehyun suggests getting some meat before going home. Sang-hoon agrees, and they decide on barbecue for dinner. He quietly thinks that, strangely enough, life hasn't been all bad even with this forced hunting every day. They get back to their apartment, where their mother greets them as they come in. Jaehyun keeps thinking that compared to most people, their money situation has gotten much better. Their mother asks what they bought this time. He hands over the meat and tells her, while Sang-hoon heads straight to the shower after the exhausting day. The protagonist keeps thinking that now they don't have to stress over every little expense, and that's probably why these thoughts have been coming to him lately. A while later, Sang-hoon comes out of the shower looking satisfied and says he feels refreshed. He tells MC it's his turn, and MC complains that he took forever. Sang-hoon says that's why it feels so good. Jaehyun agrees, says he'll wash up fast, and asks him to help set the table. Then Sang-hoon flexes and calls out to him, telling him he did well today, and tomorrow they go all out again. The protagonist tells him he did well too. Inside, he feels calm. This really is better. He thinks back to when monsters threw the world into chaos. Life was brutal then, but Kim Jae-bin changed everything by creating safe zones and giving fair rewards to people who worked hard. Before all this, MC had finished some unknown college and got paid almost nothing at a toxic job. Back then, he wasn't really living, just surviving. He remembers his senior even throwing papers at him. Compared to those miserable days, life now is still exhausting, but it feels full of energy and way better. He gazes up and thinks the moon looks beautiful. For once, everything feels quiet. He knows none of this peace would exist for him without Kim Jae-hyun. Still, he can't forget the day he ignored his order and ran off like a coward after Baek Sung-job. Clasping his hands, he swears he won't let the protagonist down again and hopes this peace lasts forever. Right then, light starts pouring from MC's body. The sudden glow catches him off guard. A second later, golden energy wraps around him and he realizes this is no normal event. A system message appears. Citizen Jae-hyun's loyalty has reached 100. He is now registered as a vassal, and his vassal limit increases. His status now shows the titles 21st Servant and Goblin Slayer, Trust at 89 and Loyalty at 100. Hitting max loyalty awakens a new A-rank skill, Cold Aura, which uses mental energy to spread freezing cold around him. He is delighted and uses the ring of communication to call him. The voice in his head startles him, but the protagonist quickly tells him not to worry and says who he is. Once he hears the name, Jae-hyun relaxes, greets him, and carefully asks why he called so suddenly. MC says there's something he wants to talk about and asks if he's free early tomorrow morning. By the next morning, he is tense and sweating as he sits in the protagonist's apartment, thinking the rumors were true after all. MC casually asks if he wants coffee or tea, and MC, panicking inside, blurts out coffee. He simply says, okay. While waiting, the protagonist remembers the stories going around that anyone chosen by MC gains special powers. As that thought hits him, he activates cold aura and frost forms over his hand. So this really was the power Jaehyun gave him. With this, hunting should get a lot easier. Just then, he comes back with the coffee, and he quickly shuts off the skill and thanks him. The protagonist starts by congratulating him, then says his party will no longer be forced to do the daily punishment quest. MC is stunned, and MC confirms it's true. He explains the quest won't be mandatory anymore, but if something like this happens again, the punishment won't be so light. He apologizes and admits he understands. Then Jaehyun moves to the real reason he called. He asks if the protagonist plans to keep working with his current party. The question catches him by surprise. MC says he called because MC's talent is being wasted on weak monster hunts, and wants his honest answer. After a pause, he admits he wants to bring his younger brother with him if possible. He also says clearly that he doesn't want to stay with Baeksoon job anymore. Jaehyun agrees and decides to place both brothers in Jaehyuk's party, since he uses a water-type ability. Before that, though, the protagonist makes an offer, asking if the two brothers want to enter a contract of subordination with him. MC is shocked, but says it would be an honor. Later, he arrives with his younger brother Sang-joon, and Jaehyun explains the contract before completing it with both of them. After that, the protagonist thinks his theory might be right, that abilities are set from birth and tied to genes. His younger brother awakened a similar ice-type power, so both brothers ended up with nearly the same ability, and paired with Jaehyun-cap's power, that team could become incredibly strong. After they leave, MC feels hopeful they might grow into an ace squad that can stand alongside Dongjin's party. Then a system window pops up. A group that qualifies for citizenship has reached the area near the house, and it asks whether he wants to offer them citizenship. Jaehyun pauses. It's been a long time since the status window gave him that alert, especially since barely anyone has been coming near the territory lately. Interested, he opens the citizen info window right away. The details make him freeze. One of the names is Yuhan Kul, level 39 with an A-rank skill. That combo immediately gets his attention. Jaehyun quickly activates his ultimate eyes to get a better look. Even starting at level 30 with an A-rank ability, reaching 39 wouldn't be easy. Through the skill, he sees the group is heavily armed with guns and rifles. That explains it. If Yuhan Kul has been hunting monsters with firearms, level 39 makes sense. Even so, he won't accept them that easily. Their weapons need to be taken first, so he orders all of them stored away and gives the group a quest. The task is simple: come to his location. The setup finishes at once. He gets off the couch with a yawn, thinking it's been a while since he had to greet new arrivals. But then another alert appears. A being that qualifies for citizenship has come near the house. Once again, the system asks if he wants to offer citizenship. Jaehyun frowns, wondering what's going on today. This time there's only one target. Now things feel really strange. He opens the info window and goes still. It's the same huge vampire from before. A system panel appears before it, asking if it wants citizenship, with yes or no as the choices. The creature is a level 50 high-tier vampire, and it already looks annoyed. Even so, Jaehyun takes the chance and offers it citizenship, thinking all it has to do is accept. His reasoning is simple: control. Keeping watch over 50,000 citizens is hard, but one dangerous troublemaker is still manageable. With quests, he can line its actions, and if needed, even set death as the penalty. If the vampire accepts, the fight is basically over. But it refuses on the spot, clearly furious. Jaehyun is thrown off, but the vampire doesn't hesitate. It draws back its fist and swings with full power. A storm of punches crashes into the defensive wall as it tries to smash through. At once, warning messages start blaring. An unauthorized being is attempting to enter. Using his ultimate eyes, Jaehyun watches in confusion, wondering what this guy is trying to do. The vampire swells its forearms by forcing blood into them, turning its hands huge. Then it throws one last monstrous punch. The impact tears up the area, but the wall doesn't even get scratched. The system keeps warning him, as the barrier takes the full blow. Even with all that force, nothing changes. The bulky vampire just stands there irritated, its hand completely wrecked, but it regenerates right away. Watching that, Jaehyun decides the thing is seriously dangerous. It couldn't break the barrier, but its raw power is no joke. From the shockwave and the blast alone, he can tell this monster is stronger than the Cyclops he fought before. He starts putting it together. Vampires may have powers that work like awakened human abilities. The high-tier vampire Young-hoon they hunted before could control blood as if it were part of his own body. So this bulky vampire's skill is probably something similar. Meanwhile, the vampire stares at the wall, studying what just happened. It realizes its blood-powered punch caused a shock, and now it's sure Young-hoon died because of whatever is inside. Something beyond its understanding is hiding behind that barrier. Something that breaks common sense. Maybe not even someone at the very top could show this kind of power. It recalls the image of a vampire offering blood and becomes even more certain. This is not a problem it can handle alone. So the bulky vampire turns to leave, planning to retreat for now. But Jaehyun has no intention of letting it go. He uses the ring of communication to call Seyeon and tells her to come to his house right away. They have a target to track, and the protagonist is completely serious. He's not letting that vampire escape. The scene shifts, and Seon's rats lock onto the bulky vampire. They keep tracking its movements without stopping, but the strain keeps building. Seon asks what they should do next, sounding urgent. If this goes on, her link with the rats will break. Jaehyun immediately asks where the vampire is now. Sigoyeon says it's moving past Shinhaindi Station on the Donghae line, while she struggles harder and harder to keep control of the rats. Then the connection snaps completely. She apologizes, saying she lost the link, but MC stays calm and tells her it's fine. They're not blind yet. Dongjin's party is still chasing the bulky vampire. Sigoyeon wipes the sweat from her face, relieved the pursuit is still alive, while he keeps thinking through the situation. The protagonist starts wondering if the vampire is heading all the way to Jijingun. They meant to trace him back to the vampire base, but he's already gone much farther than expected. Then one thing really bothers him: why take the Donghae line? That route links Busan to Tiwagang Station in Ulsan, and once Jaehyun realizes that, he knows this could get bad fast. There's a real chance the vampire headquarters is in Ulsan, and that thought alone makes the whole situation much more dangerous. Ulsan is a huge city with over 1 million people. If vampires have been active there, then countless humans may have already been used as food. And if that's true, a lot of high-tier vampires could be hiding there too. The worst part is obvious. This scout could go back, report everything, and return with a whole group of high-tier vampires. If that happens, they're finished. It sounds extreme, but MC knows they can't brush it off. If it comes to that, things will turn into a disaster. So he decides right away, they cannot let this vampire get away alive. Meanwhile, Dongjin's group keeps chasing and starts gaining on him. They stay linked through the ring of communication. Jonghyun contacts them and explains the new move. They're switching to Plan B, and he's trusting them to pull it off. The answer comes back at once: they got it. Elsewhere, the mood is totally different, as chaos breaks out. A bald man explodes in anger after finding out their guns are gone, and that's the last straw for him. Yul tries to calm things down, but the bald man snaps, asking how anyone can stay calm right now. He says he came all this way because he trusted Yul, and now their most important weapons have vanished. Then he demands to know how Yul plans to make up for it. Yul is clearly under pressure, but he still tries to stand firm. He apologizes for the missing guns, then insists they'll think differently once they see what's ahead. He calls to another man and asks him to at least hear him out. The man shuts that down right away, saying they can't handle this without weapons. Just moving around here is already risky enough. Yo insists there are no monsters here, but nobody buys that. The other man calls it nonsense, especially in a place like this. Yo tries one more time and points to his ability, asking if that means nothing. The man says he knows what you can do, but that doesn't make this plan any less crazy. Going in with no weapons when they might face a swarm of monsters is basically suicide. From his view, Yu is asking everyone to risk their lives on a guess, and Yu could still be wrong. The argument is still going when everything suddenly stops. A system panel appears for everyone at once. The glowing screen pops up in front of them, and the whole group is left confused. On the panel is a quest: reach room 3002, in building 114. The bulky vampire charges down the railway tracks while someone follows high above, watching his every move. That person is Jaehyun. Using his wings, he flies right over the target and tells Jaehyun he found the one he was talking about. Keeping his eyes on the vampire, Jaehyun confirms the monster is directly below him. He immediately orders them to start Plan B. In the next second, a system panel opens near Jaehyun's stomach as his storage activates. Poison mist starts pouring out of the window, covering the tracks in thick green smoke. The bulky vampire slows down, confused by what's happening. Then Byung-ho suddenly appears behind him by teleporting in, already aiming his rifle. He fires several rounds straight at the bulky vampire, but against a level 50 vampire, it does nothing. The bullets bounce off like trash. The vampire slowly turns to Byung-ho with a deadly glare and asks who he is. Then he vanishes in an instant and appears right in front of Byung-ho. With his blood-charged fist pulled back, he slams the ground and blasts Byung-ho away. Byung-ho staggers back and tries to steady himself, but stops when Ga-young is already behind him with her bow ready. She quickly checks if he's okay, and once she sees he's still alive, her focus snaps back to the vampire. Ga-young coldly says she has nothing to say to something like him. Then she fires a light arrow straight at the bulky vampire. The vampire reacts instantly and hops aside just in time to avoid it. After hearing her words, he realizes they already know he's a vampire, and that makes him furious. At that moment, Nam arrives in silver armor. Without pausing, he orders his forces to rise, and a group of golem knights appears at once, rushing the bulky vampire with heavy swords from all sides. Even with all their size and numbers, the vampire slips past every attack with ease. As he dodges, he purposely moves deeper into the poison mist. Watching from afar, Jaehyun calls that a stupid choice. No matter how long the vampire holds his breath, there's no way through that cloud without taking in some poison. Once Hyri's paralysis toxin gets into him, finding him will be simple. Jaehyun also notes that the rest of the team has already moved around the far side of the mist and is waiting there. To him, the vampire looks like someone trying to run from the palm of Buddha. Through the ring of communication, Jaehyun tells Dongjin to stall for as long as he can with Ah-young, but before he can say more, everything changes. The bulky vampire suddenly slams the ground with all his strength. A massive shockwave bursts out and blows away the poison mist across the whole area. The green smoke disappears at once. Even Dongjin's group feels that shockwave from far away. The moment she senses it, Ah-young realizes this enemy is on another level. She can't believe he wiped out the poison just by punching the ground. The bulky vampire grins and says he already figured out they weren't normal humans. Then he brings up Sung-hoon, realizing these are the ones who killed him. At the same time, his full form comes out, blood surges through his body, and his whole figure turns red from the power. Now that Dongjin's group has him surrounded, the bulky vampire looks even more like a monster. Jae-hoon immediately understands and curses under his breath. The vampire didn't enter the poison mist to run. He used it to hide while activating his power. Back in the fight, Namel Golem Knights attack again, but the bulky vampire pulls back his fist and smashes through every golem, blasting them away as he yells for them to move. Then Nam charges in himself. In a blink, he closes the gap, raises his halberd, and swings at the vampire. But the vampire is ready. He tightens his fist and drives one brutal punch straight into Nam. Nam spits blood and gets hurled backward. Before the crash can kill him, Byung-ho teleports in and shares the impact. But the vampire instantly grabs Byung-ho by the leg. He says he doesn't know what fighting Sung-hoon was like, but if they think they can beat him the same way, every one of them is going to die. Then he slams Byung-ho and Nam into the ground with crushing force. Dan-young cries out in panic, but before she can react, the bulky vampire appears behind her and coldly says this isn't the time to worry about other people. A second later, he strikes Ga-young and sends her flying toward Dongjin and Ah-young. Seeing his fiancée get hit makes Dongjin snap. In a rage, he throws his spear with all his strength and ignites black flames at the same time, screaming at the vampire. The bulky vampire dodges it with a slight tilt of his head to the left. Even so, Dongjin and Ah-young rush him together without hesitating, but the gap in power is overwhelming. The vampire suddenly raises both hands over his head and brings them down on the two of them with crushing force. In an instant, Dongjin and Ah-young are beaten and drop to the ground. Standing over them, the vampire admits they're impressive for humans. Grinning, he tells them to stay down and watch. After he kills the others, he'll drain every last drop of their blood. Then he turns toward Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon spreads his wings around Da-young and Ga-young to shield them as the vampire bends his legs and leaps in to finish them, saying they'll be his dinner. Ji-hoon closes his eyes, sure this is the end. But in the middle of the battlefield, blue lightning suddenly flashes. Someone has arrived. The bulky vampire freezes, unable to grasp what just happened. An unfamiliar man now stands between him and Ji-hoon. Calmly, he apologizes and says he got a call for help and came as fast as he could, though it looks like he's a little late. Ji-hoon stares at him, confused, and asks who he is. The man casually asks if they're his son's friends, then gives Ji-hoon a calm smile and introduces himself. He's Jae-hoon's father, Kim Dong-hyuk. The story then jumps back a little, to when Dongjin's group was chasing the bulky vampire. The protagonist watches the pursuit and figures Dongjin's team will catch that bastard soon enough. They've already taken down stronger vampires before, so there's no need to panic yet. But the real problem isn't the vampire himself, it's his level. That vampire was level 50. At that point, even a one-level gap is huge. Jae-hai knew if Dongjin's party lost even once, the damage would be awful, so he decided to prepare a backup plan. He thought about calling the strongest hidden card inside his territory. Back in the present, that backup had already shown up. MC's father stood in front of the bulky vampire. Dong-hyuk calmly told the others to take a break. Then he activated his advanced defense aura and said he'd take it from here. The bulky vampire could tell Dong-hyuk was with them and mocked him, asking if he really thought he was their savior. Then the vampire rushed in and swung straight at Dong-hyuk. Dong-hyuk didn't even flinch, while the vampire kept talking like this would change nothing. He bragged that once he beat and absorbed Dong-hyuk, he'd grow even stronger. Too bad Dong-hyuk didn't care who he was facing. A second later, Dong-hyuk drove a kick right into the vampire's jaw. Blood sprayed from the vampire's mouth, and the hit landed so clean it shut his senses down. From that one blow alone, the vampire knew something was very wrong. It didn't make sense. One kick had broken through his body enhancement, the same defense that could stop bullets. Worse, that was only the start. Dong-hyuk pulled back his fist and tightened it. His stance was flawless, and the killing intent coming off him was crushing. In those split seconds, the vampire couldn't even understand what was happening. He couldn't believe a human had this kind of strength. Everyone in the party watched the fight without blinking. Then Dong-hyuk threw everything into one punch and blasted the vampire away. The force tore through the vampire's body, and the shockwave wrecked the whole area in one hit. That was Dong-hyuk's power. The vampire stayed on his feet for a brief moment with a huge hole in his body, then it was over. Dong-hyuk stayed completely calm and casually said things were pretty much cleaned up. Then he turned to the group, praised their hard work, and smiled like none of this was a big deal. He even asked if they should head back now. Meanwhile, the bulky vampire spent his last moments in shock. Even after being empowered by that man's blood, he still lost, and he fell to a middle-aged human like Dong-hyuk. Realizing he'd failed, he apologized for not carrying out that person's will. Right after that, his body started to vanish. A system message popped up in front of Jo-hyun, confirming the kill. A high-tier level 50 vampire had been hunted, and he got a huge amount of experience. One of his skills leveled up too. Before anyone could react, the scene suddenly shifted to what looked like a bath filled with blood. A man with long white hair slowly rose out of it, while a woman stood behind him. The long-haired man said Go In-sok was dead. Then he ordered the woman behind him, So Nuri, to go to Busan. Nuri accepted the order right away. The story then returned to his territory. Since his father killed the level 50 high-tier vampire, he leveled up too, and like always, it came with brutal pain. The pain hit him hard. While the protagonist tried to endure it, Seo Ye-jin walked over with a worried look and handed him a glass of water. He thanked her. Seo Ye-jin asked if his territory had expanded again and whether he was okay, and MC told her he was fine. As he drank, Jae-hyun thought about how lucky they were that they hadn't been too late. He already knew his father was strong because of the bloodline buff, but even he hadn't expected power on that level. Dongjin's party always had title buffs that pushed them above their actual levels, yet even with that, they were nowhere close to Donghyuk under his enhanced defense aura. He felt seriously relieved that he'd called his father for backup. Just then, another system panel appeared, saying Citizen Byung-hyu had used up all of his daily quests for the day. As the completed quests were evaluated, the protagonist immediately understood what was happening. He remembered assigning everyone, including Dongjin's party, 3 daily quests every day. The rewards had always been worth the costs, so no one had skipped a day yet. Honestly, Jaehyun hadn't expected much from the reward, but things had turned out better than he thought. He wondered what bonus he'd get this time. Maybe something like pain resistance, since every level up felt like his body was being crushed. Then the system said the evaluation was complete. A new message appeared, congratulating him and saying he hit the jackpot. MC had gotten a skill point. The second he saw it, he was thrilled. In his head, he immediately thanked Byung-ho. Out of all the daily quest rewards he'd gotten, this was only the second skill point ever, and both had come thanks to Byung-ho. Jaehyun joked to himself that a support character stays a support character forever. Just then, Do Ye-jin noticed his reaction and asked if something good happened. He happily told her he basically won the lottery. That left Seo Ye-jin confused. She asked what he meant, but he brushed it off and said it just felt that good. While thinking it over, the protagonist decided to spend his saved skill points on upgrading the store skill. At the rate he was leveling, he figured he'd fill every store slot before level 30. Until now, he hadn't seriously planned how to use those points, but even free ones couldn't be wasted. Then Jaehyun noticed something odd. A brand new system section had appeared. Ultimate shut-in cell of health. Seeing it, Mai wondered if leveling it might ease the pain that came with leveling up, but he quickly gave up on that idea. The risk was too high. If he used a skill point and got some random effect, like better regeneration, it would be a total waste. In the end, he chose the safer option. A system panel asked if he wanted to upgrade the ultimate shut-in's dignity preservation skill. He picked yes. The moment he did, the usual blue system window turned bright gold and gave off a strong golden light. Another message popped up right away, announcing that ultimate shut-in's dignity preservation had reached level 6. Jaehyun stared at it in shock, wondering if it was actually real. Then a new window appeared, saying a new function had been added. But before it could show what that function was, the scene changed again to a ruined city. Somewhere in the destroyed city, countless low-tier vampires were hunting humans and drinking their blood. Watching from the top of a building, Seo Naori looked down at the swarm below. Naori thought about how both Jung Young-hoon and Go In-sok had died. She found it hard to believe that someone had killed 2 true vampires who got power directly from that person. As she thought about Busan, she started wondering what kind of monster could be living there. Then blood burst from her back, forming huge butterfly-like wings. And with that, the vampire girl moved out. At the same time, Dongjin's party met with Jaehyun to talk about a serious problem. Based on the enemy's recent moves, the protagonist thought there was a strong chance the vampire base was in Ulsan. In the worst case, the whole city might already be under vampire control. He went on, explaining that Ulsan used to be an industrial city with over 1 million people. If the vampires had used all those humans as food, then the number of high-tier vampires would be terrifying. He also remembered what the last high-tier vampire said before dying. There had to be something ranked even above them. As the pressure sank in, sweat ran down Jaehyun's face. If 2 or more high-tier vampires appeared at once, could they really stop them? Dongjin already understood how bad it was. He admitted it definitely wouldn't be easy. MC quietly accepted that, but his mind kept running through options. Registered vassals could be leveled up by force if he spent enough money. If he raised Dongjin's whole party to level 50, they'd at least have a real chance. The problem was the price. It would cost hundreds of billions of won. Then Dongjin casually raised his hand and said he could probably take on 3 or 4 high-tier vampires alone, and if Dongjin's mother joined him, they could likely handle even more. He knew his father wasn't exaggerating. When his father fought with his mother, the physical boost became ridiculous. On top of that, his mother's skill, the King's Blessing, pushed physical stats even higher. If Dongjin's blessing stacked on top of all that too, Dongjin might really be able to wipe out every high-tier vampire by himself. But one huge problem still remained. Could they deal with the being those high-tier vampires called that person? They barely knew anything about it, and that unknown alone made the whole situation dangerous. Then the protagonist suddenly offered to scout Ulsan himself. That surprised the protagonist, but he calmly explained that with his ability, he could get there and back quickly. Distance wouldn't be a problem for him, but if Ulsan really was a vampire nest, the mission could become incredibly dangerous. He asked if Jae-hyun was really sure about this. MC just smiled and said it had to be done anyway. In the end, he agreed. He promised to keep watching the whole time, and if things got dangerous, he only had to hold out for a little while. The protagonist could pull him back right away with Vassal Summon if things went bad. Even after that, Dong-hyuk stayed silent, like something was bothering him. Then Nuri flew over the city on her butterfly-like wings. As she traveled, she thought about Young-hoon and Go-in-sok. They were weird, sure, but they were also strong among the stronger high-tier vampires. That kept her on guard. Her goal was simple: check the place fast, then leave. But the second she got there, she was stunned. A giant world tree stood in front of her. Nuri could only stare, unable to believe a tree could be that huge. She quickly decided that monster must have killed the two high-tier vampires. Then she saw something even stranger. People were living in the buildings like everything was normal. An apartment lit up with electricity. In the middle of the apocalypse, this place still had power. Nuri was speechless. She couldn't figure out how the electricity was still working. Confused, she moved in for a better look. But just before she entered, a system window popped up with a warning: no entry. She stopped at once. Then another message appeared asking if she wanted citizenship. That was when it hit her. The system had noticed her. Nuri realized going any farther would be risky. Even so, she kept staring at the city. It looked untouched by the apocalypse. Cars moved down the roads, trucks passed by, and the buildings still had power. While the rest of the world had fallen apart, this place looked normal. Once she decided she'd seen enough, Nuri turned back and left. Watching through his ultimate eye, Jae-hyun clicked his tongue. A flying vampire would have been really useful. He had offered citizenship just in case, but she turned that down too. If vampires could be made to accept it, the whole balance would change. He could keep enemies from reporting back or even send fake info through them. Still, it wasn't a complete waste. MC figured Nuri could only report 3 things: the world tree, the transparent barrier, and the citizenship offer. As he kept thinking, he realized the vampires had reacted much faster than expected. After the first high-tier vampire died, it took almost a month for another to show up. This time, one arrived in less than a day. That led to a troubling thought. Maybe vampires could sense when their subordinates died. Crazy as that sounded, the fast response helped Jae-phone too. Thanks to Nuri, he had finally found the vampire's location. High in the sky, she kept flying, not knowing he was tailing her in crow form. He judged that as long as he kept his distance and avoided a fight, he should be fine. Then Dong-hyuk called out, saying it had been a while, and asking to talk. In his hand was a bottle and some snacks to go with it. Before long, the two were at the table eating instant ramen. Jae-hyun finally asked what his father wanted to talk about. Dong-hyuk offered him a drink first, but the protagonist turned it down since he was still keeping watch. His father looked a little let down, so MC took the bottle and poured him a drink instead. After a pause, Dong-hyuk quietly told him to come home more often. His grandmother missed him. Jae-hyun apologized right away. As the fairy power grew, his grandmother had been staying awake about 10 more minutes each day, but she still slept most of the time. And since his mother was always with her, he hadn't worried too much. Still, hearing it from his father felt different. He admitted he really hadn't visited much, and promised to come soon. Dong-hyuk took a long drink before bringing up what he really wanted to ask. He asked what Jae-hyun planned to do about the vampires. The question caught him off guard. Then he answered calmly. First, he said, he needed to know how big their force was. Dong-hyuk listened. After a brief pause, the protagonist added that once he knew their true scale, he'd decide how to wipe them out. Dong-hyuk then asked if there was a real reason he had to move against them first. If vampires had really taken over Ulsan like Jae-hyun believed, then going there himself was obviously dangerous. Their own people could get dragged into it too. Was there any reason to take that kind of risk now? He said they could just wait for the vampires to come to them. If the fight happened on their own ground, they could make full use of MC's save ability. In the worst case, everyone could hide inside his territory. So why chase them first? Jae-hyun went quiet. Honestly, his father had a point. Even if the vampires attacked, they couldn't break through the transparent barrier around his territory. Staying put was safer. But the protagonist never wanted to go through that kind of thing again. The memory still haunted him. A single low-tier vampire had once killed countless citizens right in front of him, and that fear never fully left. At last he explained that before he even knew vampires existed, he had accepted one as a citizen. He quietly got ready to tell his father everything. Deep down, he believed any seed of tragedy had to be crushed before it could grow. So he told him the whole story, how he let a vampire into his territory, and how that same vampire later slaughtered innocent people. When the story ended, Dong-hyuk said nothing. His face hardened at once, and Jae-hyun could see the weight of it hit him. He explained that vampires hunted humans by nature. There was no way he could ignore them. Even if Ulsan had already fallen, survivors might still be trapped there. He said he would wipe out every vampire in Ulsan and save anyone still alive. That meant Dong-hyuk's party would be on the front lines again. But MC made it clear he wasn't just leaving it all to them. He would help however he could, and this time, he planned to before he could finish. Dong-hyuk suddenly took a big gulp of soju. Then he apologized. Jae-hyun looked confused and asked what for. After hesitating, Dong-hyuk admitted he had first thought he was doing this for experience points. The protagonist was stunned. Was that really what his own father thought of him? Like he'd kill people just to farm EXP? Dong-hyuk awkwardly explained that powerful vampires gave huge amounts of experience, so that was where his mind went. Trying to escape the awkward mood, he casually asked if MC wanted anything else and offered more ramen. Seeing how embarrassed his father looked, Jae-hyun couldn't help but smile. Still, Dong-hyuk turned serious again. If that was truly his reason, then he wouldn't stop him. He just told him to stay sharp, and if he needed help, call right away, just like this time. The protagonist smiled warmly, said he would, and thanked his dad. Then the scene changed. Nuri headed towards Samsun-dong in central Ulsan, with Jae-hyun still following from behind and watching in secret. Looking down, he wondered if this was the vampire's main base, and thought about getting closer. But then chaos broke out nearby. A vampire shouted that a human had escaped. At once, a pack of vampires rushed after her, yelling for no one to let her get away. From above, Jae-hyun spotted someone running desperately through the streets. It was a girl, crying as she ran for her life. She screamed at them to leave her alone and go away. The vampires kept chasing her, yelling for her to stop. But after running for a while, she suddenly stopped. She had hit a dead end. The vampires closed in, laughing that the little rat had finally been trapped. Regret hit her all at once. She thought this was the worst mistake of her life. She had come all this way just to die, all because she trusted her ability too much. If she'd known it would end like this, she never would have come. Then the low-tier vampires rushed her. At that moment, she thought it was over. Then a miracle appeared. Jae-hyun dropped down from above. Using his crow transformation on his legs, he grabbed the girl and shot up into the sky with her. She was completely stunned. Jae-hyun calmly told her she looked like she was in danger, so he stepped in to help. The girl stared at him, confused, and asked if he was really human. Ignoring that for now, MC said he'd set her down somewhere safe on a rooftop first, then they could talk. As they rose higher, she looked down at the vampires in disbelief. She had actually survived. Below, the vampires lost their minds, screaming about the guy who stole their prey and asking who he was. Now that she knew she was safe, the girl suddenly got bold again. She shouted insults down at the vampires, telling those idiots to die and go to hell. Dong-hyuk got annoyed right away, warning that if she kept yelling, every vampire nearby would come running. A little later, he landed on a rooftop and carefully set her down. The girl thanked him, saying she only made it out alive because of him. Jae-hyun waved it off and said thanks weren't needed. He just had something to ask. She asked what it was. He got straight to it, asking what she knew about vampires. She said a vampire dies if its heart is crushed. Jae-hyun asked if that was everything, and she answered with a sly, maybe, maybe not. It was obvious she wasn't giving anything away for free. Jae-hyun asked her to tell him everything she knew about the vampires and how far their control reached in the city. She quickly figured out he wanted info on vampire territory. Lucky for him, she claimed that was her specialty, but in her head she was already making plans. Getting out alone would have been brutal, and now she had something to trade. While Jae-hyun kept asking nicely, she decided to use her info to get help from him. Then she said information like that wasn't free. Jae-hyun called her shameless after saving her life. She just smiled and said she wasn't asking for much, only one small favor. Jae-hyun agreed at once, but she froze when he calmly said he had a counteroffer instead. Then chocolate bars and bottles of cola suddenly appeared in front of her. Jae-hyun asked if that would do. This girl's name is Park Saram. She's level 21 and her awakened skill is Shadow Move. The second Jae-hyun puts out the chocolate and cola, she starts stuffing herself. She downs cola after cola without slowing down, and after one long gulp, she finally looks alive again. She says it's been forever since she felt soda fizz in her throat. Then Jae-hyun cuts in and reminds her it's time to answer his questions. The moment he says that, Saram's whole attitude changes. She suddenly acts super obedient, calls him master, and hugs the cola bottle like it's priceless. Jae-hyun can only stare, wondering how this shameless girl switched up so fast. Saram introduces herself properly, then goes right back to bargaining. She asks how much chocolate they have left, and says she'll share more if she gets another bar. Jae-hyun quickly gets the type of person she is and passes the request to him through the communication ring. He says it's fine, more chocolate is easy. As candy wrappers pile up, Saram talks. She says vampires haven't taken all of Ulsan. About half the city is still livable. The Tiwa River splits the city. South of it is vampire land and very dangerous, but across the river things are safer. While eating, she casually drops something even more important. Over there, humans are actually more dangerous. That immediately puts Jae-hyun on alert. They're south of the Tiwa River right now, which means they're deep in vampire territory. Through the ring, the protagonist tells Jae-hyun to ask why she was being chased there. Jae-hyun agrees and asks directly, if all that is true, why was she in vampire territory? Jae-hyun answers like it's obvious. She went there for food. People back home needed to eat. Jae-hyun immediately gets it, but then Jae-hyun makes another offer. Would they come with her? That catches him off guard, but she keeps talking. They still have plenty to ask her anyway. Jae-hyun points out she's talking casually again, and Saram ignores it completely and says they should go somewhere safe if they want a real conversation. Jae-hyun thinks for a second, then looks to Jae-hyun for the final decision. MC goes over what he's learned. Honestly, he already got most of what he wanted. Still, after hearing Saram out, it's obvious the survivor groups aren't united, and he wants to know what she meant about humans being more dangerous than vampires. So he decides to go with her and hear the rest. Jae-hyun agrees and asks where they're headed. Saram looks honestly shocked. He said yes so fast. After a brief pause, she points ahead and says they just need to cross the river. Jae-hyun spreads his crow wings and says they're leaving now. Serum panics because she hasn't finished eating, but before she can complain, Jihan grabs her with his crow legs and takes off toward the place she showed him. As they fly, her chocolate slips away, and she cries out over the lost snack. After a while, they arrive in front of a building. Jihan asks if this is it, and Serum says this is where her survivor group is staying. She kicks the shutter and yells for them to open up. She's back. A few seconds later, it opens and several men come over after recognizing her. They're shocked she survived. One chubby guy with a smug look notices Jihan beside her and asks who the new guy is. Serum immediately says he's hers and tells him to stay out of it. Of course, that only makes him more curious. Annoyed, Serum tells him to shut up and move. She has important business inside. While this is going on, Jihan studies the group. Serum and the loud guy Young Wong are both natural metahumans. Young Wong's awakened skill is Stone Fist. From Jihan's experience, natural metahumans with awakened powers before becoming his vassals are insanely rare, about 1 in 8,000. But this survivor group has around 1,000 people, and there are already 2 of them. Jihan starts to think this place could be a jackpot. He follows Serum deeper into the building until they reach a staff room. The second she opens the door, a flashlight shines right in her face. Recognizing them, Serum tells them to lower it. Several men are inside. One asks why she came back so soon, and another asks what happened. Serum introduces Jihan and says these are the people she talked about, the ones she needed food for. Jihan accepts that explanation, but one rough-looking man immediately starts on her. Since she came back so fast, he assumes she failed again. Serum snaps, asking if that's how he talks to a leader who barely made it back alive. He shoots back, mocking her leadership and asking where her backpack is. The fight keeps heating up. Serum says she threw the bag away to survive, and he explodes, saying they couldn't afford another failed run. He says they don't even have enough food to last through next week. Adults can go hungry for a bit, but the kids need to eat. Then the children in the room come into view. That makes Serum go quiet. The man keeps venting. They trusted her because she's the only one there with an awakened ability, and she still came back empty-handed, dragging along some stranger no one knows. Meanwhile, Jihan quietly watches everything. Even while passing through the hypermarket, he'd already seen how bad things were. The survivors' faces and condition made it clear they were starving and already near their limit. The protagonist decides on the best move, give them what they need most right now. Food, and way more than they expect. Then Jihan speaks up to the rough-looking man saying Serum didn't fail to get food. The man looks confused and asks what he's talking about. MC explains that Serum traded information, and at the same time he opens his storage and pours out a huge pile of food and supplies into the room. Everyone goes still. Food and supplies just appeared out of nowhere. Even Serum is stunned, though she'd already seen him summon chocolate before. He calmly asks if now that they have this much food they can finally talk properly. The rough-looking man has no words. Then he switches up instantly, just like Serum did. All of a sudden he respectfully calls Jaehyun master, and offers him the best seat. The protagonist just gives a small nod while the crow on his shoulder silently outclasses everyone in the room. Later, night falls. Nuri kneels before the vampire boss and reports what happened. She says she sensed an invisible barrier and found humans living normally, like the apocalypse never happened. There was even electricity. After hearing all the strange details, the vampire asks if that's everything. Nuri shamefully says yes. The vampire across from her repeats the strangest parts, including the giant tree and citizenship, big as an apartment building. Nuri apologizes again and says they still don't know what killed Jung Yong-hun and Go Yoon-seok. Instead of getting angry, the vampire grows interested. When Nuri looks confused, he says the whole thing sounds fascinating. In a calm but commanding voice, he orders her to lead him to the giant tree. He wants to see it himself. He rises under the full moon, his eyes full of authority. Nuri nervously agrees to guide him. Meanwhile, back on Jaehyun's side, things finally start making more sense. He tells Serum to explain everything clearly, while the survivors hand out water and food in an organized way. Serum says their group isn't the only one left. There are still several survivor factions in the area, and 3 major groups control Ulsan. Those 3 are the Sports Complex, Junggangdong, and the Industrial Zone. Her group is part of the Sports Complex faction. Jaehyun quickly asks why they use that name when they're based in a mart. Serum says they're Supply Unit Team 3 under the Sports Complex group, and this mart is just one of their bases. That catches Jaehyun off guard. He thought the people in this mart were basically all the survivors nearby, but the real scale is much bigger. If this is only Supply Team 3, then that faction has at least 2 more teams like it. If they're similar in size, the supply teams alone add up to about 3,000 people. That leads to an even bigger question. If the supply units are this large, how many people are in the whole faction? Through the ring of communication, MC tells Jaehyun to ask about their structure and total numbers. Serum explains that the supply division has 3 teams and the combat division has 3 more. Altogether, she guesses the sports complex group has a little over 10,000 people. Jaehyun then asks if the other 2 big groups are about the same size. Serum says the sports complex group is the biggest, but the other 2 aren't that far behind. She adds that tons of smaller survivor groups are also hiding in apartments and residential areas, so the real number is probably even higher. As Jaehyun listens, he starts doing the math. That could mean around 30,000 survivors in this region alone, and the number throws him off. He has about 50,000 people under his protection, counting both Seomian and Jagayashi Market. Yet this city still has tens of thousands staying alive without a special protection system. What's worse, Ulsan has vampires far stronger than goblins or orcs. The meta-human ratio is also way too high. The whole city feels wrong, and he can't shake that feeling. Seram goes on to explain that the Junggangdong group is near the Taihua River, where they stopped the vampires from moving north. The sports complex faction even sent combat teams to help hold that line. But Seram says the real issue is the industrial zone group. They rob people, attack survivors, and commit all kinds of crimes. That's why she said humans are more dangerous. As Jae-hein hears this, one thing keeps bothering him. No one has mentioned goblins or orcs even once. How can humans be worse if goblins and orcs are supposed to be everywhere? The whole thing feels suspicious. So the protagonist tells Jae-hein to ask about them. When Jae-hein brings it up, Seram just stares at him. Goblins and orcs? She honestly thinks he's joking. To make sure, she asks the nearby survivors if they've ever seen anything like that. Everyone handing out food shakes their heads. They've never seen goblins or orcs. Jae-hyun watches their reactions closely and realizes they aren't lying. Now he's confused too. What is going on in this city? Seram says giant boars show up sometimes, big enough to seem monstrous, but goblins and orcs have never appeared in Ulsan. After that, she invites him to meet the leader of Supply Team 3. Back on Jae-hyun's side, things suddenly get tense. A system alert appears. An unauthorized subject is trying to enter. MC freezes. Then another message pops up saying someone who meets the conditions to become a citizen has approached the territory and asks if he wants to offer citizenship. He panics. Could it really be? He uses his ultimate eyes to check the presence right away and sees Nuri flying around the territory. He recognizes her at once as the strange woman from before, but then something else shocks him. She's not alone. Standing with her is a terrifying figure, the vampire leader himself. Looking at the giant tree in the city, the vampire calmly says it really does exist, just as Nuri reported. She confirms it with total respect. Then he reveals who he is. Vlad Tepes, the great true ancestor. Level 62, title, True Ancestor. He gives off overwhelming vampire authority. As he watches the giant tree, Vlad quietly says it's interesting. Jae-hyun's thoughts start racing. A true ancestor, so this monster is the top ruler of the vampires. But why show himself now? Then Vlad notices the transparent barrier around the territory and says Nuri was right about that too. A moment later, he decides to test it. He casually lifts a hand and rakes the barrier with his claws. Jae-hyun knows he can't hesitate anymore. He rushes to wake his father, who is still in a deep sleep. But before he can do anything else, he feels something cut through his body. At the same time, system alerts flood his vision. Unauthorized subject attempting entry. The true ancestor's strike brings unbearable pain, like the protagonist's whole body is being ripped apart. He can hardly believe it. The barrier was pierced. For the first time since the apocalypse began, an actual slash appears across the transparent barrier, something that had never happened before. But a few moments later, the barrier starts healing. The damaged part rapidly closes up until it's fully restored, like the attack never happened. Even Vlad looks surprised. Unbelievable. After watching it regenerate, Vlad tells Nuri they're leaving for now, and she immediately obeys. Still, before he goes, the true ancestor gives the territory one last chilling look. Then the two of them fly away. Jae-hyun is left soaked in sweat. Once the barrier fully recovers, the pain finally fades, but that only makes everything worse because now he understands. The survivors in Ulsan aren't alive because the vampires couldn't wipe them out. They're alive because Vlad lets them live. If he wanted, he could destroy the whole city by himself. MC still doesn't know why the vampires are doing this, but one thing is clear. The survivors are being spared on purpose. That makes him question the whole vampire subjugation plan. Just dealing with a city that has a monster like Vlad is insanely dangerous, and this could end up provoking him. For the first time ever, the barrier protecting Jae-hyun and his citizens was actually breached. That means Vlad might be able to force his way in whenever he wants. Even the system power that instantly blows off the heads of anyone hostile to him might fail against someone strong enough to cut the barrier itself. If Vlad gets inside, not just the citizens, even the protagonist could die. Ulsan is too close to Busan to ignore. Vlad backed off for now, but there's no promise he'll stay away. Those weren't the eyes of someone giving up. They were the eyes of a predator looking at prey. Jae-hyun realizes he can't just ignore this. If he avoids it now, the danger will only grow until it blows up later. If a fight is going to happen anyway, then he has to move first while he still has some chance. For now, he decides to focus on what he can do immediately. Meanwhile, Seram leads Jae-hyun farther inside to meet the head of Supply Team 3. As they walk, Jae-hyun asks what kind of person the leader is. Seram says he runs all of Supply Team 3, but he's actually easy enough to deal with. Soon she opens a door and calls for the team leader. An irritated voice answers, telling her to knock first. Seram cuts that off and says that's not important right now. Someone incredible has arrived, and the team leader immediately focuses on their guest. As he welcomes Jae-hyun in, something feels off right away. When he speaks, sharp teeth like vampire fangs show. Then he introduces himself. He's Shim Young, minion leader of Supply